Check 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Yeah, 1, 2. Two. Yes. Check.
Let's work. Yes, King. King, is it going through? Yes, King.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, but the sound is a little low.
How about now?
Still a little low.
How about now?
Let us adjust it from the computer, mini computer.
Um, Hello, can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Um, Take the microphone. Take the Zoom. Take the Zoom. Online participant. Um, Taking the sound to the online. Um, Taking the sound for the online. Taking the sound for the online. Taking the sound for the online. Doing the sound check for the online. Sound check for the online. Doing the sound check for the online. Okay. Then a sound check for the online participants. Checking 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all most welcome. This thing on the sound. We believe everything is going on well. This thing on my sound. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, let's take our seats. We pick on the highlights of yesterday, just in case we forgot. We have a lot of work to do, and we need to have a little bit the mindset that appreciates time. Time must be managed. Session chairs must be strict with the time allocated. Then we can cover everything we are destined to cover. It wouldn't make any sense for us to do half the job. We need to complete it. So over to the rapporteur, give us the highlights of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baine, and you're all welcome. I asked Mr. Baine, yesterday someone led us for prayer. So we thank God for today, and we glorify his name to continue with our work. Thank you, Lord. So yesterday we had a very packed day. My name is Tom, and we are working with a team of rapporteurs, around 6 or 7 people, to get this order by the close of the day. So we started off with the session chairs, that is starting with the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who had a number of panels that were under his docket. But most important is the panel of the development partners. We had a number of deliberations from the development partners, and we are going to basically look at the key highlights. The key highlights were commitment in terms of dissemination and translating the transitional justice policy and relating it to the SDG agenda. And then we also had them talking about the different organizations they support in terms of ASF, ICTJ, Refugee Law Project, and quite a number of organizations there. But also, very interestingly, is how some of those development partners are already contributing to the processes of transitional justice across the globe. Belgium, I think, is one of those, and they mentioned what they are really doing in terms of the EU policy on transitional justice and how it is anchored in the UN principles of restorative justice. Then one of the key highlights there was for countries to move forward, suffering has to be acknowledged, which was reiterated through quite a number of speeches. And then the other key highlight was that it's not a one-off event, and we should be able to track quite a number of those processes. Then from UNDP, there's continued commitment and gratefulness from for the different partners and what they are doing. And definitely the idea was affirming of solidarity and the fact that Uganda is not a unique country in terms of what is happening in Uganda. So there's a lot that can be learned from other countries. And then, yes, we did go through that panel. It was a packed panel, but another very important highlight from that panel is about the renewed commitment and zeal from the different development partners. And some of the key issues that were remaining that have to be addressed, as highlighted by quite a number of the people in the panels, is about the role of traditional justice mechanisms and the issue of reparations, the timeliness of trials, especially for the international crimes, and the issue of children born of war and the creation of memorials. Then we also had a panel from the civil society. Key highlights there was about how the importance of content and specifying content in terms of thorough analysis before we intervene in areas of transitional justice. Women, youth, and other marginalized groups need to be included in the whole process. Sequencing of traditional justice processes to work in our context. Then privatization of reparations was also another key issue. Then the whole idea of how the transitional justice policy should basically continue, be cascaded down to the grassroots, came out in terms of those discussions. We had narrations about how intellectualism and independent thinking on law in Uganda was started a couple of years ago, and how all these processes are supposed to bench on that. But there are new processes to this, and the commitment from Makerere University was affirmed. Then the Interreligious Council came in with very good suggestions and recommendations. Quite a number. There were around like 7, but I would mention 3 key ones. They are looking at hastening the process of getting the peace policy in action. Then they are also advocating for safe spaces, especially for the religious and cultural institutions in terms of transformative justice. And then they are also doing a lot of work in meeting cultural leaders and traditional leaders regarding transitional justice. And they are in 2 partnerships. So they are another strong point to refer to in terms of transitional justice. Then we had a very captivating keynote address from the minister, and it was focusing on waking up the country. He was very blunt in his keynote address, pointing to the facts and the transitions and how things have changed, how 2006 changed a number of things as the president was speaking to communities in Amur, and that's where we are up to now. He shared a lot of experiences, and as always, he mentioned the whole idea of not having lamentations, but revelations in what we are doing in terms of the transitional justice policy. He expressed optimism and said the time is ripe, and the symposium is on the right time to basically have the transitional justice processes in place. And that is one of the reasons why he committed to serving in the government. He ended with a metaphor where it doesn't matter, but we have to get to the right spots in terms of addressing transitional justice issues. We had a number of panels from the Commissioner Jealous. We had from Makerere, and then a number of actors. And the key highlights were basically about how the transitional justice policy took some time. And the most important aspect there was how it was hard to satisfy the different actors in terms of transitional justice. So we could have thought that people were redundant, they're not working, but they were indeed working. So, and the fact that the policy is, and will continue to be a political issue is another key aspect there. Then we had very good deliberations from Daniel from Makerere, who opened our eyes to the whole idea of not having transitional justice as a modern aspect. And we should try to decolonize our minds to know that modernity is inferior compared to our customs. And we should always look at options in terms of even issues with transitional justice. Ideas, attitudes, behaviors, patterns of people are part of constitutionalism, and these form the basis for customary law that could be able to alleviate some of the issues with the transitional justice that we are talking about. Then his parking shots was basically about involving people on ground and to have pragmatism in terms of how we are going to address issues of transitional justice, right from the policy levels to the enabling laws and the regulations, and even the institutions. We had the audience reacting to that. Key things that came out of the audience was about the whole idea of truth-telling in terms of numbers, so that we have actual facts. Then secondly, was about the issue of victim-centeredness that was realized to be exclusionary according to the view that was given. And then the whole idea of how we should embrace our transitional justice processes instead of waiting for policy. So I think it was from Ambrose who mentioned already we were there, and indeed we were there. We had our social structures that could be able to sort some of these aspects and issues. And then in the afternoon, there were a number of panels. There's one on TJ and development. There's one on TJ and the advancing gender inclusiveness. So it was a fully packed day, but key takeaways. I think Mr. Baine should be on my case for time. I have like 3 minutes to get this out. Key aspects there, especially about TJ and development, is the whole idea about the two types of peace, where we need the higher degree of peace, where we realize that the guns are silent, but the battles are continuing given aspects of development. We look at issues to do with investment stability that should be considered for after 40 years. And then we are not yet there maybe. Then how it affects the quality of labor, how it affects other factors of production like the flow of capital, and even the other resources to utilize in terms of development like land. So those are some of the issues that came out of that. And definitely that is something that is to be cascaded to the lower sections of society. Then there's another panel on transitional justice and the human rights-based approach, where issues of transitional justice were related to human rights. The clear relationship came out on that, and there are key takeaways there that we shall be able to put on paper. And then we had youth, peace, and transitional justice. Definitely that is another group that needs to be represented. Key highlights there was especially in the participation of memorialization initiatives, and also appreciating some of their initiatives in terms of decision-making processes. Because if it is to be restorative justice and participatory, they also need to be part of those processes. And yeah, that is what we have for now. But at the end of the day, we shall be able to come up with a concrete 1.5 to 2 pages about what we agreed upon. But these are basically the highlights of the day. Definitely, it is not enough time to talk about all the highlights of the day. As you patiently wait for the day to start. Thank you. Mr. Baine.
Thank you so much. I know it is early morning, but we can still put our hands together for the rapporteur. And just in case you think there is something you said and was skipped, you can write it down and send it. You don't have to announce it on the microphone, but you can send it. There are even rapporteur. Did you receive any questions? We said that those people who had some concerns to raise, but because of time they didn't, they would put them down and forward them to you.
Not ones I know of now, but the rapporteuring team is big. In case of identification, please just put up your hands so that people can be able to throw in their questions and then we can capture them. Thank you so much.
As we wait for the next chair of the session, of the morning session, following a discussion with some stakeholders, we thought it would be prudent that we have Margaret come and briefly go through the process we go through to have a policy. Because by 2019, when this policy came into practice, there are very many activities that had taken place. And that's why if we know the process, it would be very informative of us, especially in our reactions and recommendations. Margaret, kindly come and do something for us.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Like Mr. Baine said, yesterday we noted that there were a number of questions that were coming up that related to the formulation of the policy, basically processes that take place and what is happening. And yet where we have reached now, we are more into policy implementation. It's more like auditing. What have we done right? What haven't we done right? What can we do best for the future? So it's not like consultation for input into a policy that has already been passed by government, but it's input in terms of strategy for what we can do better in the next phase of policy implementation and also possible enactment of law. So like my colleague from Internal Affairs said yesterday, this is a process that was started by government of Uganda following the Juba peace process, and cabinet resolution was reached in 2008 that all ministries, departments, and agencies put into place processes and frameworks within their respective mandates to implement the different agreements of Juba. Key among them was the agreement on accountability and reconciliation. And yesterday we were reminded by Judge Bani Afako that we could also look at agenda item number 2. But we looked at all the 5 negotiated peace agreements and looked at which was most suited for the development of a legal regime for transitional justice. So indeed, the Transitional Justice Working Group was formed, and I would like to acknowledge my Lord Justice Ogola, who was the principal judge then. He was the chair of the Transitional Justice Working Group. He chaired that group effectively up to where we got to. That working group had 5 subcommittees, and all those subcommittees were divided into the different thematic areas. We had a subcommittee on traditional justice, on truth and reconciliation, on formal criminal justice systems, and we also had one on amnesty, and the last was the integrated system subcommittee. And if it fails me, we also had a budget committee. So these groups, these different subcommittees were given tasks in respect to all the thematic areas. Go and do research. It was a think tank. We had a collection of different technical officers from all the JLOS institutions, and we also co-opted some civil society organizations into those working groups. And I think most of those civil society organizations are here. Refugee Law Project was part of it. We had the Justice and Reconciliation Project. We had ICTJ and I think FIDA at some point. So that is how consultative this process was. All the entities, civil society organizations who are represented here had a stake from the inception of the development of this policy. That is why it's important that we own this process, and as we move forward, we come up with strategies, knowing that we were part of this process. So the Integrated System Subcommittee was a key subcommittee in the sense that it had to come, it had to put together all the reports of these different subcommittees and come up with what we thought would be holistic, the integrated system or a holistic transitional justice process. We therefore looked at several considerations, including legal and policy framework that would inform this policy. The national consultations, like I already said, we did consultations in 9 regions of this country, which we clustered. And the justification for the clustering of those regions was that these are either regions that have suffered directly from conflict or have had a spillover effect of conflict. And that meant that they also had a stake in saying what would come out into the policy. So after all that was done, I think members who know the history of this transitional justice policy, we had several drafts. And yesterday, Honorable Leandro Komakech reminded me and was asking me, is this the final draft? Because we had draft 1, and I don't know up to draft what we call the final draft, which was approved by cabinet. So basically, after that was done, after we had the approvals by civil society organizations, I recall many of you wrote to me personally your inputs. I still have records of my emails from all of you sending me your inputs in what you thought had to be into the policy. And we incorporated all those comments that you provided us. After that was done, we had to take it to the structures of the JLOS, the different subcommittees that had to approve this policy. From the technical working group of JLOS to what we call the Joint Leadership and Steering Committee of JLOS. The technical committee was basically the technocrats who are basically heads of departments of the different MDAs who had a look at this policy, up to the leadership of JLOS. The leadership of JLOS then was the Chief Justice of Uganda. Then I remember it was acting His Lordship Justice Kavuma, who chaired that meeting. And at the joint meeting of the JLOS and Steering Committee in 2013, approved and adopted this policy, and then recommended that the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Internal Affairs take joint effort in sponsoring this policy to cabinet. Once that was done, we had to go back again as the technical committees, start doing the regulatory impact assessments, and then submit the principles for the policy to cabinet. And once we did that submission, that is how we had approvals of this policy. So basically that is the history of the adoption of this policy. That's why I would like to reemphasize that let us come up with strategies of better implementation of this policy and also possible input into the law. And like the rapporteurs have said already, and on advice of many of the people who are on the panel yesterday, that there are things that we can already do. The commissioner in charge of policy told us that there are some things that we can already do as policy is already authority for implementation. So thank you.
Those hands seem to be very faint. Can we put our hands together for that technical elaborate of the policy? You know, for us who studied very little, at least we knew that public policy is what government chooses to do and not to do, and the difference it makes. So thank you so much for taking us back to class. I hope the session chair for this session is around in a special way. Allow me welcome Honorable Chiza. Thank you so much for gracing this function, this symposium. In the same vein, wish to recognize the presence of Dr. Joseph Serwada. I always listen a lot of his sermons, and I hope to continue to benefit. Thank you very much. Because we are time bound, we request that Dr. Amoki Abubakar, Dr. Moki Abubakar, kindly take post and take us through this session, which is very, very, very crucial for all of us, because it is talking about the role of religious and cultural institution in transitional justice. We have two combinations, the religious and the traditional institutions, in how they could help us get to the top of transitional justice easily. Sir, you're welcome. So you'll introduce your panelists, and then let's look at the time and let's obey the time. Make sure you manage the time within your time limits, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Okay, fine. Okay. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. So, colleagues, as you have heard, once again, Dr. Beka Muhammad Moki, Commissioner, Policy Development and Capacity Building, Cabinet Secretariat, Office of the President. So, I've been requested to step in. According to our program, day 2, we're supposed to have the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Agri David Kibenje, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. So I understand he has got emergency roles. So I'm stepping in. So I'm not the Permanent Secretary. Now in this session of the role of religious and cultural institutions in transitional justice, we have a number of members in the panel, and I'll be inviting them to come over. One is our own who has been here from yesterday, Honorable Retired Justice James Ogola. You are most welcome, sir. I hope I'm in the Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So, sir, you are most welcome. And then 2, we'll have Bishop. I think Bishop is represented by Apostle Dr. Joseph Serwada. Sir, you are also most welcome. Most welcome. Step forward. I believe is for Simon Peter. And then the next one is Honorable Komakech. Yes, please, most welcome. And then we also have Dr. Frank Nawiso. Are you around? Yeah. So you are most please. So we are going to give ourselves 5 minutes each, in the interest of time. The interest of time. You are most welcome, sir. Honorable Komakech, please. And then we have Dr. Frank Naweiso, are you around? It's not coming. It's not yet around. It's on the way coming. Okay. So we can start. We can start. Members of the panel, you are going to discuss with us the role of institutional and cultural institutions in transitional justice. Feel free to give us as much information as you wish in 5 minutes. Guide us on how best we can identify interventions. If you can give us the way forward, especially implementing this policy, because we have already been told the policy is in place, we have been implementing it, but we would like to implement it much better. So you can give us what you have done and then how we can improve that. So we start with the Honorable Jessica. Yeah, I think it's your choice. If you fail, you can go there. If you want to sit here, it's your choice. Yeah. So wherever you prefer. So once you can start, sir.
Good morning. I will take very little time to do some kind of post-mortem on transitional justice. It was mentioned that 2010, about there, was the watershed of our effort here on transitional justice. In that time, we did the LRA peace effort was on and released a lot of things into the effort of transitional justice. Number one, we domesticated the Rome Statute. That was the time that we did that. We went further and did some concrete, real-time implementation of that Rome Statute. We took the provisions on complementarity of the Rome Statute and we made them part of our legislation here in Uganda. We created what we then called War Crimes Court, which is now called International Crimes Court. We created a very special War Crimes Division in the police, and so on and so forth. But since that time, it has taken 10 years to prepare and to adopt a national policy on TJ. Since that time, there is some peace in the country, specifically in the LRA affected areas of the country. I say peace, but really I should say a semblance of peace. Some peace, not total. I've just returned from a trip to the north, and when you look with the naked eye at Gulu, Itugum, Konakamdin, and all that corridor, you see a semblance of peace. There is a sense of prosperity. The cities, the towns, the urban areas, they all seem to be catching up. And it's all visible, it is feelable, you can feel it, and it's palpable. Thanks to a decade of TJ beginning around 2010. Nonetheless, peace is fickle. It can be a mirage sitting on top of a rumbling volcano. That decade of TJ, 2010 to now, has been characterized by intellectual, empirical, research pursuit of the jurisprudence of TJ. We've had conferences, symposia, workshops have been held all across the land. These raise general awareness about this subject. They deepen a clear understanding of what needs to be done in TJ. And I want to pay a special tribute to the Refugee Law Project of Makerere University, which has been in the forefront of these intellectual efforts. Number three, there's been a decade that has introduced a whole new range of concepts in the judicial lexicon and in the international jurisprudential vocabulary. Words such as matter or put are now commonplace, firmly entrenched in the philosophy and in the psyche of TJ conversations all around the world. Traditional mechanisms for conflict resolution are now respectable, acceptable, and generally usable in conflict resolution of disputes. So far, so good. Those are the principal good points that have come out of the 2010 to 2020 decade of transitional justice. However, our postmortem of that decade shows a number of other equally critical points that are still missing. Chief among these are the following. Number one, accountability. What happened, by whom, to who, where, when, how, and why. That conversation needs to be engaged in. It needs to happen. Along with it will be the issues of reparations and compensation. Number two, among the missing things, hatred, overreaching, deep emotional void still yawning on the horizon. The price of a cup of hatred is high. Hatred can undo everything that we have achieved so far. So let's give it the attention that it deserves. Number three of the missing links, truth-telling. The truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, is still hidden under the carpet. In religious terms, we say, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. As long as the truth is unknown, as long as the truth remains hidden from we the people, so long will we and the nation remain in bondage to untruths, to half-truths, disinformation, to misinformation, and even to outright lies. We need to uncover the truth. We need to bear it out in the open. We need to build the new Uganda on the truth, all the truth of our history. The Buganda question, the Bunyoro question, the Busoga question, the Karamoja question, the land question, the Luero question, the LRA question, all these questions and more require a conversation, a deep national conversation, which we have all the time called dialogue. Let's call for dialogue to unmask the misinformation, to address the disinformation, and to learn the truth. Number 4, the missing links, reconciliation, forgiveness and reconciliation. Reconciliation is the crystal fountain for the peaceful coexistence among and between communities. God's love, mercy, compassion, and forgiveness transcends all human understanding. That's God's divine blueprint for forgiveness. Nelson Mandela embracing the architects of apartheid. Hitler, Amin, Stalin, Kabaka David Mwanga, even Herod and Pontius Pilate are all candidates for prime space in God's heaven. It takes a lot to get to that point, but we need to get there to reconcile. Some steps have been taken in the Luwum Amin saga, what you might also call the Acholi Kakwa enterprise. There's been a symbol of forgiveness. Last year in Kitugum, at the site of Saint Janan Luwum, celebration was made and an effort was put specific. The people of Acholi embraced the people of Kakwa in a symbol of forgiveness and reconciliation. That effort, I understand, is being intensified this year and in the time to come. Reconciliation leads to the healing of wounds, the binding of bruises, repairing of damage, the rubbing of oil on the sores, the healing of hate, and above all, turning the heart of stone into a heart of ointment. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a little synopsis of the post-mortem, from my point of view, of the decade of 2010 to 2020 in terms of what we have tried to do, what we should be doing in transitional justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice, Retired Justice. You have given us the achievements, including enactment of domesticating the Ramos Statute, implementation of the policy. You have also given us the key results that we have received, that we have achieved. Some peace. We have some peace, which is important. So we need to acknowledge that. And then you have also given us way forward areas to address, including hatred and truth-telling, reconstruction, and so on. So thank you very much for that guidance. Now, in the interest of time, we are now going to have Pastor Serwada, Apostle Dr. Joseph Serwada, who is going to give us this perspective on the religious side. So, sir, you are most welcome. You can introduce yourself in detail since you were not with us yesterday. Yesterday we had the introduction. You can go ahead, sir.
Allow me, Chair, to stand on the same protocol that was set before I came so that I can save time. But members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, government and CSO representatives, members of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, praise God from whom all blessings flow. I bring you warm greetings from the chairperson of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, Council of Presidents, His Grace Samuel Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, who is our chairman, and the entire IRCU community and fraternity. My name is Apostle Dr. Joseph Serwadda. I am the leader of the born-again churches in this country, and I just happen to be his co-chair. So I stand here, both in his and my own capacity. It's my profound honor to participate in this panel discussion on the role of religious and cultural institutions on transitional justice, which my elder brother and senior colleague, Justice Ogora, called TJ. I just picked a new word today, and I thank you for it. Introduction. Religion and faith have become an important topic on the global agenda, and policymakers are becoming more aware of the role of religion in peace building, reconciliation, conflict prevention, countering conflicts and violence, and addressing past wrongs. Indisputably, the religions of the world provide a powerful tool against violence or injustice, human rights abuses, and all forms of conflict in their defense of the universal values of respect for life and human dignity as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in our own context, Chapter 4 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Through the years, faith leaders under the Interreligious Council of Uganda have played a commendable role in resolving conflicts in their own communities, addressing past wrongs, and restoring relative peace in several regions of the country. The Acholi Religious Peace Initiative, ARLPI, and the Teso Religious Leaders' Effort for Peace and Reconciliation, TELEREPAR, played a crucial role in ending armed conflict in northern Uganda and northern eastern Uganda. The IRCU commenced the Uganda National Dialogue process to agree on a new national consensus to consolidate peace, democracy, and inclusive development to achieve equal opportunity for all. The Uganda National Dialogue was conceived as a process that would provide Ugandans an opportunity to progressively address the root causes of conflict and underdevelopment caused by failures of the previous constitutions and governments to provide a basis for an inclusive social contract and to sustainably address the needs of the citizens. It goes without mention then that religious leaders and their institutions are key stakeholders in promoting transitional justice. Transitional justice in a nutshell. Transitional justice is a framework that seeks to address human rights abuses and injustices that occurred in the past, often during periods of conflict, authoritarian rule, and other challenging circumstances. It also refers to the set of judicial and non-judicial measures implemented by countries transitioning from conflict or authoritarian rule to address past human rights abuses. Its aim is to achieve accountability, serve justice, and promote reconciliation in society. Transitional justice mechanisms may include criminal prosecutions, truth commissions, reparation programs, institutional reforms, and memorialization efforts. In the case of Uganda, intentioned actions should be focused in taking responsibility and on addressing injustices that occurred during the Lord's Resistance Army War, the Luero Triangle Liberation Struggle, the insurgencies that marred the Teso sub-region, NRA, LRA, the Mukura massacre, the Allied Democratic activities in the Rwenzori sub-region, and the Busoga sub-region also had their share. Cattle wrestling in Karamoja and Teso sub-regions, and the attack on the palace of the king of the Rwenzori, where hundreds lost lives, among others. Salient roles of the RSU, transitional justice. First, we have endeavored to build social cohesion and strengthen community resilience for non-violence among communities. Religious and local leaders in Kasese, the Uganda-DRC Mpondwe border, and the religious leaders from Eastern Congo in partnership with the Interreligious Council of Congo, which they call the Conseil National de Religion Parfois, CNRP in RDC, has been our effort. Secondly, amplifying the voice of the Acholi Religious Leaders Peace Initiative and the Teso Religious Leaders effort to peace and reconciliation at national and international level to address issues of peaceful conflict resolution, reconciliation, and development in northern and northeastern Uganda, respectively. We've also endeavored to provide for financial support to the Teso Religious Leaders effort for peace and reconciliation and the Acholi Religious Leaders Peace Initiative in the past. The funding was intended to enable implementation of activities aimed at promoting transitional justice. Fourth, the Interreligious Council of Uganda has contributed to the building of the capacity of religious leaders in understanding concepts of transitional justice and accompanying them to the stage of implementation of that situation. The RSCU, in partnership with the International Center for Transitional Justice, ICTJ, have specifically carried out regional consultative meetings on transitional justice in the Rwenzori sub-region, Teso sub-region, and Karamoja sub-region. In Kasese, the RSU established a district interfaith and peace committee, bringing together the efforts of CSOs, cultural institutions, district local government, religious and security agencies to ensure the sustainability of peace within that region. This same network has been replied or repeated in other districts within the Rwenzori, Teso, Karamoja, West Nile, and Northern Uganda regions. The RSCU has continuously engaged in strengthening the capacity of these committees to promote dialogue, reconciliation, mediation, and of course, non-violence. High-level advocacy with Parliament and the executive with the aim of promoting reconciliation and policies aimed at promoting transitional justice, respectively. The IRSU engaged in shuttle diplomacy that led to the release of the King of the Rwenzururu. The IRSU is a member of the Peace and Security Systems Resilience under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a framework that has been key in supporting the development of the peace policy and the transitional justice policy. The RSU commissioned and published research for peace building and conflict transformation of the Rwenzori region in 2016. The role of religious institutions in TJ. The Interreligious Council of Uganda opines that religious leaders and their institutions have the following roles in promoting transitional justice. 1, moral guidance and counsel. Religious institutions should provide moral and ethical guidance to communities and individuals affected by conflict or human rights abuses with the intention of attaining forgiveness, reconciliation, healing, and peace. Number 2, advocacy. Religious leaders should advocate for justice, for peace, and reconciliation, using their moral authority to influence public opinion and government policies. Number 3, mediation. Religious leaders can serve as mediators in conflicts, helping to facilitate dialogue and negotiations between parties to promote peaceful resolution. Number 4, support for victims. Religious leaders can also offer spiritual and emotional support to victims of human rights abuses and conflict through helping them to cope with trauma and to rebuild their lives. Number 5, education and awareness. They can also, religious leaders, educate their communities about the importance of transitional justice processes, including truth-telling, accountability, and reparations. Number 6, monitoring and reporting. Religious leaders can help monitor human rights violations and report them to the relevant authorities, contributing to the documentation of abuses and the pursuit of justice. Number 7, reconciliation and healing. We, religious leaders, can promote reconciliation and healing through interfaith dialogue, peace-building initiatives, and community-based reconciliation efforts. Religious leaders can therefore play a very vital role in promoting peace, justice, and reconciliation in societies recovering from conflict or human rights abuses. The Interreligious Council of Uganda welcomes partnerships aimed at implementing the national dialogue and transitional justice. We look forward to working with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in achieving the bigger picture of peace, reconciliation, and nation building. May the Almighty God bless you all, and I thank you for listening to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Apostle Dr. Seroda, for that elaborate presentation. So it's now very clear among all of us that religion and faith is a very powerful tool that we should use, or that we are using, to ensure there's equal opportunities for all. And then it's also very important that there is transition, justice, and action. There should be action. Now, he has also helped us to list the areas that the religious institutions play or can play. So I think the secretary should capture this and see how we distribute to all religious institutions up to grassroots so that they play some of these roles. That will facilitate implementation of the policy. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate. So next, let's have Honorable Komakech. You can give us your input in 5 or so minutes. It's up there.
Is our moderator of this morning, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I was earlier assigned to represent the Archbishop Justice John Baptist Sodama, but later on the program I was adjusted. But nonetheless, on the side of the issues regarding roles of religious leaders, I'll contextualize based on the submission that Pastor Serwada gave to us. I think when you look from the aspects of mediation and conflict resolution, the practice demonstrates to us in Uganda very clearly that religious leaders have been walking the talk very clearly. And for example, what took place in northern Uganda, the conflict in northern Uganda, I always emphasize that many always refer to it as northern Uganda conflict. There has never been a conflict of northern Uganda. It has been conflict in northern Uganda. So if you need to contextualize to understand that what took place in northern Uganda was a national problem that actually exhibited itself in the fields of northern Uganda. And therefore, it is imperative to see that I've been advised to tone down on the religious leaders because he has spoken more on that. But I will just give examples on the areas of mediation. I think you are very clear that the religious leaders exhibited an extraordinary courage on the issues concerning conflicts in northern Uganda and other conflicts. They formed like the Acholi Religious Peace Initiative as part of that component to begin an initiative of having an opportunity to negotiate peace. And I think you all remember the movements in the bushes where religious leaders did that with a lot of courage. They did that. And finally, they ended up meeting Joseph Kony. And if you see the pictures of how they look like, they didn't go with their councils. They went normally, but they met Joseph Kony, talked with him, and Joseph accepted for the first time to sit with the government of Uganda to talk peace. I think that was extraordinary. And then, of course, you remember the trips the religious leaders made to New York, that this issue is not local. This issue is international because there are proxies in some of these wars. And therefore, the only way to engage was also to seek an international audience. In New York, I think you remember that trip of Bishop Ochola of the Anglican Church. Musa Kelil is here. He's there. He was physically in New York. And Archbishop Odama, they went to seek audience with the Security Council, which was a very difficult, very, very difficult process. But they managed to meet members of the Security Council and requested that since this issue is international, why is the UN's voice very, very vague. They demanded for an appointment of a special envoy on the situation of northern Uganda. And all of you are aware that immediately the Secretary General, in agreement with the UN Security Council, appointed Joachim Sisano as a special envoy on the issues of all LRA affected areas. Now, these are contributions of religious leaders. And I think it is very, very clear that on what Pastor said, it is demonstrated in action on what they did. And of course, I would not go a lot more because I've been advised, but I would emphasize one message they left in the Security Council that actually opened up opportunities for what we have today. This is what Archbishop Odama said in the Security Council. I have come here to bring the ears of people who can do something for the cry of their mothers and of their families. There are some of who describe this war as forgotten. For many others, it is the planet's least known conflict. What should I say to the people of Uganda and northern Uganda when I return from New York? That members of the Security Council will continue to remain silent while children are kidnapped, killed, and men and women continue to suffer violent attacks every day. Now, these are words that were clearly spoken to advocate for responses. Indeed, that is what culminated into the appointment of Joachim Sisano. Now, I would like uniquely from the religious side also quote some of the verses in the Bible. I'm not a pastor, but allow me to quote. If you look at, this is just to explain to you how important religious leaders are on pursuit of peace and justice. If I'm to quote from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 5, it is written, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. What does this imply on the roles of religious leaders? It means that we must emphasize the importance of loving God wholeheartedly. Now, in the absence of not loving God is what we see in various conflicts that occur in the world today. Even when you quote from the Quran, it is the same. It explains the same thing. Look at Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. Do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as you love yourself. I am the Lord. What does it mean? We are talking about forgiveness. We are talking about reconciliation. It is very clear. And this verse actually highlights what we call the commandment of love of one's neighbor as oneself, showing compassion, showing kindness, and others as a reflection of our love for God. As Christians, as Muslims, and many others. Do we do this? That is why we see situations of conflict all over, because we break some of these rules that are clearly written. And of course, I would not want to emphasize more. You may look for more, even in the Gospel of Luke. You see that Luke emphasizes the issue of the Father forgiving them. And because they always do not know what they are doing. All this we see in the Bible, in the Quran, and many others. I will not go ahead to quote Ezekiel, many. But I would now switch on to the role of cultural institutions. The role of cultural institutions. I think briefly, before I sit, culture is a very important aspect of life. And cultures have structures. In Uganda, we have coexisted as many, many nations. Of course, all these coexistence were externally interrupted by now what we call the state of Uganda. And we even have a title of this state called Uganda. We would not want to interfere with that. That will be another debate for another day. But I would like to emphasize that by the coming of colonial power, we were all nations. But now we are now many other nations within one state. And therefore, our coexistence is one of the greatest challenges that possibly has seen that state formation in Uganda has been a very difficult process, because various cultural institutions had their way of administering justice. And therefore, in the pursuit of this administering of justice, we have come along to have many challenges that go along with these roles. And for the cultural institutions of Uganda, I think the greatest responsibility, if we look at transitional justice, has been to provide a platform for reconciliation, for healing, and promoting understanding among different communities. I think they have performed this role. They have gone ahead as institutions to ensure that they preserve, they promote traditional practices that we now call traditional justice mechanism in resolving conflicts. If you look at this across board, beginning from Rwenzori, our cultural institutions of that area, of the Bakonjo, are clear. They talk about justice processes. Like the Bakonjo have what they call Eriliacha, if I'm to pronounce with my actual accent. Eriliacha. If you go to West Nile, they talk about other things called Tonikoka. These are practices that are geared towards some of these processes we are talking about today. If you come to Acholi, they are talking about Gombotong, the bending of spears, Cholokuo, Matoput, that is more pronounced, and many understand that. You go to Lango, they are talking about Chuk, and Chuk is the chako. It is the end process of a restorative process, of a reconciliation. You end up they make sure that the meat of the goat that is prepared is burnt to the extent that it becomes charcoal. So you bite that burnt meat, that burnt bones of the goat. That is what they refer to as kaicho. Now, these are processes that are very unique in the administration of justice of the cultural institution. You go to Ankole, they are talking about Oko Karaba. How many Banyankoles are here? Oko Karaba. I always hear more pronouncement of Matoput than these others that are all over.
Honorable, you have short your time.
In Buganda, it's all practice. So as I overshoot my time, I begin to descend to conclude by this. That time immemorial, cultural institutions have played very, very critical roles on administration of justice, to the extent that even their contribution of transitional justice is immense. And actually, because of this, we are beginning to see that if the new law is enacted, the government of Uganda has appreciated in the policy the acknowledgement on the role of traditional justice. And that means that if the new law is passed, we shall have, for the first time since independence and the coming of the common law, to appreciate our community justice mechanism to be part of the jurisprudence that was so exclusive of our norms and values. Now, for me, I take this as the beginning of our cultural independence, that when the TJ Act is passed, Uganda will be a destination for benchmark, because we shall have an hybrid jurisprudence that gives the common law the space, that gives our traditional justice mechanism the space. And the two will be working alongside each other in a retributive manner, in a restorative manner. Uganda will have the richest mechanism to administer justice. For me, that is how I look at it. And I think as we talk later in another panel, I will be emphasizing how this is important for the region and for Africa. Let me stop here. Because of time, I cannot continue to do other things. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now, Honorable has quoted for us the verses. God-fearing, don't revenge. And we are all religious. So what has gone wrong? Very powerful message. Thank you very much. You have also told us we have our cultures. They are supposed to be a uniting factor, but we are fighting within, destroying ourselves within. So what has gone wrong? So that's a very strong message. Thank you very much, Honorable Komake. Now, let's listen to Mr. Bernard Mujuni. You have 3 minutes. I know you always keep time, so give us each in 3 minutes. Yeah, you are going to give us the perspective of the ministry. What is the ministry doing in this area? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Today, I was again lucky that my permanent secretary requested me to put on his shoes. I had come with mine to office. I had to fidget. So if you see anything oversized to me, you know that it was just by convenience, including shoes or anything. My role today is to elaborate on the marriage of convenience, which is being sanctified both by the cultural leaders and religious leaders in the way we work as a ministry. In that the two institutions are very long-term close partners, that they get even subventions from our releases, our budgets. And so you can see it's that bond which we cannot underrate. But also to say that I was lucky yesterday. I was here as a son. Today I'm here as a father. It's good that this conference is ending today, because I would have said Holy Spirit tomorrow, and then what else would I be? So I will stop at yesterday being a son, today being a father, and leave the Holy Spirit out of the equation. The law regulates the institution that regulates the cultural leaders is the Institution of Cultural Leaders Act. The Interreligious Council of Uganda also gets subvention from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and they are doing good work. You see, we shouldn't look on at transitional justice, but in a broader sense, that they have contributed to the development in this country. You talk about HIV/AIDS mitigation and the rate going down, it's because of these two institutions. They have played a very, very fundamental role. And definitely, there are principles that govern this kind of arrangement. First of all, both cultural and religious leaders have the moral acceptability by the society. You don't need any other law, actually. They stand and you must listen to what they say. They foster inclusion, equal opportunities for all, and they are the embodiment of our identity, norms, and values. I once had a challenge, people coming up saying, what are our norms? But even we went ahead to set norms and values for this country. And therefore, they lead even the whole country in praying, in coming together, in reconciliation, and so in healing. And that's what every human being needs. There's no any other medicine than that kind of social support. equity in diversity. Both cultural and religious leaders provide the landscape for harmonious coexistence. We work with them in as far as they have provided access to land for communities, for investors, for peace, for conflict resolution, for refugees. And this was even echoed yesterday. And so we cherish this kind of value proposition. Gender equality. Cultural and traditional leaders are at the forefront of gender equality. And you remember very well how Mama Betty Bigombe was received by both parties during the transition, during the negotiation processes. I don't think Dr. Moki would have managed that role. With the due respect to all your skills in policy processes, Mama Betty Bigombe played a very, very important role. So the role of women, the role of people with disabilities, the role of children, the role of youth is amplified by religious and cultural leaders, and we don't underrate this function. Of course, you know that we have over 1.5 million refugees, and these ones are staying within the communities where the values, where the cultural values, where the churches, where the mosques exist. And they play a very important role, even in enhancing security of the communities. And this, we cannot discount this very important function in the transitional justice. Of course, if they say no to a government development program like PDM or Women Entrepreneurship Program or enhancing growth opportunities for women or grow or youth livelihood program or any other program of the government, it won't go anywhere. And so we cherish this kind of convenience in terms of fostering development and inclusion and support for government programs. And His Excellency has been very kind. I know, you know, his gifts they don't go without being noticed, and he appreciates. But much more important is about community development and mobilization and empowerment to demand for social accountability, to root out the evil and the vice of corruption and exclusion. You see, Uganda loses 3% of our GDP because of exclusion and discrimination. And the moment you listen on this burden by helping the young people to be more, to focus on productive avenues, to make sure you mitigate on the effect of drugs and substance abuse and alcohol, things which are eating up our social fabric, then the religious and cultural leaders will deliver their mandate in the transitional process. Things like prostitution and, which leads to the spread of, increased levels of HIV/AIDS. So the cultural leaders and religious leaders play a very, very important role. We are proud of that responsibility. And then, of course, previous speakers talked about the sanctity of upholding our constitution and good governance. They speak truth to power, important aspect that you cannot find anywhere. A few people who have tried to speak truth to power have had some challenges, but religious and cultural leaders, they speak truth to power. In their prayers, there's a time when we were at Kololo and one sheikh, instead of a prayer, delivered a very tough speech. And it was acceptable. There was nothing else. But, I mean, that's how acceptable they are. A prayer can be a very, very important speech. Social accountability, redressing imbalances in our society, peace and reconciliation. Previous speakers have talked about this. And upholding and holding parliamentarians accountable to make sure they speak for the communities they represent. Religious and cultural leaders have this unique mandate. And there has been aspect of wobbling here and there, and where you question whether members of parliament are speaking the voice from the grassroots or there are other issues. But then I will not again echo the fact that we expect them to hold the government and other structures accountable in rooting out corruption, but it is the most difficult task. And we are losing our young people to vices of substance abuse. And it's a scary vice. No one is coming out to hold it, to confront the young people, to be more productive, to be more competitive. Uganda is outcompeted in terms of labor productivity because of not focusing on young people in terms of labor productivity. They are shining away, they are running away. And in the transitional justice mechanisms, you've had the young people, the Ogus coming out. That's a deficit in terms of contributing to community development. Then they go for crimes. They cut out a niche as criminals. And then because of identity crisis, they become a social letdown and a social challenge. So the religious leaders and cultural leaders have this unique role of embracing these people as part of the community and creating avenues for enhancing harmony and a sense of belonging. But of course, national dialogue is very, very important in some of the issues which they identify. But we say that this should not be done at the expense of recognizing fundamental human rights. Thank you so much. I hope I'm within the time limit. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sabina Mujuni. You have given us what the ministry is doing by also emphasizing what the religious and cultural institutions do. Thank you very much for that. Now we are going to listen to Dr. Frank Weiss, who is going to give us the discussion of all the presentations. So if you could make it in 6 minutes, so that we also get feedback from the audience, the remaining time. Thank you very much, sir.
My name is Frank Nabuiso. I have not come here to represent anybody except the voiceless people in Uganda. I was privileged to be a broadcaster on Radio Uganda in 1962 to 63. I was also privileged to serve as the secretary of the NRM, external wing, based in Nairobi in 1984-86, and to attend the peace talks in August, December 1985. The peace talks were chaired by President Arap Moi with his vice president, Mwai Kibaki, and the peace talks were between NRM, led by Museveni, President Museveni now, and Tito Lutwa, who was the president at that time. Since I was the secretary to the peace talks, I remember clearly that after we had signed the peace accord on 17th December 1985, 10 days later, we in the NRM abrogated the accord. We gave all sorts of excuses, but it was very clear that we are not interested in reconciliation with the fellow Ugandans. Later, I served as Vice Chancellor of Soga University, which had already emerged as an attractive institution of higher learning in the East African community. So I have come here to look at the larger questions in this problem of transitional justice. I get the impression that we will keep on skirting around the problem if we do not address the real cause of political instability in this country. The British ruled us for only 6 years. But I have not come across information which suggests that under British colonial rule, there were these traumatic experiences that we are going through now. To me, it seems that we are the causes of our own problem. Recently, somebody who wrote a book called A State of Blood in Uganda, that is the late Henry Chamber, stimulated myself, to ask questions about myself. Has Uganda stopped from being a state of blood? For those of you who are listening to me, who is causing these problems? Is it the ordinary peasant in Uganda, in the Acholi region, or in the Busoga, or in other places? The causes of these problems are our national leaders. And we usually fear to talk about them. I have convinced myself that the major causes of injustice, conflicts, and political instability, which have existed in Uganda since 1962, have emanated from the following: abrogation and unreasonable amendments of our national constitution, belief in gun rule, ethnic and sectarian interests, vote rigging, and fear to speak out by our leaders in different fields. The late April Milton Obote will always be remembered for abrogating the 1962 Constitution and relying on gunmen. Amin will never be forgiven for ruling our country for more than 8 years without a clearly written constitution. President Museveni may also not be forgotten for having caused a very elaborate constitution to be written and promulgated in October 1995, only to destroy it by removing presidential and age limit articles in 2005 and 2017, respectively. Since 1966, our country has depended largely on gun rule. There is no need to re-emphasize that Obote depended on Amin to survive in power, and that it was Amin who deposed him. We should not repeat stories about how Amin was overthrown by military men. We should also remember that Obote too was overthrown by gunmen. We are also not surprised today when an army general has already started campaigning to be the president before resigning from UPDF. Until we creating a state of blood, sustaining a state of blood in our own country? Is it foreigners? Obote failed to reconcile with the Baganda from 1966, chiefly because some of the people around him persuaded him to remain hostile and teach Baganda a lesson. Amin gave a lot of power to some people from his sub-region, West Nile, in the army, and attempted to empower them economically after the expulsion of Asians in August 1972. When I was a member of parliament for Kagoma County in the 7th parliament, a secret document was brought to me. And I took it to parliament and laid it on the speaker's table. The document stated, among other things, that some 77 people had met in Ankole sub-region and decided to remain in power for 50 years and to do other things which I cannot mention here. These actions have creating two nations in Uganda. The nation of a few rich persons who live extravagant lives without caring about the ordinary people. Whenever I'm in Kampala, I traveled by border. And I have to pray every morning to God to allow me reach safely. I just want you to think about what Kampala is going to be in the next 5 years. Are we going to have a decent transporting system here? Then we have also the other nation of the large majority, the poor persons or the wretched of the earth. The fear to speak out on the culture of silence is rampant. Our leaders in different fields in this country, including religious leaders, are not able to speak against the rulers of this country. But I want to thank you, Justice Ogola, for having spoken out when you were in the court system. And you have continued to do so. What we are seeing today, we are seeing some religious people who, if they organize conferences in Kampala, they will never invite opposition leaders to speak at those conferences. During the Amin regime, by the way, I'm not really condemning you, doctors. I mean, what you said. I'm also a son of a catechist, a lay reader in the Anglican Church, who was getting 3 shillings per month, but managed to help me, by the grace of God, to get where I am today. It appears I'm the oldest person here, but I can't tell you how old I am because the Constitution removed age limit. During Amin regime, some Anglican church leaders courageously condemned him for his excesses, for killing Archbishop Rum, whom the British have made a saint, while we in Uganda are just looking. Similarly, some Anglican bishops told Obote the same during his second regime. But in the last 38 years, both the bishops in Anglican and Catholic churches, plus the Islamic community, and many Pentecostal churches have not protested anything to President Museveni. Instead, we have seen car gifts and yellow envelopes being given to bishops by the president. It is not a national policy to do that. Parliament has not allotted the money for that, but you know the reasons. We have a situation where we have a growing number of PhD holders. The PhD I'm talking about is permanent hypocrites and deceptionists. The people who praise our leaders deceptively. So PhD praise him or her deceptively. We are not talking about PhDs where people seek humility and diligence. So this question, these issues, once again have made me ask these questions. What is the real meaning of transitional justice? Transition from where to where? Do we have specific indicators to bring back our country to good governance? And how long would that take? To me, the first step in our long journey to transitional justice should be to return the presidential and the age limits into our constitution. And also trim other powers of the president, like appointing judges and members of the Electoral Commission. Ugandans are a nation which is shameless. We are shameless people. We have examples to copy from Kenya, Tanzania, and so on. But we fold our arms. We don't speak out. We attend these conferences, hoping to be invited to other conferences. But when you change a constitution, just anyhow, what do you expect? The constitution should also bar all presidents from appointing their relatives to significant jobs in the country. I think Uganda is the only country today where we have ministers who are closely related to the president. When you look at other African countries, you don't see that picture. We need another revolution here. I'm not saying a military revolution, but a revolution of Ugandans who are determined to change this country. I used to be regional education officer of the IPPF based in Africa. I traveled to many countries. I also served as an associate professor at the University of North Carolina. I was their regional representative in Africa. The greatest problem I saw was population growth, uncontrolled population growth. We have so many people. Africa, according to the NRM manifesto of 20, the current NRM manifesto, Africa has over 1.3 billion people. But France, which has only 66 million, has more wealth than the 1.3 billion Africans. You see, for us, we don't discuss these issues. You cannot just continue breeding more people when you have not planned for them. At independence time, we were 7 million. Today, we are nearing 50 million. And in 27 years' time, we'll be over 100 million people. So, if you look forward with the more critical eyes, where will transition, what role will transitional just play in the next 27 years? Lastly, according to, and this was after the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, we were friends in the parliament. We used to talk a lot. Later, he told me to read the book of Romans, very clear, saying it sets out how countries should be governed and why leaders must at all times be accountable even to the ordinary peasants. So I have humbly decided to give you this, to quote this. It is high time to awake out of sleep. For now, our salvation is nearer than the hopes we had in the past. The night is fast spent. The day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness and let us put on the armor of light. In 1962, when I was a broadcaster, I attended the ceremony when we were given independence. There were millions of people with the hope.
So, Doctor, are you concluding now?
Yes, with the hopes about the future. What has happened? The late Kakoma told me that he was even unhappy that we could not sing his national anthem properly, because the first stanza is la 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 so mi do, but for us we sing it so do mi do or Uganda. So if people cannot even sing the anthem correctly, lastly, I've come here with a book written by a young lawyer from Ankole. It is called Liars and Their Accomplices. People who spend time telling lies. I think it is high time that Ugandans speak the truth. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a more round of applause. Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. You have really given us a lot of information that needs to be taken seriously. One, we should stop blaming others. We are the causes of our problems. We all speak the truth. I don't know how many will speak the truth from today. Because they always tell us we start our meetings with a prayer. God guide us, but throughout the meeting we lie, like you said. So it's a really very big problem. And then the issue of population is also a very serious matter. We actually becoming more than necessary. It's a very strong point. We need to take it seriously. When you reach 100, I don't know how we shall be grabbing food from each other, because with the hungry people, you cannot just eat when they are watching. So it's a very serious matter that we need to take into account. So thank you very much. So can we give another round of applause to my panelists? Yeah, so before I hand over, I would like Mr. Seruda to say something in 1 minute.
I requested for an opportunity to take 1 minute, and I'm going to do it. It's only to recognize the presence of the people that came with me on behalf of the Inter-Religious Council. And I would like to mention Sheikh Musa Khalil, Regional Assistant Mufti of Northern Uganda, who is also Vice Chairperson of the for the School of Religious Peace and Initiative, wherever he does that. So you're welcome, Sheikh Khalil. I was under a little bit of pressure to keep the 3 minutes. I was not able to mention your name. I also want to now mention in a special way, Justice Canon James Ogola. You came here in your own capacity, but we still recognize you as part of our leadership as chairperson of the Elders Forum of Uganda, which is an initiative of the Inter-Religious Council. So, sir, you're also very much welcome, and I thank you. Thank you all. I also have a technical committee here that's scattered everywhere. Wherever you are, if you come from IRCU, please stand up for just recognition. And then that's one. Oh, just you. Okay. John Osapiri is a lawyer by profession and is taking care of all our technical needs here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us start by putting our hands together for the chair of the session. It has been such a balanced session. And thank you so much, the panelists. We are not going to have plenary on this. We thought we needed to combine 2 sessions so that we have a reaction, because time seems to be chasing us seriously. And in the interest of time, let's have a working tea. Let's not break off for tea. Let's go one by one, get a cup of tea as the discussions are going on. Coming on is one of the most important sessions we really need. It was a round table, but we thought we need to bring it plenary so that we all get a feel of this. And this one is the enhancing victim-driven transitional justice processes. How could we ensure inclusivity and a victim-centered approach to TJ? How do we make TJ processes accessible to victims and affected communities? What are the lessons learned and the best practices? The chair for this session is Mr. Jesse Magero. I request that you take your position, and the panelists invite them, but still we need to observe time. So at our own small convenience, let us not go en masse so that the presenters don't think they are presenting to the empty hall. So we can take our time and have our tea. Once again, we are privileged to have our honorable judges, Justice Duncan Gaswaga, thank you so much. Justice Alice Komhanji, thank you so much. We also have, as I had said, Honorable Winnie Chiza is with us. I will be continuing to mention as we continue to talk. So let me hand over.
Thank you, our MC, Master of Ceremony, for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, our dear participants. Thank you for keeping the energy high, even as we break for tea and continue with this important session on enhancing victim-driven transitional justice processes. I would like to invite my distinguished panelists, Mr. John Keshon Muhindo from Creations Forum Africa. Thank you for coming all the way from Kasese. Thank you. I'd like to invite Ms. Stella Lanam from the War Victims and Children's Networking Organization. Ms. Stella, please come and take your seat. I'd like to invite Ms. Angela Lako from Watieki. You're welcome to come and take your seat. Ms. Harriet Adong, she here? I'd like to welcome Council Komakech Kilama to also come and take his seat. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a rich panel here in terms of practical experiences working with victims. So you're going to get a rich blend of people who are on ground, people who are also in the courtroom, and people who are really fighting for the voices of the voiceless. So I'll take my seat with the panelists. And each panelist, you're going to have 5 minutes to answer. I'll send a question to you as you take the podium. But please use the time accordingly. And if you see me looking at you in a certain way, you know that I'm trying to warn you about time, okay? So when you see me trying to warn you about time, please make sure that you wrap up so that we all have ample time to share and also to hear from the audience because they may have questions they want to pose to each one of you. So we'll start with, we'll start in the courtroom. Counsel KK, so known famously as the mega lawyer. We're going to ask about your experiences. You'll just briefly introduce yourself for the audience. Some people were not here yesterday.
Sorry, 1 minute. There is this improved version of the policy, transitional justice policy. And we thank those who have tried to summarize it. Coalition for Action. Then we have Norwegian Embassy and UN Women. If you have this clearly takes you through the process of the policy. And I also want to take this chance to introduce Honorable Ogon Silas, Chair of Northern Uganda Parliamentary Forum. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you. You're welcome, Honorable Agon. We're happy to have you here. So Council KK, please take the podium and share with us what have been some of the successes and challenges as you've been representing the victims in the case that you'll tell us about.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you already heard, my name is Henry Kilama Kumakech. I'm counsel for victims in the Core Yellow case. And I do have a lot of stuff to talk about myself, and I'll just say I'm a lawyer of about 20 years of standing. The rest you can find out. I'm a very simple person with a very simple profile. but very difficult at times when you meet and you engage. I'm always speaking the truth at times, which is very uncomfortable, but I always try my best, and it's always in the best interest of everyone. You may be surprised, not a list of the guests to speak, but I'm used to this because most times I'm lifted from down to the upper echelons, which is okay. It's fine for me. So today I was privileged to have been invited to speak, and you know that I've been ambushed, so whatever it is, but I'm used to it as well. What's my experience as counsel for victims? Originally, my training was for defense in the core yellow case. I avoided it many times, but people thought I merited. They kept on asking me to come for meetings and to get that training. So I trained for defense, but then later the issue of victims came up, and I was in Gulu, but I saw a letter coming from Kampala. I don't know how I was chosen, and I asked them that I hope you didn't choose me only by the fact that I speak Acholi. Yeah, because I'm a lawyer, yes, but also maybe by the fact that I speak Acholi. I hope I was able to present something as counsel victims. My first engagement or first assignment was to look at the indictment. When I saw the indictment, the original indictment didn't have expressly sexual and gender-based crimes. So I advised and we discussed with the prosecution team that there's need to do an amendment of the indictment to cover that aspect of sexual and gender-based crimes, if at all there are any alleged crimes, without going, of course, into the merit of the case. So we had an argument back and forth, and as has been a practice, counsel for victims have always been a quote-unquote a problem in prosecutions, even at the ICC. And I had the privilege of sharing my experience with Luke Weilen, who is the first counsel for victims in the Thomas Banga case. He also had a lot of difficulties at the start because the prosecution looks at you with suspicion, the defense also looks at you with suspicion. So you have to play that balancing act. So we almost went physical fight to include sexual and gender-based crimes on the indictment. Thank God there was some inclusion of those crimes. Two, we struggled a lot about counseling and social support for the victims and the witnesses. Some people were not supporting that aspect because it was new to our justice system. Thank God, many times people broke down, but I was vindicated in the end because I'd warned them before that at times there's need to have these victims and witnesses supported. Thank God now the registrar has been able to provide that support with the help of different groups, FGTI, Regional Project, and different ASF and other groups to be able to have people on standby to do the counseling. So it's like a struggle approach. It's been a struggle approach because it's a new aspect, and many times we lawyers are a bit conservative. We take some time to take on new things. And one of the challenges we're having now is the aspect of no proper law. The rules are there, but unlike human rights cases, you cannot pick anything in a criminal case. The rules are a bit strict. So once you get a positivist judge, they might end up throwing up. There's nothing like activism, yeah? But I think at the start of the case, we had the victim's participation, a ruling by the pretrial judge. I think she had to really, really go a long way to make that ruling on participation of victims. And some people criticized that from the bench. Some judges were saying, look, you just smuggled the victims through the window into the courtroom. So, but she did it. And we thank Honorable Justice, Lady Justice Susan Kolanyi. At the start of the case, I remember in 2010, when they just started the core yellow case, there was a lot of excitement from the NGOs, CSOs, but that steam is going down. And that affects victims and victims' counsel. In Uganda, we're all hustling, and it's important that somebody gives you an extra support in terms of technical support, financial, and all that. So for us, we're struggling. Yes, CSOs have helped us, ASF, redress, but I think there's more need, like especially amicus. Nobody's interested in doing an amicus, for example, from NGOs. The law has been clear now. Originally, when we started practice, the courts were silent about amicus. But now with this, the Mbabazi case, I think now courts, people can bring amicus briefs. So I think the CSO should be able to help where there's need for that and bring in amicus to help sort of fine tune different aspects of the proceedings. On my part, and with my colleague Jane, I don't know where she's in here now, Jane Amoti, we have done our best. We have made applications which we are supposed to file, but all of them have implications. That's why we're taking a bit of time. But I know by 1st of March, all applications will be in, we shall throw it to the judges and the lordships to see and sort out. My plea to the CSOs that if the judges and the lordships come up with some kind of observations, please take charge, especially when it comes to issues of interim reliefs and other aspects that help victims. Because all this trial are supposed to protect the rights of the accused person as well as being victim-centered.
Council KK,
yes.
I'm objecting because you are overshooting on time. So if you could kindly summarize some more. You've given us so far two challenges, the lacuna in the law, and also the need for some extra support. If you could summarize the remaining challenges and then give us practical recommendations. What do you want the policymakers to take forward? What do you want the judicial officers to think about?
One of the aspects that I request everyone to have is, first of all, to have an open mind. This being a new area of the law, we must be able to have an open mind and be able to conceive and receive new ideas. Because once we block ourselves the old system of practice, then there's nothing going to happen in this case. Because you know this yellow case is going to help other cases that are before the court and even other regions in Africa and East Africa and maybe other countries. So my recommendation now is that one, we should try and put victims in groups. CSOs must be able to put victims in groups to be able to present their case. We have to really struggle to bring some victims on board in this conference. At least I had to really push for about 2 people who are coming from victim communities. So that we should consciously do that to be able to have those victims in groups. Then 2, I still request for more trainings for judges, defense, and prosecution and victims counsel in this aspect. Because at every stage, now we're going to the defense, there's a prima facie case. What happens during that proceeding? I was lucky to have friends around that I throw emails to help me, guide me. Those who have been in the proceedings with the ICC. But that's not enough. I think we should be able to do that and train the judges to understand how victims can participate at this stage. And then we should provide regular updates in terms of outreach. That's very important, because if we don't know what the victims want, then we cannot present something else for them, because it's not about the proceedings in court, but at least to know what the victims feel about a particular aspect. And of course, we need to give victims courage. Like the last year, Pagak never had a memorial service for 19 years. We had to push them and say, look, we're throwing you into the swimming pool, try and swim. They were able to celebrate or commemorate the killings in Pagak last year. I know this year is going to be better. So I think we need to encourage more victims to be able to have the issues raised before the courts and even before other CSOs. Lastly, I think all of us should be able to put our attention to these cases that are before the ICD, because it's our baby. We must be able to advance it. I think we should revive the core year initiative by CSOs and also give us advice, or even to the judges, to the prosecution, the defense, to be able to have a good case. So in the future, we can learn more. On my part and with my colleague Jane, as for victims, we are ready to throw it at their lordships, whatever we have, then the rest can come out by way of rulings and the matters will be settled. That's my undertaking, and I hope things will work out well. We hope that by the end of this year, this case should be off from the record of the court unless it goes to another court. That's our undertaking as lawyers for victims and the part of this team that is on board. I thank you very much for listening to me. I'll be available for questions if they give us a time to answer some questions. Thank you very much.
And a round of applause for Council KK. Thank you, Council, for those elaborate submissions. In summary, he has said, in terms of recommendations, that there's need for continuous training for the legal practitioners, judicial officers, and also to support the International Crimes Division of the High Court so that it can live up to its potential. So thank you, Council, for those recommendations. I'm sure the policymakers herein and the various actors will take them forward. Next on the panel, I would like to invite Ms. Stella Lanam. Please take the podium. Ms. Stella is going to tell us about what does it mean, because we have been talking a lot about the term victim-centered transitional justice. Sometimes when you use the term for so many occasions, it becomes like a cliche. So tell us from your experience with the organization you're leading, the War Victims and Children's Networking, what is the understanding of victim-centered transitional justice, and how can it become a reality in Uganda?
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm called Lanam Stella Angel. I am a director of the War Victims and Children Networking. I thank organizer to inviting me for this wonderful workshop. Thank you so much, really. I'm going to tell brief of my background. I am one of the girl being adoption in Northern Uganda. To take me when I was only 10 years, I stayed for 8 years to 9. Then I came back with one child. My role today about the transitional justice policy, how the policy can include the victims and community involved. To my understanding, if Uganda wanted peace into the country or East Africa, they must put the victims in the transitional justice policy, even community. Why am I saying this? Since gun silent, victims, they came back home, we did not feel that we are victims. That's why we are advocate for our rights into the country. And transitional justice policy, we wanted government in the different sitting for making budget, they have to include victims, both grassroots up to up, including community too. And also this policy, they have to translate in the different language, what the people can understand, what is about this law. Because in the grassroots, most of the people, they don't know, including victims. They are hearing transitional justice policy. What is the transitional justice policy? So my appeal to the government and the parliament, they have to translate in the different language of this country. And also, if we are talking about the transitional justice policy, I want to assure the government and the different NGOs and the donor. This law has taken a long time and the victims are dying. Right now, I'm talking, we have 36 victims who are making suicide because of their hard life. 5 children, they are supposed to go to school, but because of the hard life, they are making suicide. Is it we have justice? If we are talking about reconciliations, can we now talk it about when the people are going in the hard life into the country? My appeal to the government, if we want a transitional justice policy, should work as a document, as a reconciliations. You will not do reconciliation to the person who sleeping hunger is still having a wound in her body, is still having the bullet in her body. Can Uganda think that that person, he will accept reconciliation? That is my appeal to all Uganda. And also secondly, our community, the government didn't address them to take them back into the society. That is why the stigma is still in this up to now. How can Transitional Justice Policy assure that at least the government change the mindsets of community to accept the victims when the rebels come to pick the victims? Community has been crying, our mothers, our fathers. But since we came back home, no one wanted the victims. They all think that we do bad things into the country. Yes, we have been trained to use the gun to protect ourselves. If we did not be trained, you will not even see some of us here. Many die in captivities, but thank God some of us came back for the benefit of this country.
Stella, you can start reaching the conclusion.
I'm going to wind up. The time you give is short, but I will manage. Right now, I'm talking about our children, most of our children, because of the hard life, they are in the street. Schooling has started, our children, they are in the street. We have senior 4, the result is out, they will not go back to school. Some of our children, they complete P7, they are just at home, including my child. Did country have peace, really? How can we ensure that also Uganda have peace? We've not forgotten, I like to thank Honorable Liando so much, really. He's been together with us. I've been moving in Parliament 10 times. There is one day I said, Speaker, I will not pass out unless you have the answer for the victims in this country. I rejected to come out from the Parliament. Our late Speaker, may so rest in peace. If it is alive up to today, at least some of this answer we are going to see. Honorable Winnie Kiza, you've been with us for many years in Parliament. You said, you come back again? I say, yes. What we wanted, we want this Parliament. They have to give us livelihood support. And from this Parliament, we want Parliament should put urgent fund for the victims. We don't know when the Parliament are going to pass this bill, but we request members of Parliament who are here, put urgent fund for the victims into the country. We're not forgetting Mama Elizabeth Luanga. Thank you so much, really. You have been my mom. Especially my child in the school, the child I come with from captivities. Thank you so much. Organizer, ICTJ, thank you so much always for having the heart for the victims. Referee Law Project, we are 10 years with you people. Thank you so much. I don't know how to say it, including ASF. They are always for us. If also government, he put hand like civil society, they are putting hand for making sure that we are involved in the different meetings. By now, we are just coming to say, government, thank you for welcoming us. I don't have much to say. Government, please, my request, see us with a right hand. Put us in a different budget in this country. We are still have war if you don't involve victims into into the different projects, into Uganda, into the parliament. We want peace, we don't want violence. But if the government don't put us somewhere, we are still have war into the country. Thank you.
A round of applause for Stella. Thank you for that passionate presentation. In summary, she said three main things regarding how the transitional justice process can be more victim inclusive. She mentioned translation of the national transitional justice policy, not just in English, but now in the local languages where the main beneficiaries are to receive it. Secondly, legislation to pass the policy into law. In addition to that, a fund. We do know that there was a parliamentary resolution in 2014 about a special fund for victims of war. So realization of that. Honorable Egon Silas, we see you. We know you are representing the Greater North Parliamentary Forum and your other colleagues. We pray that you take this forward. So next on our next presenter, I would like to invite Mr. John Keshon Muhindo. We've been talking a lot about transitional justice, but we always need to remember that the questions of transitional justice are not just a Northern Uganda issue, but it's an issue that concerns all of us as a country. Indeed, there has been reference to a research done by the Refugee Law Project, which documented 125 conflicts faced all over this country. So this morning, we are privileged to have Mr. John Keshon Muhindo, all the way from Creations Forum Africa in Kasese. Mr. John Keshon, you're going to share with us what has been the experience of Creations Forum Africa, working in the Rwenzori region, in working for peace. What are some of the challenges and how can we go forward?
Thank you so much. My name is John Keshon, as he has mentioned. So I come here specifically to speak about what we call the national transitional justice, because sometimes what has been happening is that we call it national transitional justice, and then we forget ourselves and all the examples maybe we give, in the northern Uganda, Konyi, and some of us who are direct victims of the same issues in other areas, and is it national? So I come here to give you the other side of the story, that apart from just northern Uganda, we also have other areas that have suffered from transitional justice issues. And I think for Kasese or for the Rwenzori region, maybe we are second to northern Uganda. And this is how I think we are. Number one, Frank was talking about how we are responsible for our own issues, and he tried to downplay the issue of the historical injustices or what the colonialists did. But our issues in the Rwenzori region emanate from the historical issues that were carved by the British. So the British played communities against each other, and in so doing, some communities were marginalized. So in the Rwenzori, we have a question of the historical injustice as it emanates from the colonial injustices. One community was empowered against the other communities. And so by 1917, for us, we were already in rebellion, what we call the Vayara Rebellion. And 3 or 5 of our people were murdered and buried in a single grave. And up to today, it is still a serious issue, because for us, we don't bury 3 people in a single grave. So this is just to underline that our issues are historical. They have come from far. Whatever you always see in Kasese happening today, that's from the colonial times. And because of these same historical injustices, in 1962 to 1982, you had a 20-year rebellion, which you call the Rwenzori movement. The 20-year rebellion were communities against each other, but was also because the people of the region felt marginalized and somehow wanted to even attempt something they called a secession, like move away from this thing called Uganda, because the Uganda then was not giving anything to us. That's why some of you have heard about this thing called the IRA. It has some historical issues because in the 60s to 82, people did not feel Ugandan enough that they attempted a state of their own. Some of them were arrested in Rwanda as they attempted to go to the African Union, the African OAU, to try and negotiate for a country of their own because they felt marginalized by the state of Uganda. So you have a 10-year bitterness, 10 years of conflict, 10 years of killing each other from 62 to 82. And then because of the failing to deal with that historical issues, even when the British left, they left a commission of inquiry which documented these issues and put them and laid them on the table for the post-independence government, but we failed to deal with these issues. So that's why, again, even in 1989 to 1994, you had another rebellion that were exploiting the same historical issues. The combatants of the 1989 to 1994, some of the remnants are the same people that in 1996 formed what we call ADF. And as much as you know, ADF has been with us since 1996 up to date. You still remember the massacres as recent as last year of schools being burnt to ashes. You still remember Kichwamba being burnt to ashes. You still remember the abduction of children of St. John's Seminary. You still remember that by the period of the ADF, the test situation of ADF, more than half of the population of individual were in camps. So what we have suffered in this part of the region is as similar as has happened in the north. You can't forget 2014 and you can't forget 2016 because all of you in this room, you remember what happened in 2016. You remember the attack on the palace where over 200 were killed, 200 others, including the king, arrested and taken to prison 200 kilometers away from their homes, and only after 7 years released on something which is called amnesty, which is not very clear. We don't know what this amnesty is about. So even issues to do with amnesty have to be clear to us so that people can understand. Is there still a law around amnesty? Because we are told that this thing expired. So in short, because we are given little time, in terms of recommendation, Mr. Jesse, one of the people that were sent to the region to find out some of the issues recommended what we call a truth-telling and reconciliation commission. This was a Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Kajura, recommended a truth-telling and reconciliation commission for the region. I think this is something that we can do. It is not hard to do. We should do it. We also have, I think, also recommend that we can do reparations for victims and ex-combatants, including those of as recent as 2016. The one is Uganda down in broad daylight. How do you think they are coping? How do you think their children are coping? How do you think the women are coping? They have they are not going to school. This is another build-up to another rebellion if we just do nothing and hold our hands and think that the region has settled. So let's do something around that. But also, for the region, recognize the pain that we have gone through. Don't make us look like 10th issue or 11th issue. I think we are second to the north if we are not even first in terms of the suffering. So as a country, let's recognize what the Rwenzori has gone through. And in some way, we can do a program that is very comprehensive for the region. For example, that was done something like in South, something like PRDP. I think the region needs that. But as I conclude, I think we also need to do something clear about the amnesty. I think it is something that we need to address in the transitional justice because we are just giving out everyone you arrest, then keep him in prison for some time, and then it's okay. You say sorry, then you go back home, and there's no clear framework for it. So let's work on the law around amnesty. And finally, because Jesse has not yet said I'm overshooting, I hope I won't. again, the recent victims, the ones of 2016, the ones of 2014, 200 that were killed had children, had wives. 200 that you took to prison for 7 years. They have issues. Some of them came back and they found their wives had already married, had got their parents, relatives had sold their land. These are just issues. They require our attention to know that there is something we can do for the region. It doesn't need a lot. It needs our commitment as a country and recognize the first place that all the rebellions that have happened in our area emanated from a single fact that the people in that area felt marginalized. They were left out of the 1962 Constitution as we gained independence, and the only time they felt included is 1995 when they were put in the Ugandan Constitution. Otherwise, these issues you keep hearing, these people attempting a state, is because in the past they never felt recognized. And even feeling recognized and addressing some of these issues, we said it sometimes doesn't require a lot of money. It simply also means us sometimes even a sorry, even saying sorry that we know that these things happen is good enough for people to know that they are now feeling included. Otherwise, you can do all the development work, you can do everything. But as long as you have people who in their hearts feel excluded, it will remain until the legal, from generation to generation, they will be told that Uganda didn't like them. Thank you.
Thank you, John Cation. He has done what they call a surgery on the issue. It is true the time is limited, but in a nutshell, he has said that the historical injustices in the Rwenzori region are what have been the seed of most of this conflict that we're experiencing that side of the country. And he has also given potential solutions. So he has not just left us hanging. He has talked about what about a particular development program to that region, the same way we had some for northern Uganda. He has made reference to the Kajura Commission. So there's already documented evidence of some of this that is already ongoing. He has raised the issue of the amnesty. I will not comment on the amnesty because they are more competent colleagues in this room. We'll comment on the amnesty question. But he has talked about the potential of truth-telling, the potential of public apologies, acknowledgements of what was done wrong, and how they can contribute to the healing. So once again, why don't we give a hand clap to Mr. John Cation Muhindo. And as I welcome the next speaker, Miss Angela Lako, please take the podium. Miss Angela Lako leads an organization known as Watiekigen. She's going to tell us a bit more about her experience as a leader of that organization. But even most importantly, she will tell us some of the more practical ways that the transitional justice processes in this country can be more inclusive, and she'll share some of her experiences from other jurisdictions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to the organizer of this event. I see that they've really tried their best to bring also people from the grassroots level to the top, and I'm happy for that. Yeah. My name is Atim Angela Lako. I head a community-based organization called Watiekigen. Watiekigen means we have hope. So what we have done right now is the documentation of children born in captivity, just briefly of what we are doing, reintegration of children born in captivity, livelihood support, psychosocial support for them. Now, going back to the question that that have been given to me, how do we see that the TJ process is accessible to the victims and affected communities? One of the things that I really see that is important is that one of the things is that the TJ policy should be grounded on the victims' needs. And if I'm to see other parts of the countries that have really also experienced war, I see that we have taken so long as Ugandans. we have taken so long as the Republic of Uganda in really addressing some of these issues. Yesterday, when we were talking about, when some of the delegates, the panelists were talking about the transitional justice, they say that there are other things that can still be worked on before, as we chase for the policy. And this, to me, I say that access to identity, we can still work on that. If Watiek again down on the roof have tried to document the children born in captivity, how about the government as a large? We still have that gap. And for sure, I don't know how to place things as in theoretical part, but for me, I'm always practical. We have been chasing for NERA to support us in all this, and it has taken years. So we still need an answer. I think that one can be done as we chase on the legal procedure of transitional justice and all that. So I think I'm happy that they're also in, because there are a number of children that have not yet been registered. And if you are to see, right now we have about 1,000 of children. Watiek again does also helping to support these children to do in sponsorship. Like for now, we have taken 450 who are in our program on sponsorship program. But there are also lots of dropouts because of the consequences and the problems that they face from home. Now, look at a child who is born in captivity, who is not having any documentation, has no ID, and going to look for any casual work so that they can also fit in the community. We all know that Northern Uganda, we are experiencing a lot of poverty right now. How about the children who are the victims and survivors and their children who don't have access to land? So the identical part of it is so important. The national ID is so important because right now, even going to sweep an office, they need your identity. And it's really, I'm really so sorry I really feel so bad because when they come to ask us of what to do, it is really so difficult to tell them. And some of them are now going into using people's identity to get a job. Yeah, to get such work. So I think one of that, I think NERA should step out, it should step up, because we are done of speaking and following up, and it's time for action, please. And then talking about access to education, we don't need policy for that. Government has a program that is running. I studied in the university, and surprisingly, I'm not really trying to maybe trying to, I don't know what term I should mean, but there are lots of people who are in the program who are not the actualies. People who are in the programs in sponsorship scholarships, there are people from the Western. Why do you bring them to us so that we see them that they're the ones who are studying? Yet you're not giving us the opportunity. We have the children born in captivity that we have supported them. And surprisingly, the organization that we are partnering with, they stop in senior 6. And before a child goes reach senior 6, there are lots of up and downs. But if a child has completed, and right now, as I talk, we have them, some of them who are struggling to enter in the university. Can the government do something for the children born of sexual violence in Northern Uganda? And please put them. I know when it comes to the government things, government work, there's a lot of bureaucracy into it. And then at some point, we will know that they've put a restriction on the grades that they should have. But if a child who is suffering down there can have a second grade, can you please help that? I'm talking because I know we are all presented here. People who are pushing the policy are all here. The different good officers at the top there are here. Please in our own capacity, I still believe we can do something. I saw from when I got the opportunity to go to Colombia, and before I went there, my mom was telling me, oh, be careful. That place is really so bad. That place, you know, you have to also take care of your items. And Colombians they've really taken 10 years of working into this policy. And the government of Uganda, of Colombia has registered 9 million victims. And out of that, in the 10 years, at least 14% of them have been reparated. But us right now, we are, if you are abducted in 1996, we are already 28 years, I think. And there's nothing that has happened, nothing completely. We are on papers and papers and papers. How can we really stand up and do something in our respective capacity? We are doing our best from the community in talking to talk to these children, to talk to these youth who are born of sexual violence. They are becoming adults. They are now 30 years, they are now 20 years, they are now, and they're hanging there in the community and they're not doing anything. Can someone come and support us? When it comes to government, if they want to talk to us, they say, you have to come. We want to talk to you about this. Can't you really tell us why you want this and this? Can't you really take us as people who understand? So yesterday when the youth were talking about their rights to speak up, I am really afraid when it comes to lessons that I've learned during this period that we have been in working with the children, direct victims. I am afraid. I am really so, I think I am challenged because this transitional justice is really, really a political thing. And I am scared if the youth are now to be part of this at the time that they are not learned. How will they take? Because I believe that this needs really patience. They will not understand. Yesterday they were talking that we need space. We need space. We are giving them the space. Thank you. We are giving them the space. So I was talking about, okay, I'm now rewinding. I'm now winding up. Land ownership is one of the things, and we have the religious leaders that we have been working with them, reintegration process, reintegrating of these children back to the community. I'm really so shameful to say that we have tried, but without the backup of this religious institution, it is not happening. Out of the 50 children that we have taken back home, only 4 have been fully reintegrated and accepted to their community. It's a shame to us who are working in the community. How can we really help these children to have their access to inheritance? You're taking a child to their own paternal home and they're saying that we don't know the child because of the atrocity of the father or the paternal lineage. How can we support this? Angela, if we're talking about policy, let's do action. And let's really make it a reality. So I conclude by saying that it can still happen right now. It's never too late. 30 years are just years. They are numbers. They are numbers and we can still change. So the change begins from me and it begins from you. With my small capacity in the community, at least we can sensitize the community. How about you? Who is the planner of these rules or laws that we have in Uganda? Thank you so much. It's a food of thought.
Thank you, Angela. It's a presentation. As you can see, she's a person who is very practical. She's not just telling you theory. There are things that she's doing on ground. And in summary, she mentioned that a key issue that needs to be addressed is that of documentation or access to identity cards for children who have been born of war. I mean, if you're here and you have ever tried to access a service which requires a national identity card, just imagine how it is difficult for those who cannot access it and the predicament they're in. So our organization is trying, and they are trying to have more discussion with NERA to see that a solution is got on this issue. and also they are supporting with education. And she calls upon religious leaders to come and help them as they're trying to reintegrate these children. She has told you the challenges of reintegrating some of these. I think the term children is very not correct because these are now adults, but we end up using the term children born of war. So then that issue needs to be addressed. So we are still continuing with Miss Harriet Adong. Miss Harriet Adong is the Executive Director for the Foundation for Integrated Rural Development. She's also going to speak to us. Please welcome her as she takes the podium. There's a mic there for you. So Miss Harriet, you're going to tell us about the work that you've been doing and what have been the experiences and whether you have received some support. Basically, how do you want us to proceed? In this room, you have decision makers. You need to give them recommendations which are practical from here.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Are we okay? Can I just see a little wave? Okay. Great. That means that we're still alive and we're still active and listening into the conversations that are going on. My name is Harriet Adong, and as I've been introduced, I'm the Executive Director for a community organization known as Foundation for Integrated Rural Development, and we are based in Lira. We've been operating in that space since the time of the war. As an organization, we work a lot with communities that have been affected, survivors and victims as well. And our areas really look into livelihood, psychosocial support, education, health programs, and peace building. For us, we continue to do peace building work, and we use our traditional approaches to continue rebuilding our communities. And these are led by the community themselves to ensure that we continue to build peace in our community. For most of the community members, or for most of Ugandans, when we see Northern Uganda, if you go to Gulu, Lira, Arua, and we see buildings, we see the roads, we think the community is already okay. If we go to Kasese, we see structures. For us, in our mind, even for development partners, they say there is peace in these communities, even in Kampala here or in Luero. But the question is there peace, really? Do we really think we are peaceful? Do we really think we are not at the verge of conflict reoccurring? I think these are very key questions for us to ask ourselves. As an executive director who leads an organization, it's not been an easy road. It's been a road of challenges. But we also want to appreciate the government through the local government of Lira and the other communities that we work with that have been very supportive in our work to ensure that we engage with the communities that have been affected. But just like other members have shared, there is still a problem. I think Stella raised that issues around budgeting. How do we create budgets that are specific for the survivors or the victims? You find that we have so many programs, livelihood programs, but most of these programs are not specific for the victims. If only we could create a program just like UWEP or the Youth Livelihood Program that really targets the victims, I think we would create an opportunity for the victims to also have improved livelihoods. One of the conversations we always have, most of the victims say, there is no hope for me. Even if I try my best, there is nothing up there for me. Because to them, there is justice fatigue. When you find communities that have justice fatigue, know we are on a time bomb. In Lira, we have children. They're not even children now, they're youth. And it's the same in Gulu. These are young people who were born of war or born of rape. These guys have become gangs. They're creating gang networks. As an organization, we continue to struggle with this because they're in the communities and they're creating insecurity within the community. But if we do not do anything to bring these young people in spaces where they know they're cared for, I think we're on a time bomb. And as government, as citizens, as Ugandans, that's a very big scare for us because if they don't feel safe? How do you feel safe if they don't feel safe? These are, some of them are well-trained. You know, they know how to hold the gun, they know how to hold the knives. They scare people in the community. So if we do not do anything to these people or to these young people, then insecurity is still something that we should be scared of. The issue around the victim fund has been talked about, so I will not talk about that. I raise an issue to the donor community. I think this is something I raised in 2016. I remember we had a meeting where donor community was, and I told them, you are investing a lot of money into the international NGOs, but these NGOs are going to go away. Why? Because for them, they design projects that are project-based, and they are not long-term programs. Peace building is not a one-off. It is a process. And if you see the country that has been in this kind of space for the last 20 years, but we're still struggling, that shows you it's not only 10 years and we say everything is perfect. But most of these international NGOs have left. But who is there? We have the one, we have the FADs, we have the small organizations that are in these communities, but there is no interest in these communities or these community-led organizations. There is a global conversation of shift the power, shift the power. Who are you shifting this power? If you're shifting the power to the international organizations, who is going to do this work? But these are communities of victims that have created small networks and organizations. Can we think about supporting these organizations? Can we think about working with them, even government, through your programs, so you ensure that you align your objectives of the policy of the NDP3 to ensure that we work with these existing established community networks of the victims and the survivors, because that is one way of ensuring sustainability, but also ensuring that communities own this process of transitional justice. I know a lot has changed in the donor world. Most of the donors' interest keeps changing. Right now, we're on climate change and technology, and people are forgetting funding work around transitional justice. But again, this is the time, especially for the country like Uganda. We know we are heading for politics. We know there is a lot of tension. I think all this has been said from yesterday. This is the time that we think we need to rebuild and revamp the work of TJ in Uganda. And it's not just civil society, it's also government, different people and stakeholders to work together to ensure that we revamp this work for sustainability, but also we redirect funding to support the TJ process to implement this policy that has been established. Let's forget about project-based funding and think about long-term funding, because that way we shall support the communities that are already experiencing justice fatigue, to give them hope so they know that there is somewhere that they can work or depend on, people that are thinking about their goodwill, but also people who are thinking about building a peaceful country and communities.
Harriet,
the data has been talked about. Could we also think about using the existing data to ensure that those survivors or victims that have been, their names or data is already existing, to see how to support them? And lastly, can government, I know we have policymakers, can you please be the devil's advocate and push the donors or the development partners to really put in some funding to support this policy implementation? Because even if people are quiet and living their lives in northern Uganda, but also in other parts of Uganda, people's hearts are not okay. And if we don't have a well cared for citizenry, then we know there will never be peace in this country. No matter how we come into these spaces and talk about TJ, if other people are not okay, we will never have peace. But if we engage everybody and see that everybody's thoughts and well-being is catered for, then I believe we shall have a peaceful Uganda. Like they say, nothing about us without us. If we want a peaceful country, then we have to work together, because peace is a long-term process. It's not a one-off, but it is something that we all have to contribute to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harriet, for that wonderful presentation. She has challenged us to see beyond physical infrastructure and look at the heart of the people. Look beyond what you see that may look good, but look at the heart of the people. So we need to also ensure that we challenge the way we perceive funding for transitional justice and peace building work. That it shouldn't be just project-based, but should be long-term, because as we know, it's a long-term process. A good example is even that one of Colombia, which Angela referred to, which 50 years later, they are still pursuing peaceful processes in that country. You've reminded us about justice fatigue, because many times the victims are they are tired. You know, their hopes are raised, and then their expectations are not met. You've challenged us about the gangs, because indeed, this is the ripple effect when we don't look after people, or when we see them as statistics only, yet they do really matter. And also you have challenged us, indeed, the donor community and all of us, that we should support grassroots organizations, because you're the people on the ground, where you are invested in the society, it is where you live, whereas other perspectives may be different. So thank you, all panelists. I would like to ask Mr. Baine if we have an opportunity. Do we have an opportunity to engage the audience? So we have an opportunity for the audience to participate. I'll need some assistance with the microphone to move around. I see some hands up, but would like to have a gender balance, even as you choose the various people to speak. Maybe you can start with Honorable Agon, and then move on in that order. But please, let's have a gender balance. Let's have some gentlemen and also some ladies. Honorable, please proceed. You can advise if it's a question to a particular panelist, or if it's general, or if it's a comment.
Thank you. Just a quick comments, may not be a question, but I want to first of all appreciate you for convening us. I apologize. Yesterday I was meant to be here, but I got the information late. So I've come this morning. My name's Silas Augon. I'm the chairperson of the Greater North Parliamentary Forum. And first of all, I want to report to the team here that I've continuously raised the matter of transitional justice on the floor of Parliament. And we are asking Parliament, please pass this bill. Remember, we are going for campaigns. Soon we shall be in 2026. Nobody will want to sit in Parliament. So we are asking government, can you have this law passed as quickly as possible? Because we need it. When we talk about the nature of transitional justice, the scope, the coverage in terms of the country, I can tell you, indeed, it is not just about Northern Uganda. And it's difficult to define Northern Uganda. Come to Teso and we show you the wounds. I think some of you are aware about the famous Mukura massacre. The people who suffered in the railway wagon, come there and you see. So every one of us nearly has a scar from historical injustices. It's about telling people to remove their shirts, and you see that indeed you have a scratch somewhere. We need that healing. So like the presentations have been going on, I agree with the team. We need to take legal measures because some people will end up going to court. That is true. We need to talk about affirmative action, which has also been diluted. Sometimes when we talk about affirmative action, you identify and you see that the problem is in Ikumi. Next wants to benefit from that program. And yet we are talking about affirmative action. It affects us. And then for us as Parliament, our commitment is to make sure that we support in making sure that we have the bill passed. Fortunately, government listed transitional justice as one of the bills that they are owning, but the only problem is that the speed is so slow. I don't know where the minister is, or anybody from Ministry of Justice. But I would love to pose the question, what is the problem? What is the problem? Because the policy is already in place. Where is the challenge? Because for us who are here, we can pass the law even at night. There is light in Parliament. We can work and pass that bill. Where is the problem? So thank you. I don't want to spend a lot of time. I have to run for committee, plenaries at 2, but I'm willing to cooperate. God bless all of you for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Canon Joyce Nima. I should have been here yesterday, but I was only able to attend part of the proceedings while in Mbali, but I'm here today. I have two issues. One, Mr. Honorable Komakech raised the issue of traditional and cultural methods of resolving conflicts. I have a small request. In all traditional cultures, there was always, or there is always, a forum of women, of wise women. Here in Karamoja, it is the wives of the cricket heads. And the forum is called Eritei. And if you look very carefully in our communities, those forums where women actually took the most important decisions in communities were based. They existed. So my request among the researchers to be done, can we have a research in these forums of women infrastructure which existed or still exists, how it is working, how it has died, and how we can reinstate it so that when we talk about affirmative action, we are building on the cultures that were already there without people thinking we are inventing the wheel. My problem was, another problem I had was, is it the PS, acting PS gender? When he said there is a marriage of convenience between the ministry and religious and cultural leaders. I nearly cried. I just said, how can a partnership between religious leaders and cultural leaders be a marriage of convenience? To me, this brought in the issue of attitude change. Do we see these cultural leaders as traditional leaders as inconvenience, but you know, we have somehow to deal with them? Either you are born in a culture and you know the values of culture, and you belong to a religion, and the religion is a way of life. But we have put a demarcation between culture, religion, and human life. I'm praying that the government, because this was a government officer, saying this was a marriage of convenience, we have to change the attitude of the partnership between religious leaders and cultural leaders. Many of the things we are saying we are running around doing, it was religious leaders who have been doing them. So some of these areas, let's see them as pioneers, actually learn from them and their methodology and adopt some of their methodologies in how to mediate and reconcile communities. I thought it was an unfortunate statement which should not go unchallenged.
Thank you. I would like us to focus on our panelists and their submissions as well.
Okay, let me focus on the submission of Dr. Frank Nawiso. It was a very refreshing, it is always very refreshing. It's always very refreshing to listen to scholars address transitional justice. And I think he was very spot on. From his submission, I get one thing, that transitional justice can only succeed if it is owned as a political process. And by the way, Professor Mamdani, I hosted Professor Mamdani 2 years ago on transitional justice at the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. And he made a very interesting point. He said, if you look at all the transitional justice mechanisms, there is one called institutional reform. What are you reforming? Because when war happens, the state collapses, meaning the state and its institutions have collapsed. Then if you again say institutional reform, then you're reforming something which is non-existent. You rather talk about state reform. And that is why I find the submission of Dr. Nawiso very interesting. If conflict occurs and the state collapses, let us focus on then building the state, which also brings me to the present context of TJ, because the few since yesterday and today, we are still on the same conversation.
Kindly summarize.
Yes, let me descend like Leandro. What happens is we talk about this transitional justice, but we still talk about the same old issues. And yet, the political context currently is very favorable for transitional justice. I have heard the president also going in certain forums and apologizing. Probably, I think transitional justice players need to find a way of locating the transitional justice discourse within the broader political transition of the country. Because transitional justice or justice itself, and you can quote whatever scholars from Plato want, justice is a political process. So I think it is important for actors in transitional justice to take these conversations to the powers that be. You also need to engage the military. Are you aware that when the 1995 Constitution of Uganda was promulgated, it had to be presented to the High Command to debate it and say this is the constitution that Ugandans deserve? So I think also this transitional justice policy and all transitional justice ideas to those very people is very important in outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like the microphone to come to this side. We haven't had any participant from this last two. Let's start this side, and I want someone who hasn't yet spoken. Some who spoke yesterday. I want to give this chance to people who haven't yet spoken at all. They haven't spoken yesterday, and today will be their first chance. And I want us to start this side and focusing on this panel as well. Okay. 30 seconds, please. Please, the submission to the point.
Okay, thank you. I have three appeals.
No, you give us one.
I have three quick appeals. But where do I draw my authority from? I am Robert Adongakulu. For the last 10 years, been working with victims of the war in the At the moment, I'm also a court official as an interpreter and a translator in the Thomas Coyle trial. My first appeal is we will need very comprehensive definition of victims and understand particular victimhood. And I have some presentation that I can share for people who are interested by email. The second appeal is, may this process that has started today or today not take another 10 years. I wish the minister was here. I would expedite justice processes to its logical conclusion. This is because most of the questions battling with in the field have been addressed as to this. Lastly, the religious and traditional leaders must claim their space in this discourse, in these discussions in this country. I thank those who have been doing whatever they are doing. May the good Lord bless.
Thank you for summarizing and being brief and to the point. Really, really welcome. Let's have the final submission.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Kakanyero Brenda Claudia from Kate Gum Women Peace Initiative. I want to add on the voice of Stella and Angela. Last year, December, I had an opportunity to interview quite a number of the victims back then who are now survivors. And I want to bring to our attention, yes, we know we've been doing quite a number of activities, but also during the interview that we had, these survivors, by the time they were returning, they were received, but the community or their families that received them were not prepared to receive them. And because of that, many are now out of their homes due to the abuse that they are facing. They are being called names. The children that they came back with are being called names. And because of that, they are no longer at their homes. And that is where they are at the moment. And most of them are trying to rent, of which they are failing also to afford the rent.
And quite a number are still battling with health complication. During the interviews, we had people who are still asking for money to facilitate their health. And we are talking about reparation. How is it going to be addressed? And lastly, the thing is the children born out of war or raped. When we were trying to integrate the parents, less attention were given to these children. The psychosocial need of these children were not addressed. What do you expect then when we sit and start talking about the gangs that they have become, about the difficulties that they're facing now? And these survivors are grandparents, as I talk. Now they have parented the children that from the community we call the rebel children, and the rebel children now have apparently also other children. And where is the future? What is the state in the next 5 years? I want at least, if this would be addressed, the transitional justice should look into this and see how to address it properly, because that would really help a lot in scaling down or giving the justice that these people really need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have enough time for everyone
I have
to
the
ask a
microphone.
question. I want to be respectful to the next panel that is about to start, and also to the course of the program, because there are other programs which are waiting. So I'm afraid I would like to stop the questions at this juncture, but to give the panelists a chance to give their parting shots. And then in the course of the day, you can ask them the question in person, or you can forward it to our rapporteurs. We have Mr. Kisembo, Ms. Bogere, please raise your hands so that people can send you the questions for our reports to ensure that we have other people also presented good time. So my dear panelists, 30 seconds, parting shots.
Thank you. Thank you so much really for listening. I'd like to thank ICC for the wonderful work you have been working with us in the community. And also, I'd like to thank the court of this country. My request in the court of this country, if you go to the courtroom, you can see that the victims and the person who did bad things to the victims, if in the courtrooms you see the person who did the wrong things and also the victim, my request to the government of Uganda, if you can't borrow how ICC they have been doing their things, I will be so grateful. I've been attending a court of 4 years for so many years. It was not so easy. And lastly, I like to thank Jealous for always working for the transitional justice policy for all these years. We have been knocking the door all the time. We said we want the law you should pass. And also my appeal to the Jealous, we want this law, they should put it into the practice, not into the paper. Let all those things support the victims into the country. I'm not going to say much. As a war victims and children networking, we have been doing a lot of work in northern Uganda. And last year, I was having opportunity to meet a president in the State House. We discussed a lot with the president for the issues of the victims of this country. Thank you so much, really.
Yeah, thank you so much. I still say together we can still continue with this and we can succeed. Let's start by one person. I believe that the issues of education is so important to the children born in captivity. So please, at least let's pick these children this year. Let's begin with one, then we can proceed. Thank you. Together we can.
Thank you very much. By way of summary and by parting shots, I give you my undertaking as counsel for victims, lead counsel in the 4 yellow case, that I'll put in my best. I've been a pioneer of many things. I've gone to difficult places. I've been talking about difficult subjects. I remember with the ICC, which was at some point very unpopular in Uganda and the North. I think right now things are properly, things are going on well. We spoke about it. Even with this case, we hope to work well to ensure that the victims are heard, that the rights are ensured, the rights of the accused person, as well as all the parties in the proceedings. Lastly, she spoke about school fees. I have with me here a book by one of the survivors, Evelyn Amon. I don't know whether you're around, you're still around, come to rise up. Evelyn has a book of her own story in the LRA. So this book is being sold at 200,000 shillings. You can approach me. It might sound a lot of money, but it's worth it. It's a good book to read. Please buy the books to help support our own children and the ones she's supporting for school fees. We said we must be pragmatic. Let's not walk the talk. We just don't talk and leave things. If we want to help the victims, we start with Evelyn Amon and buy the books to help her and the children, because it's the time for school fees. So at some point, I'll be available. More copies, kindly have a copy and she autograph it. It's unusual, but please let me do it for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that we are time bad. Just to emphasize that national transitional justice policy is about the nation, and that we also need to recognize that there are other areas, especially like the Rwenzori, that has seen too much, and we need to pay attention to that too much. And also especially for the development partners, it's, I think, not enough always when we want to seek your support, keep saying, you see now our policy is now in Karamoja, Northern. Please, we also need your support, please, kindly. So thank you.
A round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Thank you for listening to them and for giving them the audience. We are going into our breakout sessions for the day.
No, don't take over my powers. You have already taken too much. So let's put our hands together for the chair of the session. But next time we should not change the rules. He has changed the rules and is eating into our time. Now, that's why he's rushing to take over my powers. We have said a lot. Let's clap for the panelists. That is very, very, very important information we need. But to the best of my knowledge, government has also not been sleeping. Let me inquire, do we have anybody from Nira here? Because they were invited. Where is the one? Somebody from Nira? There. So some of these things, you better use this forum, contact these very people. Do we have people from Ministry of Education and Sports? Do we have somebody from Ministry of Health? Because all these were invited to have this. At least I saw local government. Local government is here. Ministry of Land is here. So government has been on the ground. A few things have been done, and yet others are yet to be done. So let's continue the consultative. Now, finally, we have come to the end of the plenaries. We have the next segment, which is normally done to catch up with time. We are going to go for what we call round table discussions, because not all of us are interested in the same thing. Certain people are interested in particular topics. But when we go for round table, it's not an excuse for you to go away. It would be unfortunate if we say we'll go for round table and then you disappear. Yet we need all this information. We need you up to the end of the day. And the person going to lead us once again is you have run away. Just say you come back. But this time, even in the round tables, we have to be very mindful of time. Because if we can't manage time, you may never know that the most important part of what we needed to capture is what has been left behind. And that would be unfortunate. So we would rather try to be brief. And I always appeal to the people. Even if you said we gave you a chance to talk for 7 hours. Some of you have been to Changwanza, you know how the lectures of Changwanza are. But sometimes I wonder how much they have changed the cadres from Changwanza. So sometimes being concise helps us so much.
Well, somebody was inquiring about Ministry of Defense. I'm rightly informed. We shall get a representation at the closing. But the Secretariat is in touch, and I think they are getting the contributions. Yesterday, I appealed to you people, you didn't do what I appealed to you as delegates, that if you have a burning matter and you are not able to be given a microphone to present it, get a pen, get a paper, write it. Make sure that information reaches the Secretariat. It will be captured among those that are captured like presented. Because that's why, fortunately, the majority of us here can read and write. So don't feel disturbed that your hand has not been accepted. This is not parliament that when you have not talked, you have not talked. Here we accept every writing that comes. So please put down something, put it there. You have come here to have a changed society, a changed nation. Please, you must contribute. Thank you very much. Now I hand you over to Jesse, and I will be the timekeeper. Now a rough one. You will not like it, but we have to finish all this work. Thank you.
Applause. Thank you for returning the instrument of power. And I promise to hand it over in due time. So on your agenda, we have what we call the concurrent thematic roundtables, or what we are popularly calling the breakout sessions. So I'll start with the breakout session that will remain here in this hall. I'll ask the chairperson, Mr. Francis Nono, maybe if the chairperson could come to the front so that who are going to remain in that session can know that they'll remain here. That session is going to be addressing the question of what is the nexus between Uganda transitional justice policy and ending displacement. What is the nexus between the Uganda transitional justice policy and the ending of displacement? The chairperson for that breakout session is Mr. Nono Francis, who is on his way. So if you're going to remain in that session, which has panelists such as Mr. Leandro, Honorable Leandro Komakech, Dr. Daniel Ruheza, Ms. Vivian Oyela, Ms. Peggy Ayesiga, this is the room for you to stay in. Secondly, we have another session that is going to take place in the meeting room 3. Meeting room 3 is upstairs. So as soon as you exit this hall, you turn on your right and you go upstairs. So that round table is going to deal with the question of what are the best means to build consensus and popularize the transitional justice policy among stakeholders and across the communities in Uganda. That session is going to be led by the Chief Legal Officer of the Amnesty Commission, Mr. Twino Mugisha Nathan. Mr. Twino Mugisha Nathan is standing right now. So if you're going to be joining that session with panelists such as Helen Acham Keti, Chief Drani Stephen, and Canon Joyce Nima, and Mr. Isaac Bwango, Mr. Issa Bwango, sorry. Those are going to meeting room 3. So Mr. Twino Mugisha, I'll beg you to maybe lead by example as you go out. The people who are following you to that panel will find you outside and will join you upstairs. Then finally, but not least, is the panel that will take place, the round table that will take place in meeting room 1. Meeting room 1 is the room that is just opposite the serving point. That is going to be chaired by Ms. Jane Francis from the Uganda Law Reform Commission. And it deals with what are the underlying strategic drivers of conflict and potential conflict triggers in Uganda and the Great Lakes region and their impact. It has panelists such as Honorable Peter Douglas, the chairperson of Omoro District, Mr. Jafar Yassin from the Great Lakes Program, Dr. Stella Laloyo from Gulu University, Honorable Winnie Kiza, the former leader of opposition in the Parliament of Uganda, and the chair for that is Ms. Jane Francis from the Uganda Law Reform Commission. Ms. Jane Francis is currently putting her hand up. So if you're going to be in that session, you'll follow Ms. Jane Francis outside this hall. then you'll turn to your right, just opposite the serving points. Have we understood the various roundtables? Or do I repeat them for emphasis? The time they're going to run till 1 p.m. So they'll run till the lunch break. A few minutes after lunch, they run up to 10 minutes past 1 p.m. So about 40 minutes from now. So once again, for emphasis, there's the round table going to be chaired by Mr. Nono Francis, who is already seated at the front here. That panel is going to remain in this hall, and we will deal with the nexus between the Uganda Transitional Justice Policy. We'll deal with the nexus between the Uganda Transitional Justice Policy and the ending of displacements. The other panelists there with him include Honorable Leandro Komakech, Dr. Daniel Ruheza, Miss Vivian Oyela, and Miss Peggy Ayesiga. So those are going to remain in this hall. So if you're going to be following that panel discussion, you're in the right place, just take your seat. Secondly, we have the panel discussion that is going to take place in the meeting room number 3, that is upstairs. As soon as you go out of this hall, you turn to your right and you go upstairs. That is going to be chaired by Mr. Trinomugisha Nathan, and they're dealing with what are the best means to build consensus and popularize the transitional justice policy among stakeholders and across communities in Uganda. Other panelists there include Ms. Helen Acham Keti from the Northern Uganda Transitional Justice Working Group, Chief Drani Stephen, the cultural representative of the Madi, Canon Banis Nima, the head of Peace and Building and Conflict Transformation at the Uganda Joint Christian Council, and Mr. Issa Bwango, a youth leader. And then finally, but not least, is the round table that will take place in meeting room number 1, that is directly opposite the serving points. And that is chaired by Miss Jane Francis from the Uganda Law Reform Commission. And they're dealing with what are the underlying strategic drivers of conflict and potential conflict triggers in Uganda and the Great Lakes region and their impact. The panelists therein, Honorable Peter Douglas Okello, Chairperson of Omoro District, Mr. Jaffa Yassin from the Great Lakes Program, Dr. Stella Laloyo from Gulu University, and Honorable Winnie Kiza, the former leader of opposition in the Parliament of Uganda. So please make your way to the various roundtable sessions. Let's be respectful of the time. The sessions will end at exactly 10 minutes past 1. So let's make our way quickly to the various sessions, and I'll currently hand over to let me just for clarification, on your agenda, what you see as roundtable 1 has been merged with roundtable 1 on the next page. So the question of why should the Uganda Transitional Justice Policy matter for the East African and IGAD region will still be addressed by Honorable Leandro Komakech in that roundtable discussion. So please make your way quickly. Let's give the chairpersons a peaceful time as they chair the discussions, and I'll hand over the instruments of power to Mr. Nono Francis.
Thank you very much, Jesse. So I think the panelists could try and make their way up podium. Honorable Leandro Komakech. Dr. Daniel Weza. Peggy Ayesi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinguished honor to moderate this very insightful panel. So we have a merge of two panels, different topics of discussion, but all geared towards the transitional justice policy, as well as the TJ aspect in general. In front here, we have Honorable Leandro Kumakech, is a senior colleague I've worked with in a long time. I think since 2006. Yes, 2007. Yeah, he's been in the TJ debates, conversations for so many years, and is very, very engaged in the TJ conversation. We have Dr. Daniel Reza, the senior lecturer at Makerere University School of Law. Is a shooter of so many legal aspects. So I think the TJ conversation itself, some people say it's an aspect of legal conversation, while others dwell more onto the social aspect of transitional justice. So I think we definitely find a compromise on the legal aspect as well as the social aspect. And then we have Peggy from the Office of the Prime Minister. You're most welcome for this conversation. And I think straight away we would have our session. The first session would look at the transitional justice policy. Why does it matter for the East African society, East African community, as well as looking at the broader IGAD perspective? So I think this session would be led by Honorable Leandro Kumakech, who would take us on the trajectory, on the importance of the policy, how it would benefit other states and other people within the region. Honorable Leandro Kumakech, you are welcome. You have 5 minutes, but because you could do 10 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been again assigned to do some sharing of ideas as regards the importance of transitional justice to East African region and then to IGAD. I think the question was asking what matters most. And I interpreted it to mean how relevant is the transitional justice policy, additionally to the law which will come, East African region, and to IGAD, which eventually will become also entirely East African region. Because the way I see the integration process of the East African community, I think everybody will be part of the East African community. I think Uganda has a very unique experience in terms of managing its conflict. While also it is true that other regions in East Africa have even more complicated situations in managing their conflict. You can see a situation in DRC, I think explains so deeply on how they are managing, to the extent that even the application to join the East African community was a strategy to manage the conflict in East African, in the DRC. So for us in Uganda, before, during, and after independence, I think Uganda has undergone a number of conflicts. I remember when we led the team to do a study called Transitional Justice Audit in Uganda, well culminated into writing of a book entitled Compendium of Conflicts in Uganda. I think that study found out that in Uganda, we have undergone over 125 conflicts, which are regional in nature. And that explains that actually, in terms of conflicts, we have more conflicts than even political formation since independence. So those are indicators that actually we have had intractable conflicts to date. And the root causes are there. The conflict triggers do exist, even today. On the other side of it, struggling to end the insurgency in northern Uganda was a unique one that we still can explain to be at halt because we have not yet fully resolved the conflict in northern Uganda, the LRA situation. Many still continue to come out. So the Juba Peace Agreement, regardless of being signed formally by the parties, was taken by the government of Uganda as a responsibility of a formal document that should be used to be worked on. Now, in the Juba Peace Agreement is where we get the window of opportunity for the process of transitional justice that we talk about today, and agenda item 3 on accountability and reconciliation. When you read that, then you know that without mentioning transitional justice, Uganda, through that agreement, accepted to begin implementation. That's why Justice Ugola talked about a decade. He became the first chair appointed to constitute a group called the Transitional Justice Working Group that then rolled out the process of making the policy. 2019, we were done. I was happy when I was in Parliament in 2016. I put the first position on this issue in Parliament. The entire Parliament, we call Parliament, in Serena, where the Speaker and deputies were all there, and government ministers and everybody. We debated this thing for a whole day. And we were happy that Cabinet took it, and 3 years later, they made it into a policy. Now, this policy has a lot of implication in terms of the region. And that is why I think I was told to speak about it. And I start by saying, this policy is very important to the East African and IGAD region for several reasons. The first one is that Uganda's experience in implementing or beginning to implement this policy will serve as a mechanism or will serve as a valuable case study for other countries in the region facing similar challenges. I think Uganda's case is a testament that it is not easy to manage conflict. So for those who are in Somalia, those who are in Ethiopia, for those who are in the region, I think Uganda's case gives you a lesson that it is not just done in one day. It is a process that takes long. And therefore, it will help the region to understand that our process, the way we did it, should be in position to shed new lights on how conflicts are managed. And therefore, it is what we call sharing the best practice. But I should also add that I think beyond sharing the best practice of making sure that we pass this policy, that in the policy we have very important pillars. The pillar of accountability, the pillar of reparation, the pillar of traditional justice. Now these pillars in themselves, like the one of traditional justice, is the first of its kind. That is beginning to break new grounds on how you manage justice in a very complex nature. And for Uganda's case, I think this is sharing the best of our practices and learning better lessons. But I think there are also bad practices. I think those who do benchmarking should also learn that bad practices are very important to be benchmarked. There are men who only struggle to go for benchmarking for only successive stories. It is good to go and benchmark on situations that are also bad. Just like God gives good leaders and bad leaders. Good leaders are very good. And bad leaders are also very important. When they do exist, you learn that from the bad practices they did, you should never do the way they did. So bad leaders are very good examples of shaping government. And for Uganda's case, I think the best practice of the TJ policy, with all what it contains, I think is very important for the region. And then I think Uganda's TJ policy will also help to inform other developments of TJ policies in other countries in the region. I think this is very important as a lesson. You have seen, actually, there is one thing that we need to know, that the African Union Transitional Justice Policy has a lot of origin in Uganda. A lot of origin. And I take it back to refugee law project. When we were doing a study under TJ in Uganda, we had the South African partners called the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. Through this project, we mooted a strategy of how to sell this issue to the AU. Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation took it as an initiative for a regional advocacy agenda and made presentation in Addis. Now we have an African Union Transitional Justice Framework, which has its origin in the conversation of a project that was discussed in Munyonyi. So you can see how it has impacted. The processes of Uganda has actually gone ahead to shape the AU agenda faster than what we are doing now. Now, for me, I take it as a very important matter of best practice. And then we have also seen that the process in Uganda, difficult as it has been, because the issues of the Lord's Resistance Army has not been a simple matter. Our transitional justice process may help in Uganda to contribute or to shape regional stability and peace-building efforts in the region. Because when you look at how we have tried ours, it has not been easy. Colombia has been faster. Everywhere, Argentina, Chile, the Nuremberg with their models and all this. Now for Uganda, we are having a kind of an hybrid that talks about non-judicial measures, that talks about judicial measures. So in the end, we are beginning to see that if other countries in the region take this as good practice, we may be helping the region towards building regional stability. That's how I look at it. And of course, these are unique peace-building efforts. We talked about the role of religious leaders. We talked about the role of cultural institutions. They have been very prominent in the processes in Uganda. So it is important that peace-building efforts that started a long time ago, up to now, is ongoing. We have seen on how Uganda's process has been designed to address the human rights violations and abuses and to promote reconciliation, which will be in various stages. Because the outcome of Uganda's TJ policy and the coming law is to address three things. One, individual healing. Two, community healing. Three, national healing. Now, if you can address all these, then you can say we have built a mechanism that can create an enabling environment for building sustainable peace. Mr. Minister of Justice, you're welcome. I think through this policy, Uganda will be setting a positive example to its neighbors and help prevent the recurrence of conflict in the region. You have seen in the region, conflicts have been really recurring. But if this framework can help us to end this impunity, then we can see that Uganda is going ahead as one of the members of the East African Community and IGAD to put in place a stop of recurring conflicts. Further to this, I think Uganda's transitional justice policy can also enhance cooperation and collaboration among East African countries and IGAD region in addressing common challenges related to justice, accountability, and reconciliation. So by working together, countries in the region can strengthen their efforts to promote peace, stability, and respect human rights. That is how I see it. And that is how I believe if we do it the best way, it is the best that East Africa can take from us. As we studied in primary school, how the neighbors will learn about Uganda and how Ugandans will learn about the neighbor. I think Uganda has been so notorious in doing bad things. But I believe Uganda is becoming a new phenomenon in putting policies that can be exported. We exported in the 70s our national development plan to Singapore. For those who know that gentleman from Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. The national development plan of Uganda of 1969 is what facilitated the development of Singapore. But I think let us use the national transitional justice policy of Uganda as a new product that can shape regional stability in the context of East African region and IGAD. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Leandro, for this insightful thoughts. Well, the takeaway from Leandro's conversation, when Leandro started this conversation on the Juba peace process, being a failed peace process, but there is something that we took home and the implementation that is going. It actually took me back to my conversation one time in class during my master's program somewhere. And we're like, every failed peace talks, that's something positive out of it. An example is the Juba peace process. So, you know, the Juba peace process, so a lot of people can learn from a failed peace talks, because the Juba peace talk is on record that is failed because it wasn't signed. So that, but at least we're able to learn something from it. So Leandro talked mainly about learning, taking best practices from the policy as well. And hopefully we believe the policy itself would probably offer aspect of stability in the IGAD region, and people can learn. So thank you so much. The learning aspect, best practices, my take home from your presentation. Without further ado, as I told, there is going to be a shift in our panel discussions. So we want to move more into, Leandro has spoken about the transitional justice discourse, IGAD, East Africa, but we also want to connect that to ending displacement. You know, Uganda itself has been a country that has an open door policy for actually receiving our refugees. There's been aspect of displacement. We know our records with IDPs. And you remember all the Kampala declarations on IDPs, the refugees. So all this, we want to see, how does transitional justice come into play in ending displacement? How does it contribute to ending displacement within the context of Uganda? We have very able panelists who will break down for us this conversation. And Dr. Daniel Reza will start with how the transitional justice mechanism contributes to ending displacement. And Ayesige will follow after. Thank you. Dr. Daniel, you're welcome. you have limited time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, there's another microphone here. All right. Thank you very much, Chair. So you have a microphone with which to put us to book. Chair, if you'll allow me just 2 minutes to respond to Honorable Leandro, so that his conversation does not remain unsupported. You know, I just wanted to just highlight a few things. One, transitional justice in our region should also be put in the context of our porous borders. Our porous borders, which have made it easy for what some have called the exportation of violence from Uganda to other parts of the region. I think I was talking to someone from the Amnesty Commission who was saying that some of the reporters for Amnesty are coming from as far as Central African Republic, and they are not necessarily Ugandan citizens. And so that brings a nuance to transitional justice as we know it. And I'm waiting to hear what take will be coming out of dealing with TJ issues, amnesty issues for persons who are not necessarily people who are citizens of Uganda in that context, but who have been engaged in conflict that involves Ugandan nationals in that area. Number 3 is the fact that we have kingdoms that were divided by porous borders. And I believe kingdoms such as the Alur in West Nile, who have subjects that come across those borders, also bring a new angle to transitional justice across the region. And most recently, what is going on right now in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the comments from some of our state actors, you know, under some of the treaties, under the law of treaties. I think there's one treaty that deals with what do you do with situations whereby wrongful acts have been committed by persons of the state. Now, there is some kind of liability that is accrued to the state in that region, where you have state actors that are doing certain things across the borders or making representations across the border. And you can hear conversations regarding the conflict in DRC, where someone is saying, but those DRC people, one group belongs to this other tribal or ethnic grouping, they shouldn't be touched, they shouldn't be supported. So in transitional justice terms, you're already involving the state in that area, and that can be quite nuanced as well. And maybe 2 other points of reflection: our involvement in peacekeeping missions across the region also brings in another angle when it comes to TJ in the region. And lastly, we need to bear in mind that the African Union also has a transitional justice policy, and it provides for certain things that are probably similar to what we have. So what would there be the way forward? Maybe thinking of doing transitional justice by borrowing from what other African states have done. Rwanda did a mix of traditional mechanisms and applying modernity in that regard, as you know what South Africa did as well. So that is a conversation that we can continue on in another forum. But let's go to the question of displacement and how it is interconnected to what Honorable Leandro has said. As a result of porous borders, as a result of exportation of violence, as a result of TJ issues across the borders, we then have to confront the issue of the displacement of people. And displacement comes in 2 ways. It is both internal as well as external. And I'm sure Peggy will give us a little bit more detail in that regard. Internal displacement, meaning that there are people who have had to move from places that they were originally situate and go to spaces that are safer. My research in northern Uganda was quite interesting, for lack of a better word, quite sad. So you can imagine the conflict that has lasted for probably 3 decades or so, 30 years plus, and in one way or another still ongoing, has had people always move from one place to another. So maybe your parents moved to a certain space. So when you were born, you presume that that was the area where you originated from. All right. But as a result of further conflict, you could probably also have moved to even a 3rd or 4th location. Now, during the resettlement processes that were announced by the government at that time of go back to where you came from, you have young people or younger couples who would go back to spaces that they presumed were the locale that they started from. And then they're told, no, but your parents came from somewhere else. And because of the internal displacements, they have had to move again and again. And so the attachment to land and trying to fight for ownership of land becomes quite problematic because of that kind of movement. And in some sad cases, if you're able to identify where your parents or grandparents came from, you find that land has already been occupied by other people. So that can be, that has in some of our research proven to be quite interesting. And I'm sure that whoever is seated here may even have further and better particulars of that situation. Displacement, therefore, becomes so key in the transitional justice process, whereby you have to go beyond the ordinary resolution of disputes to finding out where can you resettle an individual. And I think that's the kind of challenge that is even happening if we are to borrow from the situation in Palestine. You know, I have a class that I have been teaching in international law for the master's class, and some of the questions come, where do you take back which group? You know, now if you apply it back into Uganda, you can see how displacement can be very, very problematic. Now, the case study that we had for our research at that time was Amuru district. And, you know, in the neighborhood was the unique question of APA and the land conflict resolving the people who had occupied or were being pushed out of occupying APA. And this is the nuance that you find, that the claimants to the same land kind of have some kind of legal support. You know, the forests or the national parks saying that this place had in one way or another been declared set aside for this activity by the then president of the country. And then you have 2 ethnic groupings laying claim to the same one. And so it is quite difficult. So transitional justice mechanisms, therefore, are quite important in that kind of displacement of people that has not happened in the last 3 decades, but goes beyond the current focus of the 3 decades of the LRA to those other times when the state was being formed. And that's why I wanted to respond to Honorable Nabuiso to say that the British did have a huge role in the conflicts that we discussed today. And maybe Refugee Law Project should make available the legacies of violence, research and handout that shows the different nuances of conflict that was happening all over the region. So displacement therefore has that angle. But I'll end with another form of displacement, which was about people moving now, not necessarily within the northern region, but away from the northern region, down south to areas which would ideally be called the Bunyoro Kitara region, Masindi. Now there is a group of ladies in a space called Kiryandongo who moved away from conflict, some suffering from grievous bodily harm as a result of that conflict with scars and so on. Some managed to move with children, some did not manage to move with children. And most of them moved without the men because the men were either killed or had been abducted into conflict. Now they are settling in that region of Kiryandongo, and in that space where they have been, some of the challenges include hiring land to do agricultural work, hiring of land to do agricultural work, because the land does not belong to you. And so they were telling us at that time that they would spend about 500,000 shillings per season. So you are displaced, but even the host community will kind of make some money out of you as a result of that situation in which you are. So you don't necessarily have permanence in that space. And so maybe the government can come in and support, because you no longer necessarily have the support of your familiar territory to help you to support the unique case of women and so on. You have moved away, you've gone to another space, you are internally displaced. It is not necessarily a government organized internal displacement you have just run, and so you have to make believe. So in those cases, what has ended up happening is that interveners such as Rotary International have come in to kind of support them, provide some medical facilities, support for education, counseling, and psychosocial assistance in one way or another, including introduction of water. Now, this is what I was talking about yesterday as I conclude, Chair, that even without the law, it is possible for other interveners to come in and support in those kind of special situations. I'll stop here in respect of the Chair and hand over to our next panelist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reza, for the insightful conversation. I mean, well, you know, Dr. Reza was fit for this panel, and he gave us a very elaborate thoughts about this. So my key takeaways, and other people could have this, he talked about transboundary dynamics. So he talked about the internal displacement, mainly the internal displacement, looking at if you were born in northern Uganda and you've lived in conflict-affected areas, you know, the IDPs at the time. And he's also talking about the present displacement, looking at aspect of certain violations happening, human rights violations happening, and people being displaced. Gave example of a PAR, and of course, TJ, transitional justice mechanism, has to come into play in aspect of resettlement and also handling cross-border dynamics. And he also talked about creating a timeline for historical and other conflict events that has happened in Uganda as a legacy. I think the timeline is something that Refugee Law Project has taken it aggressively, and I think quite a lot of timeline is at our center in Kitgum, which is called the National Memory and Peace Documentation Center. Well, without wasting time, I would call Peggy. Peggy will speak about, Peggy works for Office of the Prime Minister. So she will talk about TJ and humanitarian assistance. Well, you know, Uganda hosts, I want to elaborate, I want to preempt our conversation of 1.4 million refugees, cost strain on resources, all these aspects, grievances from the host communities and the refugees, displacement. She is fit for this. You're welcome.
Thank you, Francis. Standing on already existing protocol, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being a part of this breakout session. I think we have a fairly good number of people in the audience. I would also like to, just as my teacher, Dr. Rweza did, relate my discussion to what Honorable Leandro earlier also alluded to, the conversation of transitional justice in the IGAD region. Why is this important and why is this relevant? I would like to give a statistic that to the effect that we have 4.6 million refugees and asylum seekers within the IGAD region alone. And it has also been reported that from the end of December 2020, there were 8.9 million conflict-related internally displaced persons just within the IGAD region. And so I think that the conversation of transitional justice within the IGAD region is very important because 1.6 million of those refugees and asylum seekers live here in Uganda. And also we continue to receive people who have been forcibly displaced for various reasons, lately including climate change, into Uganda from the IGAD region. So thank you for making that connection. Many of the refugees, ladies and gentlemen, that we receive in Uganda live in refugee settlements where they receive targeted assistance or targeted aid. A number of them also have continued to move into the urban areas, not only in Kampala, but Arua and Mbale, to mention but a few. But our law allows them to access services in the same way that nationals do. The challenge is that we have not designed any interventions to address the disparities that could hinder them from actually accessing these services. So today, very briefly, in maybe 5 minutes, I want to make a case that we can use transitional justice to move from dead aid to aid that actually works, and aid that can actually transform the communities of the people receiving that aid. What do I mean? It is worth noting that the scale and the complexity of issues at stake among people who have been forcibly displaced requires a nuanced approach, Dr. Rweza's favorite word, to transitional justice, humanitarian aid and development assistance. This is because the sustainability of nations, of societies, of communities emerging from violent conflict is directly linked to the durability of solutions for displaced people. There are 3 internationally recognized durable solutions for refugees, and these are integration, resettlement, and voluntary repatriation. But all of those need to be done in a manner that reduces the fragility of the communities being affected by taking into consideration their specific needs and taking into consideration the causes and the effects of the injustices they suffered as a result of their displacement. This will enable us to move and to merge the historical realities of these people. Transitional justice is a significant tool that could potentially move forced migration discussions towards more social and political engagement through the recognition of displaced persons as rights bearers. Once again, we continue to see the development of the law moving from a tool to be used by states to a new position where the individual is very much at the center of the law. Human rights law and international law has morphed in this regard. The people who are recipients of aid, especially in forced displacement contexts, should be seen as human rights bearers or rights bearers. Addressing the injustices that generated and were created by displacement should therefore be the fundamental pillars of any intervention and program related to aid and helping people who have been forcibly displaced. We would like to make this linkage to our national transitional justice policy and say that for every intervention and each and every program for transitional justice should take into consideration the reasons for displacement. We can utilize the opportunity presented under the priority area of nation building and reconciliation within this very policy. The transitional justice processes have a transformative potential to address not only specific gender-based violations, but also deeper structural disparities that provide the context for and the direct causes of conflict and human rights violation. And so I believe that the policy at hand today attempts to reach this aspiration under the priority area of recognizing formal justice systems and also cultural justice systems of justice. the aspirations of this policy should now be incorporated into humanitarian planning. I say this looking in the direction of our UN resident coordinator. And this means that for all of the programs covering the needs or concerning the needs of people who have been forcibly displaced, in respect to access to their services, we should have a transitional justice element into all of them. So humanitarian partners, development partners, whenever we're making programs, whenever we're discussing issues of their assistance, whether short-term or long-term, basic needs, development needs, let us take into consideration the fact that we can use this space to enhance transitional justice and more. I generally therefore think that we can use transitional justice to merge through realities that I alluded to earlier. One, the historical causes of displacement, because that's what TJ actually does. Then we can also consider the contemporary challenges of the displaced, and then also factor into what we need for the achievement of anti-fragile, durable solutions for those who have been displaced in order to close this displacement cycle and also bring it to an end. I therefore implore all of us here to utilize the National Transitional Justice Policy in this regard and use it as a tool to close displacement, but also to restore the humanity and the dignity of those who have already been displaced. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peggy. I think you wrapped it up so well. The main takeaway from Peggy's conversation, I think there's need for integration of transitional justice mechanism in all aspects of displacement, and that takes us to the aspect of promotion of peaceful coexistence, regardless of whether someone is displaced in a particular area. It promotes that, and also integrating TJ in all our programming within fragile state, as well as the aspect of promotion of durable solution. Thank you so much, Peggy. We have little time. I think we're going to open this conversation to the plenaries, and I think we'll look at the gender aspect as well. I think I'll start with a lady, but if I don't see a lady, I will definitely start with Prime.
Thank you. Charles Abola is my name. I think in talking about displacement and in the context of Uganda, we need to take cognizance of two types of displacement that I have not heard you mention. One is what I would call state displacement, and I think Dr. Rueza mentioned it in the case of Apa. You have a conservation area gazetted when people are living in camps. And at the end of the day, when you say people go back home, then there's a conflict between people and the wildlife authority of an area that was gazetted during a time of conflict. I think that is something that we really need to take into account, because that is state, in my opinion, state displacement. The state taking control of an area because animal population has gone up, gazetting it, not paying attention to the fact that there was people living in those areas before. The other aspect, which I alluded to yesterday, and since we are looking, and transitional justice comes in the context of the post-conflict, is what I call voluntary displacement. And this voluntary displacement in the case of Northern Uganda has come in as a result of factors. One is really loss of livelihoods that people went through. So they have high levels of poverty. People are selling land because, as someone mentioned yesterday, I need to get a wife. I need to start a family, So in so doing, they are actually displacing themselves from land that their future generations would need to use. The other aspects of it, and I think for me, all this started even while people were in the camps. For those of you who remember, there was a program called Security and Production that was presented. Good program, but there was hardly any involvement of the locals in it. You know, turning the camps into permanent settings and then having agriculture out there. So I think we really need to pay attention to these two, because otherwise they simply continue to cause conflict in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think later on, I think Doctor and others will respond, because the aspect of displacements that I think within the working framework and legal framework will come out from Dr. Reza. Next. Yes.
Okay. I think my friend Charles has spoken about what I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that in terms of displacement, the new trend that is emerging is in terms of what he talked of voluntary displacement, is the displacement as a result of sale of land. Many of people in our communities are selling off land and moving to urban or semi-urban areas, and then they find themselves in the long run not having land to fall back to, but also finding themselves voluntarily displaced. So the element of voluntary displacement is a very important thing. Some of them are selling off huge chunks of land, 2,000, 3,000 acres to the Balalo, and they themselves are left with almost nothing. But I want to say that entertaining visitors, because anybody who moves into any land has been part of the Acholi tradition. And that is why in Acholi we used to have reserve lands per se. But the problem is now the changing dynamics of how land can be appropriated to visitors is a bit of a problem. So that is the whole question of voluntary displacement we wanted to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you know, voluntary displacement is a very good area. It's a great area for research as well. It's a great area for a lot of things. I think I'll move to that. Let's have
Thank you. My name is Richard Wawire. I speak to inclusion of transitional justice in the different facets of the law. I think there is no better opportunity and timing than we have now. And it's good the minister walked in as we're just speaking about this. I'm aware that the minister is in very advanced stages of enacting policy and mooting legislation on ADR and alternative justice system. I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to breathe life into transitional justice policy, but also to take advantage of the processes going on in the development of the alternative justice system and policy to get TGS embedded in there. And that speaks to what the last panelist was talking about. But also in respect of the relevance or importance of transitional justice policy to the rest of the region. I was just thinking about the other parts of the region when Honorable Komakech was speaking. I thought about all our neighbors. Just think of any one of them, and you would see how good an opportunity we have for us to breathe life into this policy and give it, make it a living legislation or practice for the other parts of the region to borrow from us. Because recurrence of conflict across the region seems to be cyclical. And if we don't take advantage of the opportunities for us to resolve some of these things the way that gives finality to resolution, then we'll have missed the bus of TGS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lordship. You have a lady? Well, I'll get back this side. Let me get check.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to applaud all the panelists for the wonderful presentation. I start with Leandro. Thank you very much, Leandro, for putting it very clear that the the TJ delay may also be for the good. However, even if it will be for the good, because it is widened up to land matter and other new areas that may not be in other countries, TJ, I think it is important. However, we are well aware that many panelists were in front of us there, and most of them were crying that we must act now. We must act now to save them some in area of education of our children, that they need help in that area and different areas. So it is important that much as that other nation will pick, especially the East African nation, from Ugandan's experience to shape a greater East African countries that I believe Democratic Republic of Congo also has joined East Africa. We hope also Khartoum application may be accepted soon, sooner or later. East Africa is expanding.
Thank you.
I would like to say this. Thank you very much for mentioning that we must also not dwell much on the bad leaders, because there are things that the bad leaders did that was even good. Because the level of ethics and integrity by that time, if you come, you turn it to corruption level of now is different. We must appreciate also what the bad leaders did in the past, and it will help us to shape, especially as the TJ project is coming. Another again that I would like to touch on, that doctor put it very clear to us. We must, as Uganda, make sure that we come up and support this initiative to work so that to change future of Uganda. Then coming to the lady on internally displaced, I would like to bring to your attention. We thank God and the leadership of Uganda now, because the peace that we are enjoying in Uganda has brought many refugees. If you count, starting from Somalia, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Afghanistan, not to mention all, even the Ethiopian, during their war, some crossed to Eritrea and they are in Uganda. Some recently from Khartoum, more than 5,000 again in Uganda. So Uganda is a host country that really needs peace and needs its own transition, not a transition of imposition that will be imposed by the other bigger world.
Thank you.
This is my humble appeal. Then my sister, lastly to say, as I conclude, I don't know whether all those are really real refugees in Uganda. And what about the policy? Because I was a refugee in Sudan, you are not allowed to buy land. But here, refugees are buying land in Uganda. What does the policy say about that? Do they have right to own and buy land of their own as refugees in the country? These are areas that you must see. Then you must also know some refugees who ran away because of maybe like migrants.
Thank you.
To Uganda from Eritrea. Are they refugees? Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikh. I think we have able people to respond to that. So we have very limited time, and we'll take one person or two. Please be brief to the point, and because we have a minute or two for the panelists to wind it up. I don't put just few seconds, 30 seconds. And Daniel will do 30 seconds as well.
Thank you very much.
Whereas my elder Aji took a bit of what, or largely what I wanted to say, but let me say this because I want to direct this to my sister Ayesika Peggy. My question, which is part of what you said, is for how long are we going to have this legal regime which allows refugees to come here and have almost everything, sometimes better than the locals? My question is, isn't this going to be a pull factor for refugees to come to Uganda, or people who think they can make a case for being refugees to come to Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping the time. Daniel, 30 seconds.
Yeah, first, I have two prayers. First is our conceptual understanding of displaced. Let's not call them voluntary displaced. It gives us different perspective. Let's just call them displaced, or we can still have a discussion how to call them. The second prayer is how do we interact peacetime displacement and conflict time displacement?
Thank you.
The assumption is that displacement only happens during conflict. But now cases are telling us displacement also happens during peacetime. Very last, and I stop, Chair. The panelists, if you could help us kindly to see across the TJ policy, very specific priority areas, how do they talk to you in terms of implementation? Because at the end of the day, we want to pick your mind. What should be implemented and how? If we are talking about victim-centered, from a law perspective, what does that mean? And what are the implementation strategy that we can begin to tease out? Because we want to start the work.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll close the plenary and have my HEBO panelists few minutes to wrap it up. Start. Peggy.
Thank you for all of your questions and your comments. And I'm going to start with the differentiation between quickly. I would like to inform you or to remind you that we have several conventions which read together with the Refugees Act of 2006 that gives grounds upon which someone can be granted or rejected refugee status. Now, the grounds for recognition, the most popularly known is the one that is as a result of conflict or where people have been displaced as a result of events seriously disturbing their public order. That happens with conflict, it may happen with natural disasters. The argument can be made for natural disasters as well. And so someone becomes a refugee in that context. I know that this view hails also from the fact that the initial displacements in Africa, as known or as recorded, were those that occurred as a result of Africans fighting colonial against the colonizers. So we know that conflict is one of the drivers. However, there are other grounds, especially the one of persecution, that is a ground for refugee status. Someone can be persecuted during peacetime on the basis of their religion, on the basis of their race, on the basis of their political opinion, or on the basis of the fact that they belong to a particular social group. So there can be displacements during peacetime as well. I would also like to respond to a very political question on how long we're going to have a legal regime. A part of me, a legal regime that hosts refugees and allows them to have their social, cultural, and economic rights. I affirm that it is a function of Uganda's attempt at restoring the dignity of those who have been displaced. And it is also deeply rooted in the spirit of Pan-Africanism that was in place when the OAU Convention relating to the specific aspects of refugee problems was put in place. It was to help people across the continent fleeing displacement, fleeing persecution for political reasons or otherwise, to be able to come into your borders temporarily or for a specific period of time and have them enjoy their social, cultural, and economic rights, as well as having their dignity restored to them. So it's in part a political question, and I wanted to crack a joke about the political question doctrine with my professor here and with the Honorable Minister. But also, I'd also like to say that it's deeply rooted in international refugee law and also our national refugee law. Yes, we do have a number of people in the IGAD region, as the Sheikh reiterated, that we continue to host a large number of refugees. On the issue of land, I think that the Refugees Act is also very clear on land ownership. Refugees are not supposed to own land in Uganda in freehold, but they can get usufructory rights to the same for the in the spirit of enjoying their social, cultural, and economic rights. All of these rights are enshrined under the Refugees Act as well, so they have been nationalized. Thank you.
Very quickly, before I hand over to Honorable, yes, I would like to agree with Peggy about that dichotomy between peacetime and non-peacetime, if I'll use that. We need to remember that we are dealing with legacies of violence, and sometimes the legacies keep on cropping up with different heads like the Hydra, you know, and they may not necessarily be within a specific peacetime, but you can see how they keep on cropping up when we don't even think they would. And which begs the question, which sometimes we struggle with: when do we say that transition has ended? You know, we're talking about transitional justice. When do we think transition has ended? Sometimes it is easy to put a cap, which might be a political decision, but oftentimes transition takes longer than we might assume. I mean, if you look at the Kasese issue that was mentioned in the last panel that we had, and you try to put it in just a small socket of it happened in that year and it's not connected to what happened before, you might lose the whole argument, and you might find that the solutions you prefer may not necessarily help address those legacies of past violence that happened. So I think it might be easier for us to say that, be it peacetime or not, there is a problem that has occurred that has led to displacement. Conflicts do happen. They may be violent, they may be non-violent. And when we look at the definition of peace, sometimes peace is talked about in two categories: negative peace and then positive peace. Negative peace, which is really the cessation of the arsenal that is moving across the parties, the belligerent parties, which is really the cessation of fighting. But that you cannot say that now we are in peacetime just because the guns are silent. When the guns fall silent, there are other aspects of conflict that now crop up. And that's why transition takes slightly longer period than we would want to be able to think. Therefore, it becomes problematic, at least for me, and I seek to be advised, it becomes problematic for me to consider there being a displacement that is voluntary. Because voluntariness may cripple the whole question of the choice that a person makes between the lesser and between the two evils. It's like when we're discussing the question of child wife or forced marriages, where someone says, I would rather be married to the commanding officer than be used by all his soldiers. You don't really have much of a choice in that regard. So, for example, the question of Chiriandongo, the ladies moved because they are actually victims of conflict. Some continue to bear the scars on their faces, in their hands, the children that they gave birth to as a result of rape and so on and so forth. So whereas the government may not have said move, they moved, and I do not think that is voluntary. Although with nomenclature, we can continue discussing to see, can there ever be a classification whereby displacement is classified as voluntary? In my view, right now, not yet. Thank you very much. Now, regarding Sheik's question, I think the policy of the state of Uganda is that we will accept as many asylum seekers as possible right now. Remember, there's a difference between being an asylum seeker and being granted the refugee status. There is that difference. Now, when you're an asylum seeker in Uganda, you tend to receive better terms because of the generosity of our, or at least of our leadership, as compared to other spaces. I think Uganda in Africa is the only that has the highest number of persons that it has accepted compared to other spaces. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. In 30 seconds, your last shot.
Well, thank you so much, moderator and my dear colleagues. I think mine is, I picked the issue that regards a comment from my brother, Adonga Kolo, who was talking about how do we open up this space to the extent that everybody, even citizens now appear as if they're foreigners in their own country, because our policy is too open in terms of the doors that allow them to come. But I think we should note that I think Uganda's refugee law is the most liberal in the whole of Africa, and I think the whole world. If you look at that law critically, it has a very important inbuilt human rights sensitivity that refugees feel from wherever they are in the world, they would want to come here. Because first, it disallowed the use of camps. It uses resettlement. And I think that is very open. And uniquely, we have a refugee law that has no policy. Actually, if you look at it, you find it, we need to study this. Why is it that Uganda's best refugee law has no policy? I understand the drafters are still on. They are drafting the refugee policy, but the law is the best. And then when you come to internal displacement, and I think if you read Dr. Deng's work on internal displacement, you find that Uganda still excels in exhibiting internal displaced policy that was so important in sorting out our challenges of insurgents. And yet it does not have even a law. So the contradiction on all this displacement is that you find refugee law without a policy, and then you find IDP policy without a law. I don't know whether this is statecraft by government. We need to study this. It is so unique. But I think Uganda's strength in terms of managing displacement has become its foreign policy. I think refugee law is actually inbuilt in Uganda's foreign policy, which is a very important aspect that we sell to the region. And if you look at in terms of our TJ policy and all the ingredients that accompanies it, if well managed, and I think we stand the best of time to dovetail the policy and the law that we expect the minister possibly to give us the time frame soon, that we shall have a product to sell to the region that will really enhance regional stability. It will ensure that Uganda is at the center of what is good. We have been known for so many things that are bad, but I think let us sell ourselves to be at the center of all what is good. I thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists. And, descending at times takes a process, the bad weather and all that. Thank you very much. And apologies for not keeping time. Well, our take home, TJ, Transitional Justice, looks at the past, the present, and the future. Thank you so much, panelists. I think we're closing the session. Big round of applause to the panelists. So our lunch is ready, and I think we could move for lunch.
Thank you. I'm speaking about choice. So we are basically giving you opinion of the different breakout sessions. I sat in a breakout session that was in this room particularly. There were two round tables that were combined. One, why the TJ policy matters in South African region. That was combined with the round table one. So the all round table one is when you open your page. Next, we have the very interesting discussants, as you'll see on the schedule. But we are picking out very strong points. Definitely why TJ policy is important in South African IGAD was discussed by Leandro, who took us through the whole genesis of how the TJ is very important. The region, especially the African region and IGAD,
get to the transitional justice policy of the IGAD, and even what is happening in terms of the AU framework. One of the key highlights there is that Uganda is in a unique position. We are handling conflicts differently compared to our neighbors. All of us should stand attest to that. And then our transitional justice mechanisms are quite comprehensive compared to what our neighbors could be having. But also he noted in his answering that Uganda's experience will serve as a case study in the region because of the processes that have taken us a lot of time. The journey to have this policy here as it is not a single day's event. So other countries could benchmark us. Then secondly, it could also inform the development of transitional justice policies in other countries, especially then that Uganda is a very good center for the studying of transformation of conflicts in the area. It could also shape regional stability. That was one of the key points there. When we have it in process, we know very well the relationship between Uganda and the rest of the region in terms of refugees and asylum seekers. Fourthly, it is a positive example to the neighbors who have been having cycles of violence and conflicts. So if at all we get it rolled out, copy from us what can be done in terms of addressing issues of reconciliation, justice, and transitions. Then lastly, he also noted about enhancing cooperation and collaboration. He gave a very interesting example of the 1968 National Development Policy of Uganda that was taken to Singapore, and it did wonders. Secondly, in that panel was one of the renowned scholars in this field from the university, who pinpointed the whole idea that we have to look at displacement, brought in the link between the TG and the internal and the external displacements, where his framework was basically looking at the internal displacements amongst the Acholi, for instance, but then the external displacements out of the Acholi land itself. And here there's a lot of discussion about issues like APA. And he also alluded to the whole idea that which Dr. Nabwisho had not mentioned, that the British had a very strong role in terms of shaping our life, in terms of conflicts and displacements in this country, which is necessarily very true. Then displacement in other areas, for instance, in Kiriandongo, he gave quite a good narrative about what is happening in that field, informed by the scholarly researches and writings. But even at the end, he noted that even without the law, other things or other transformation approaches could be carried out to support the transitional justice policy implementation. And to me, that was the key point there, because as we focus our eyes on the law, we have to realize that there are other restorative mechanisms through different charities charities. Give an example of Rotary, helping these people, giving them water and medical facilities. Then we had Peggy from OPM, who brought in the link between IGAD and the whole refugee issues, and how she gave us a brief synopsis of the situation: 4.6 million refugees in the region, and then 8.9 million internally displaced people in the region. Having durable solutions for refugees, but recommending a clear outline of what is in the transitional justice policy that could be included in all these different frameworks that are working for refugees. And in that way, the end result is basically out trying to address the cycles of violence, because she examined the whole idea of refugees, how they become refugees, how they become asylum seekers because of the different cycles of violence in the different countries where they are coming from, or their countries of origin. We also had her pinpointing a number of issues to address the injustices, for instance, in terms of programmatic approaches, which the NDP has already done, which you can also continue to manifest in terms of the transitional justice policy. Then the contemporary challenges of displaced people is a very big issue, and to curtail cycles of violence, the transitional justice policy has to be part of that discussion. Then we had, yes, those were the different discussants. In our plenary, very interesting issues came out. 30 seconds. One of them is the conceptualization and typology of displacement. That is still a subject for discussion, as was alluded to by Dr. Daniel Ruhweza. Because we look at displacement, we had another typology of state displacement as a result of carving off particular areas for state control, like national forest reserves and game parks. So this one has also led to displacement. So we went into that typology of displacements, which is very important for this debate as we try to implement the transitional justice policy. Then secondly, the voluntary dispute, that was another aspect coined, which the House left in suspense, but is also an issue to be discussed. How does someone become voluntarily displaced? How do they also be voluntarily displaced? So there are many schools of thought there. But in any case, Sheikh had very interesting input into this. He talked about the refugee issue and how this is very important for transitional justice policy and the whole IGAD and the relationship, given the different experiences. And one of the colleagues in the room, who I didn't capture the name, but had a very interesting and pertinent question to the panel. And was basically, panel, try to tell us what should be implemented and how, given the different strands in the transitional justice policy. And the panel answered, trying to look at how they could be able to realign programming in terms of the policy. And lastly, the reasons for people becoming refugees were set out clearly by Peggy from OPM. So more of these details will be in the different individual reports to the different organizations and conveners. Thank you. My colleague.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm here to present findings or feedback from Roundtable 2, and the issue for discussion for Roundtable 2 was what are the best means to build consensus and popularize the transitional justice policy among stakeholders and across communities in Uganda. So the panelists for this roundtable were Ms. Helena Chamketi from the Northern Uganda Transitional Justice Group, Chief Drani Stephen, Madi Cultural Representative, Madi Cultural Leader, as he corrected us, Canon Banis Joyce Nima, Head of Peace, building and conflict transformation at the Uganda Joint Christian Council, and Mr. Isa Bwango, who is a youth leader. Our chair was Mr. Nathan Twinomgisha, Chief Legal Officer at the Amnesty Commission. So I'll go straight away to the feedback and plenary from that roundtable too. So what we had as a means to build consensus and popularize the TJ policy. We talked about, so as I present, what I present is a collection. I've put together points and ideas from all panelists and group members. So we talked about establishing a witness and victim protection unit at the International Crimes Division of the High Court. We talked about establishing gender equity programs where both men, women, and youth rights are protected. We looked at formalizing and regulating traditional norms and practices, because it was noted that right now those practices and norms are not on paper, haven't really been formalized. So one of the ways to popularize and build consensus was to formalize and regulate traditional norms, formalize, which would help to regulate traditional norms and practices. We also looked, in relation to this earlier point about formalizing, we also looked at proper documentation of traditional norms. Another idea was special training for traditional leaders to bring awareness about transitional justice and its processes. We talked about traditional, the need for traditional and cultural practices to move with the times and to be gender sensitive, and incorporate norms such as gender sensitivity, even at the cultural, even at the leadership level, to award more leadership opportunities to women and to youth. We also talked about publicizing findings of the two commissions of inquiry that we have had in our country. That is the Odero Commission of 1986 and the 1974 Commission under former President Idi Amin. So we noted that the recommendations and findings of those commissions were never publicized. So as a starting point, it was noted that it's important to publicize findings of those commissions as well as their recommendations, and then also fully implement recommendations of those commissions of inquiry. While some recommendations have been implemented, others have not. So it's important to have them fully implemented before we go to other steps, before we seek other procedures of transitional justice. Before we establish other commissions, let us finish and complete the work of previous commissions of inquiry. We also talked about the need for psychosocial support for victims, rehabilitative actions for victims, as well as affirmative actions for war victims under development programs, and establishing special funds by the government. It was also noted that under the amnesty process, it's important to put alternative mechanisms that can receive returnees who are victims and were not necessarily, who fall under the victims category and were abducted and are therefore victims and are not necessarily perpetrators. We talked about using traditional justice systems to quell and address conflicts at all levels, at community levels and the national and regional levels. We also talked about the importance of using our own traditional systems to rebuild and unite tribes, and not, I think I can go back on this point. It was noted that Uganda as a country is built on British systems. And our tribes in the country were brought together by British systems. So it was noted that as a way forward, as a means of building consensus in our country, we need to dismantle those systems that were brought by the British and instead use our own traditional customs and our own traditional systems to rebuild our country. It was also noted that it's important as we take on conversations on consensus building, it's important to include traditional leaders in nation building and at all levels of decision making. In respect of the youth, it was noted that the best means to build consensus is to mobilize youth to understand the TJ policy. We can also use youth as contributors, not just as bystanders, but we can also use them as contributors in popularizing the TJ policy. It was also noted that you can include youth in TJ and security issues, include in transitional justice, security and peace issues, and in decision-making processes surrounding these areas, because it was noted that many times youth are excluded from important discussions regarding TJ, security and peace. Yet they have the important contributors to these processes. Another key point that we captured was the importance of building the capacity. It's not only important to build capacity and skills of youth, but we must also empower them with skills and also avail resources for them to actually put in, implement activities and cause change within their communities. Another point was to allow young people to use art to express themselves, for example, through poems, music, and other experiences. So it was noted that we should avail them support in their different forms. We need to recognize the different forms of, to recognize and accept the different ways that the youth express themselves and how they use art to express their traumatic experiences in conflict. We also noted another important point was education and creating awareness on transitional justice in schools, because that's often a neglected point of, that's often a neglected point or area that's rarely discussed. One of the other key points that was noted was the need to create three subsystems in relation to peace and conflict. One of the first subsystem was a system to resolve conflict and deal with them early. This is a system that identifies conflicts even before they happen. I would say that's like a preventative system of sorts. So it was noted that there's already a unit under the Ministry of Internal Affairs that has this function that deals with conflicts early on, that identifies them and deals with them early on. We also noted that the second subsystem that we need is one that manages conflicts through dialogue and peaceful resolution. The third subsystem is a system that addresses reconciliation. So together we noted that if we have three subsystems, one that identifies conflicts and deals with them early before they even occur, then another system that manages conflicts through dialogue and peaceful resolutions, and then the last system that looks at reconciliation. So we noted that if we have those three subsystems under, for example, a specific body such as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, that would also help to prevent a repetition of functions under different bodies. We also looked at other mechanisms that can help to popularize and the TJ process. We looked at using radio and TV shows, translating and simplifying the TJ policy, as well as dialogues in communities. I'll continue with others. We looked at the need to equip health facilities with medicines, equipment, and qualified practitioners, community support and regenerating momentum of campfires at family and community levels, special education programs to communities affected by conflicts, and use of local and national CSOs in different parts of Uganda, as well as using interesting development partners in funding CSOs to facilitate local and regional community awareness to popularize the policy. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, that's how I know people are awake. So I was the rapporteur for a roundtable that was discussing what are the underlying strategic drivers of conflict and potential conflict triggers in Uganda and the Great Lakes region and their impacts. The panelists for this roundtable were Honorable Peter Douglas Okello, the chairperson of Omoro District, Mr. Jaffa Drate Yassin, who is a Peace Fellow with the Great Lakes Youth Program, but also the team leader for West Nile Youth Empowerment Center. We had Dr. Stella Laloyo from Gulu University and Honorable Winnie Chiza, former woman MP, Kasese, and leader of opposition. The chair of this able panel was Miss Jane Francis Adong from Uganda Law Reform Commission. So in the interest of time, I'm going to summarize really in brief what each of the participants shared with us. A first participant presented the 5 R's, and the 5 R's are return, rehabilitation, resettlement, recovery, and reintegration. He did note that all these have not been handled well, and as such are potential triggers for conflicts in not only northern Uganda, but various communities of Uganda that have experienced conflict. He also noted the identity question, which has been discussed at length, so I'm not going to dwell on that. But he pointed out that local government is an engine for services, and he called upon local government, the local government to be advocates for inclusion, especially for survivors and children born of war. The third issue he referred to and made mention of was the poverty index, where he noted that there is national economic disparity. He particularly noted that some people are so poor in this country that even the rats in their homes are gossiping about their names and are starting to migrate. Something I thought was worth mentioning in this feedback. He also talked about the debate around a lot of resources going to northern Uganda, but noting that we should not forget that the cost for administration and operation is very high, that what trickles down is often very little. The other key aspect was competition for resources, which are not being handled well, particularly land, mentioning the actually custom around land, which is for the unborn, the living, and the dead, vis-a-vis needs that present themselves. He did note that there are silent ethnic tensions, and we are often pretending that we do not know or hear of these issues. In terms of the Lakes, he noted political instability in Uganda, disarmament and mobilization, and how most of this is under historical perspective of conflict. A lot has been said about that. I will not spend time on it. And he did call upon an urgent action from IGAD, the UN, East African Community, the EU, and similar partners to respond especially to the silent ethnic tensions that are arising across Uganda and the region. The other aspect was from our second panelist, Jaffa, who did not and spoke to triggers of conflict in the Great Lakes region, noting that these triggers of conflict are not only for Uganda, but they are interrelated in the Great Lakes region. He pointed out and picked up on political instability and noted that many times we talk about political instability and ignore the power struggles that are happening within political entities and other similar groups, noting that these political parties that are often very disunited is impacting on communities, that even in communities, the citizenry is divided along political lines. He pointed out weak institutions as another key issue and corruption, pointing out that the weak institutions are resulting into gaps in services, disgruntled citizenry, and most of this is linked to corruption, leaving people feeling less of humans and therefore with nothing to lose. Cross-border issues and dynamics. Many countries in the region have interest in the DRC, which is triggering issues. And as such, Uganda ends up hosting a huge number of refugees from these areas, but also conflicts between local communities who don't understand why Uganda is in the DRC. In terms of impact, he pointed out loss of lives, displacement in the region, destruction of infrastructure, weak institutions, all of which contribute to the poverty. Honorable Winnie, who was one of our panelists, spoke about the various conflicts. She gave a brief overview of the conflicts in Uganda, quoting RLP's Compendium of Conflicts. She went on to say that whatever affects someone directly affects directly, pointing out that our actions cause conflict and we must always be aware of that. She did note that in some spaces, there are people who are enjoying a certain status and they often ignore and don't listen to those that are not in that. And that is causing a divide across the country and the region because some people are being left out. Some of the other causes were joblessness and unemployment, population pressure. She compared the population and the number of districts in Uganda at independence and as today, and noted that Uganda today has over 100 districts, some of which are being given on ethnic and tribal grounds. And she pointed out if people are feeling safer in small groups than in big groups, this really speaks to unaddressed legacies, our historical issues, and politicians who are using this to further divide a populace. A key question she left us with that I leave with you all is, have we studied transitions in the region and can we learn from them? She also did make mention of conflict entrepreneurs who are parading themselves or masquerading as solution givers and cautioned us to watch out for who these people are because with these conflict entrepreneurs, often they're coming with one hand but have a hidden agenda and encouraging some of these conflicts. She also asked about dissemination of the TJ policy and asked us to not forget the draft peace policy and where that is, because these issues do not stand alone and need to move together. The conversation on speaking truth came up. We need to speak truth. We need to speak to each other. We need to acknowledge shortcomings and be accountable if we want to have sustainable peace in this country and in the region. Our analyst started off with her personal story in school, and she noted exclusion that she experienced and pointed out some of the ways in which people are consistently excluded in this country by using language that other people don't understand, or opportunities that are limited to others. That structural violence is a very big issue in this country. Going ahead, being from the academia, she went ahead to define what structural violence is and gave examples, which you will find in the final report in the interest of time. She did caution us all to seek equality for all. She also talked about missed education opportunities and talked about the need for affirmative action in as much as is possible for different groups of people and according to intersectionalities. In terms of how we address this, she pointed out peace education, curriculum, and peace from home. That's when we talk about the curriculum, it's not just, we should not expect academic institutions to teach peace, but we must also start these conversations from home. Cultural reconnection was another key issue, as well as provision of opportunities for all, empowering people, livelihood opportunities that do not exploit people. We did have feedback, and in terms of feedback sessions that happened, we had a representative from NERA in the room who said they'd been silent for long, but she did encourage everyone in the room and noted that this meeting has also been you know, a much needed meeting, as she has been able to identify stakeholders to carry on a broader conversation with in March. An issue of land, extensive acquisition by a few people. So the issue of law versus morality versus politics. And there was a broader question that if cultural leaders, if we as Ugandans can give land, huge acres of land for investors, why can't we give land to these women who have children and are languishing in poverty? Another participant said, let's make reparations practical to everyone, as many people are still suffering, and pointed to Kasese. We also had Pamela, who said, we do need to heal. Development is moving too fast while other processes are halted. We need to go back to these institutions, cultural institutions, for their role, and then have them support us. Another talked about intersectionalities. We have one person with multiple problems, and yet we continue to look at one issue at a time, and we don't have time to look at the various problems. So Council Kilama cautioned us on the underlying issues and the silent issues, so potential conflict triggers, calling upon both civil society and government to look at early warning signs of conflicts and a need to have conversations around this as urgently as possible. As urgently as possible. Yes, I'm coming to an end. We then had our last person that contributed to feedback, talking about the control of Africa. Most of the African countries, by our economy is controlled by outsiders. He left us with a question: how can transitional justice work when our economy is controlled by foreigners? In Uganda, we Ugandans control only 31% of our economy. And so how much can the ordinary citizen benefit in Uganda, except for the few Ugandans who are enjoying these processes? He did mention that if we do not address this, Uganda won't have an end to the issues that we are dealing with, and that we continue to have dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the rapporteurs. I hope and I'm sure you have captured everything that we need to capture. Without wasting time, let me request Justice Bane Afako to take your seat, and then have the panel to deal with the final bit of today, which is about implementation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. We're coming towards our final session of this symposium, towards full implementation of the national transition. What actions, commitments, and next steps are required. I have 4 panelists. I hope they're all here. Ms. Susan Ngongi Amondo,
UN resident coordinator. She's been up here before on the opening day. Please come up and take your place. Dr. Katia Kirsch-Baumer. I don't know whether Ms. Kirsch-Baumer is here. Ms. Rachel Odoi. Dr. Pierce Ojera, who's the Director of Refugee Law Project. And Rachel Odoi, you're the Senior Technical Advisor, GSP, I'm told. We have been introduced to the elements of the policy very ably here. The range of pillars, starting from formal justice, traditional justice, reconciliation, nation building, filling gaps in amnesty, and reparations, most importantly. And we've had sessions touching on all of these issues. I was very pleased about the session which had not lawyers, but economists on the stage, because I think they introduced an element of the policy that is often not emphasized. The policy is not only about words and principles, which are very dear to lawyers and judges, but also figures, money. Without resources, we will not be able to achieve these goals that are set out in the policy. And so for our conversation this afternoon, while reflecting on all of the issues that emerged over the 2 days, we're going to emphasize very much on the question of mobilization of resources for fulfilling and implementing the policy. And so to begin with, and to kick us off, I'm going to start with you, Susan Namondo. I suppose with that perspective of the UN resident coordinator and bringing to bear what the UN can contribute to these processes of transitional justice. But before you go into that, I wanted you perhaps to just highlight 1 or 2 things that struck you. I know you're one of those who stayed the whole time. What struck you from the conversations that were held here, and what would you take away as a key priority? And then after that, I would ask you to reflect on what the United Nations indeed can contribute in terms of supporting the TJ policy in Uganda. And if I have any follow-up questions, I think I'll come back to you for that before going on to the next presenter.
Do you want me to speak for?
I'm going to allow you initially 6 minutes, but with the right to come back on some of the issues.
Okay. So good afternoon, dear colleagues, and recognizing all the honorable ministers in the room. It's my 3rd year in Uganda, and this is the first substantive conversation that I participate in where we're talking about transitional justice. And I think what I picked up is clearly there was a lot of momentum that led to a policy. And then due to many, many reasons, perhaps that momentum was lessened. So what I got from the room was an urgency to talk about this, to move on this, to find actionable ways forward. I think what was very good, I stayed because I wanted to understand a little bit. I am a foreigner to Uganda. I really am not that knowledgeable about Uganda's history. And staying was a means of understanding a little bit what all these issues are. I think what I really liked this morning, I think was the Honorable Judge Emeritus who gave us a postmortem of the policy. I think going forward, what might be useful is actually to do a pre-mortem. Going forward, we should look at what could go wrong, and deliberately plan around that. I think that would be useful. I retained all the many areas that we need to work on. You mentioned 4 big ones. I retained 10. It's a long list of areas. But I think one of the suggestions that came yesterday as well from Dr. Katia was that leading to the policy, there was a very active working group that comprised a cross-section of the key stakeholders. Perhaps energize the process, we might think of setting up something like that again. I think for the UN family, the issues are very dear to us. I think the UN family could be useful. We're a multi-pronged instrument, so to speak, so we can do various things. But the UN family works best where government is very clear about what it wants to do, where it wants to go, what the plan is. That's when we work best. So I think first and foremost, I know that the Honorable Minister is very committed to this. If we could have such a group, if that was amenable, that came up with a clear, actionable next steps that was clearly had the political backing that it needs, because these things need political backing, but also had the sort of acceptance from the community in terms of, you know, what is urgent and needs to be done. I think that would be extremely helpful for us to sort of rally around. And first and foremost, the UN, there's a misconception still in 2024 that we're a financial institution. We're not. The UN is an instrument that has no capacity to make its own money. So all the money that the UN has is channeled to it, right? From other development partners who truly are financing institutions. So I think where the UN is most useful, quite frankly, is around the technical areas. And in all the 10 different areas that I retained, and it's a long list, I can read it later. I think there are a lot of technical support that the UN could bring to bear in those areas, if those were sort of deemed important by government and Ugandans more broadly. But then, of course, that means we need to find some way of making sure that as we keep the UN close in this process, we also keep our other development partners close in this process. And of course, governments, the huge challenge of government, of course, is we're here talking about transitional justice. The competing priorities are absolutely, there are many competing priorities out there. So finding a way of making sure that these issues are truly owned across board, and it's clear that it is prioritized, so to speak. And one last point before I give up the mic. I liked one of the roundtables where the colleague from OPM was talking about refugees. What I took from that, she was focused on how we can basically have a transitional justice lens in our programming approach to refugees. At least that was how I understood it. But I think a lot of the issues here, of course, while leading us towards justice, peace and security, it's ... towards our development agenda more broadly. I think we can legitimately have a transitional justice lens that really does cut across the implementation of the National Development Plan. And one last point is, and of course, this will come through later. I think the Honorable Minister tried to kind of put some guardrails. What we're talking about is this period of time. There was a lot of focus on particular parts of the country. But what I liked that came out of the discussion also was, it's not just about one part of the country. It's a national policy that speaks to many parts of the country. So perhaps that lens, so to speak, across board could actually be useful. It could be one way of also making sure that funding that goes towards, doesn't go necessarily towards justice and peace and security issues, they go towards development issues. But since these issues lead towards we're able to tap some funding from other streams to deal with these subjects. But I found it enormously useful and really grateful that we had this discussion. And as was mentioned by everybody, clearly it's not a last, it's only the beginning of many conversations that need to happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And I like that last point that you made about having a transitional justice lens. During lunch, I sat with one of our young planners in the government, and he was grappling with this question and said, how can we, when we are doing our forward planning across these issues that touch on transitional justice, how can we embed elements of the policy in that as well? And the second point which you made, which is really important, I believe, is this idea of a different entity, maybe a working group, perhaps moving away from the previous working groups who articulated the policy, perhaps almost something like an advisory board that can begin to pull together some of these strands, because it would be a shame if the next time we met in the same format. But in fact, we should be hearing a report from people who are taking forward these issues with vigor. So that's another matter to take forward, because it's they who then begin to undertake some of the planning, interim planning, and the full planning that is needed. But let me, and thank you very much, and I may come back to you a little bit later in discussion on the UN, but let me move to you, Rachel Odoy, because you've been very intimately involved in certainly many of the stages of developing the policy, and you bring that lens of the government and how the government sees this process going forward. Perhaps to hear from you too what the challenges are in that regard. But I also want to begin, although I know you know this process so well and the policy, but what struck you most from the last 2 days, from the interactions that we had? And then you can reflect on the next steps.
Thank you very much to the chair and the honorable ministers and all guests present. Good afternoon. I'll start with my own reflections as well and what struck me. I think, like you, Chair, I was quite intrigued with the session from the economists. I'm a lawyer, and the process that we've been through has been centered around the lawyers and the sociologists. We were dealing with the law and with the people, but listening to the economists and hearing their perspective gave me a fresh look at the policy direction. And I think it's important for us to factor them into the discussion a lot more. I think the other issue that was very important for me to note, and I think it's something that we need to emphasize more, was the presentation we got from Dr. Moki yesterday, which gave us some guidance on the implementation, because we've been discussing the issues, we've been discussing the content of the policy, but where we stand now, we're at a position of implementation. And I think his guidance was very useful. We've been focusing of late on how to get the legislation drafted and passed. But he advised that not everything needs legislation. And when I took a look back again to refresh my mind on a lot of the provisions of the policy, I noted, one, there's a lot that we have already done. So when we look, for example, at the formal processes, the formal justice processes, a lot of that has been done. There was some legislation at the beginning, but most of the other action was administrative. The setting up of the special division of the court, the establishment of the special units in the DPP and the police with their rules of procedure, the training programs we've had, the capacity building, the outreach programs that we've had, all of that were done even before the policy came into place. But when you look at the policy, they are in fulfillment of many of its objectives. So there's a lot more we can do now within the policy framework as we wait for legislation. There are still a few areas that require legislation because they have legal issues that need to be properly clarified, issues around witness protection, issues around the framework for reparations because they call for resources. But there's still a lot more that we can do even without the legislation. And I think it's important that we focus on those aspects as well. But looking forward about what we can do, it's been a very long journey. It's been a process of more than almost 15 years. In that time, the first few years, a lot of it was a process of understanding and a process of consensus building. I heard yesterday there were questions about whether or not we had consulted and whether we had consulted at the grassroots. And I can assure you that we traveled to every part of the country and consulted at every level. We also were able to travel outside of the country across the region, learning from our sister African nations that have gone through similar processes. Dr. Katia, in her opening remarks, mentioned we had opportunities to learn from Sierra Leone, from Bosnia. We also had opportunities to learn from South Africa, from Rwanda, from Mozambique, Liberia. So we've engaged with many people, but at the end of the day, what we were looking for was our own solution. So those were lessons that we learned, lessons that we have tried to tailor into the existing policy. So it was a lot of consensus building. It was a lot of learning. There was a lot of training of the people involved, including colleagues from civil society, from the legal profession, many of whom I see here with me, and then drafting the policy based on those lessons. So what we have now is what came out of that consensus. The times may have changed. There may be some new developments that we need to address, but I think the policy is flexible enough to allow us to make those changes without having to necessarily go back. So for me, the most important thing to do is now to move forward and to start looking at how we actually implement these recommendations, whether it is starting the legislation or implementing with what we already have. And to my thinking, the first step is really for us all to fully understand the policy, its background, but what it's exactly calling for. What are the policy objectives that are indicated there? There are a lot of things I'm hearing in the feedback from the different sessions that are speaking to what is already in the policy. So some of those are the details that we need to now transform into action points. We have to transform them into strategic, into actual plans and strategies that we implement, rather than looking at something that needs to redraft the policy. But I think those are the steps we need to take moving forward. We also need to have complete ownership of the policy. The Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs took the lead in the development of the policy, in taking it through the approval processes, and they'll continue to take the lead in the implementation. But at the end of the day, it is a national policy. And the responsibility for implementation rests with all the ministries, departments, and agencies, but it also rests with us as Ugandans. So there's a lot of things that can be done from the civil society perspective or from the private sector perspective. So we need to have a full ownership of the policy document and then start taking individual steps towards the implementation, of course, under the leadership and the guidance of the Ministries of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And then the involvement, and I think the discussion now around the Transitional Justice Working Group is a very important discussion about involvement. When the Transitional Justice Working Group was established, it was set up as an oversight committee to oversee the process of development of the policy. It was comprised of the senior leaders from the Ministries of Justice and from Internal Affairs under the Justice, Law and Order sector umbrella. But it also had membership from civil society. It had membership from our development partners. And we had a lot of experts from around the world who came and participated in the Transitional Justice Working Group. It had the specific terms of reference at the time, which it fulfilled, was to deliver the policy, which it did. I think it's important for us to have a similar structure to guide the implementation process. But I agree, it doesn't necessarily have to be that same format. It could be in the format of advisors. It could be in the format of a team of experts or elders who can walk us through the implementation process. But it's important to have that central point around which we can then focus all the energy and the effort. And I think finally, for me, on the practical side, we have a national policy which has been adopted by government. I think it was disseminated across government. The next step really for me is for us to incorporate it into our strategies and our plans. We are in the process now of evaluating the National Development Plan 3 and beginning the preparation of National Development Plan 4. And I think the focus of our work is to make sure that the policy objectives under this particular policy are properly captured under the National Development Plan, and that they're then cascaded into the strategies and action plans of the different ministries, departments, and agencies. Because it's through that structure that we can then ensure that the appropriate resources are allocated towards these programs. It should be across, because much as it says transitional justice, from the discussions, we know that there are a lot of aspects that are not justice issues. There are medical issues, there are education issues, there are security issues. So we need to make sure that it's incorporated across the board wherever it needs to be incorporated, and that we then take it through the other planning processes of government, the budgeting cycles, to make sure that we then have the appropriate resources from the national treasury to implement these programs. Before we even turn to our development partners, we make sure we incorporate them. And as the resident coordinator has mentioned, they can only support us when we are clear on those strategies. So I think we need to now take some time to clarify in our national development plan and in our national strategies exactly what it is we are going to do next, cost them, budget them, assign the responsibilities, and then we can move forward with that. To me, that would be the next step in implementation, with the oversight of some kind of a transitional justice working group to guide that process going forward.
Very well, thank you so much for that. I thought before moving on, a quick question: what time frame for this plan? So beginning today, how long would that take to come up with the kind of plan that can then be shared with others, donors, etc.?
I would think that what would be, we are in budgeting cycles as we speak this year. We're also in the process of beginning discussions on the National Development Plan 4. So it is in those discussions, in that process, that we begin. So the discussions should begin immediately. And where we would need maybe the technical support or the additional support is working with the different programs and the different sectors to make sure that these issues are incorporated. I know that the National Planning Authority were here. I think they're still here. And they are already engaging with the different programs and the different sectors. And that would be a good entry point to have people attached at those points to start making sure that these issues are properly captured at those levels, so that in each of the different programs, we are capturing the issues appropriately.
Very well. And one more question. I'm coming back to you because you're the state. One of the challenges of donor support or processes like this that we see across the world is that one of the effects of that is that the donor inclinations and priorities may begin to shape the plan, to shape what gets done and affect the sequencing of issues. Do we have plans to mitigate that so our plan isn't overly donor dependent? So for any reason, should they be reluctant to stand with us, victims don't get left behind?
That's an issue we discussed even at the stage of beginning the development process. It was important first and foremost that the policy was in response to the into that process, but under the clear arrangement and the clear understanding that it was to support a process that was agreed on by Ugandans. Even in the implementation, I think it's important for us to be clear on what it was and with our partners and be clear that this is what we want to do. My experience has been that when you're clear, your partners will support you. If you're not sure what you want to do, they will make suggestions.
Thank you.
But if you're very clear, they will support you. So I believe it's about us being clear and having the strategies properly developed and articulated, and we shouldn't be we shouldn't then worry about not being able to fulfill what we have set out to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll now move on to your peers. You on this panel, you coming from the civil society side of the house. And what would you say should be the priorities for promoting an inclusive and, for that matter, victim-centered policy? We were struck by the session that we had, which focused on victims, and also the testimony of some of the survivors here in this room, and coming to appreciate the extent of the needs, that are out there. So what do you say about the priorities when it comes to mobilizing resources for the policy? But I'll also start with you to say, from the last 2 days, what struck you most, or what surprised you? I should say surprised you, because you're one of the planners of the symposium.
Yeah, I would say that what struck me most were passion, energy, and I could also feel a certain need and demand for concrete action. I could feel that. And that the stability envisaged in the transitional justice policy touches both stability of individuals, which we could call victims and survivors, stability of communities, and stability of the country. So those are, and also what came out were unresolved dilemmas. There are some dilemmas we'll have to keep contending with, and dialogue will be the key for working out a way forward in relation to these dilemmas. And then in terms of priorities, I could also hear the need to keep balancing analysis and doing, work and doing. We should not just be doing analysis, is necessary, but we should also be acting. And in light of this urgent need and demand for concrete actions, what also comes clearly for me is perhaps the need to front load reparations. People are dying for all kinds of reasons, and they have also been waiting. And so we cannot follow the traditional sequencing. So I see that front loading reparations is very important. Again, this has to be an outcome of some kind of dialogue. And clearly popularizing the policy through various channels, as well as in different local languages, is very important for confidence and trust building. And not only that, engaging with private sector. People reference that nexus of transitional justice and development. We didn't exactly focus on private sector. I think there's need for civil society and perhaps some departments of government to engage with civil society through their framework of corporate social responsibility, to reflect with them how they might contribute to the transitional justice outcomes. And most importantly, too, is the question of financing. For me, the way I look at that is from a civil society, academic, international development perspective and research where I sit, we need to enhance, there's need for enhanced collaboration. From a civil society, maybe JLOs as well, between us, the practitioners, and different MDAs. It's not clear to the MDAs that some of the things they're doing are transitional justice, and that needs to be recognized. And that also needs to translate into planning and budgeting. The ideal situation would be to have a Minister of Finance and actually have a conversation
the important thing about that is we will end up with a more modest, realistic plan on what we can actually achieve and not just have a wish list, and also really prioritize, think our priorities. So for me, that I see as a very important process that we need to have, perhaps going through National Planning Authority or private sector foundation as the first entry points for this kind of issues. And most importantly, also evidence-based building. We already have the compendium of conflict in Uganda, but we may still need to do transitional justice landscape quick assessment and see where the priorities have altered as well, so that there's a review of this, for example, by this committee, steering committee or working group, and say this is how the priorities might look like, and get feedback on that, so that it is really owned across the board. And these are how I see the priorities. And most importantly, in some ways, in terms of reaching the communities, is the community engagement through religious leaders and cultural leaders. They're embedded in the communities. And if transitional justice processes and intervention are initiated and implemented and catalyzed through the traditional and religious leaders, we have a much higher chance of success and impacting the right people at the right time and in the right way, using the right medium. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for underscoring urgency. I like this idea of front-loading reparation. We may need to continue to have that discussion, because there's some schools of thought which say that you've got to wait until there's a judicial or legal determination before you move into reparation. But at the same time, we're listening to the urgency of the need that is out there. So we need to find a way of getting this assistance, this help to the people who do need it. And I also like this idea of diversifying our partner, that the business sector should be active in this space of transitional justice as well, whether through corporate social responsibility or other interventions. I think that's a very important observations you've made there. And we hope that we can take it forward. And just on that point about urgency, one of the things we've heard in this room is about this question of national identity cards. That doesn't need for us to elaborate the policy. I think a sensible conversation convened at a high enough level could lead to unlocking this issue. And I think we should simply make that a priority and tick it off within a matter of weeks, rather than wait until next year and we're still listening to the same challenges. I'm going to open it up to the floor for a handful of interventions. And we want to hear from you what you think should be the key priorities for the next phase of planning. Having heard from the panel here, but also having participated in the sessions. So by show of hands, and there'll be people in the audience to find you. I see that 2 hands went up, and now there is a third. There isn't a lady yet, but perhaps that's one over there. So let's take those 4 for a start. And is there somebody with a mic? The gentleman who's standing can go first, and then I'll come to this table. Could we find a microphone that is handy? I think he's found one now.
Thank you so much, the moderator and the panelists, and the entire House at large. I was struck mostly by what was raised by Odoi, and I want to inch my point on that. When you see these 4 areas of stages of this transitional justice where we needed to have looked, my name is Chris Ongom from Uganda Victim Foundation. The criminal proceeding, reparation, reform, and truth-seeking. You find out that if we are to look into maybe something which has been taken a step forward, you may look into it that by developing ICD, it means the government has taken some little step in formal justice system. But the area of preparation, truth-seeking, and reform has lagged behind. I must appreciate this National Symposium much as we are saying we have been just meeting, but this has been the rare one because we have been meeting as civil society where we have not had government or ministry representative, at least for a while. And this is my suggestion that if possible, we need to pick the document, the report which is coming out from this symposium, then we pick on the policy, then we develop action point which can be shared at interministerial level so that each and every ministry take their take on what should be taken. Then secondly, if we can draw action, the ministry can draw action on where suggestion on reform. We have talked about amnesty time and again, but amnesty now needs suggestion of reform to be done on it immediately with immediate effect. As to work hand in hand with developing the bill for the act. And this way will help. And thirdly, the interim assistant.
Please make that your last point.
That is my last point. Interim assistant, which can begin to draw the line of opening the ways to reparation, can be done at this stage. And this is something which can be done without still going to comprehensively developing a legislation to be in place. And that is what I wanted to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's a gentleman
Chair,
over here.
Working group is point number 1. We have to resuscitate the National Transitional Justice Working Group. And then at regional levels, we can have working groups on thematic areas. The experience I have is to have working groups at regional level and discussing everything. And we take 10 years to agree on anything. So we can probably at regional level have thematic areas of the National Transitional Justice Policy, each region picking one aspect, and all that comes out in terms of implementation strategy is built into the bill. Very lastly, how do we govern activism and agency? From this idea of timing the TJ time. Agency is important, but rushing is a problem. So how are we going to manage and govern the process? We need to think clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that point about being measured, even as you are urgent in the response. There was a lady in the black who raised her hand. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't recognize you properly.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Kano Grace Chomucha from Manila. It is better to speak almost last because you speak the least. The conversations, I would like to note that since yesterday, they have brought some of us to speed in as far as the concept, the understanding of the concept of transitional justice is concerned. By the look of things on the floor, it's like we have general consensus that we craft the way forward into real problem solving. And I will speak about it in relation to the mandate of an organization that I work for, which is NIRA, National Identification and Registration Authority. The identification and registration of victims of war have been featuring repeatedly in every session of this symposium. I would like to assert that giving a legal identity to victims of conflict is an imperative in the resettlement process and in achieving transitional justice. I saw a lot of complaints because of the requirements. I would like to array your fears that every rule has exceptions. The lawyers will guide us on that. And given the peculiarity of this category of people, I can see that back home at NILA, we shall bend the in-house rules. The legal within our file and rank will guide us on how to do it. However, we also need to look at section the registration of foundlings. I thought talking about strategic
is that children have been facing and walking around and using other people's names and all of that. Thank you, Nira, and we are going to hold you to your commitment. I think that in order to have real urgency, let us have a plan that begins now. Let us not put it aside and wait for the report and all of that, the way we work normally. We really need to work abnormally in this situation. Let us have a plan that begins June 2024. 2 months is enough to pull together a plan for something as important and as urgent as this. And I think that in that plan, if we can front load, I love the phrase, front load the identity, which is already taken care of, and then reparations, but reparations in several areas. There are no medical facilities that women and these children can access easily and freely. They can't access education. They need psychosocial healing. Stella told us today, or was it yesterday? Today, 36 women have committed suicide because they reached the end. They just don't know what to do anymore. There is no reason why any Ugandan citizen should have to commit suicide because somebody did something to them that they were not responsible for when they were 13 years old. Really, we need to take responsibility for that. The other aspect is access to land. Today in one of the round tables, Pamela said something fundamental. She said, if cultural leaders have land to lease to foreigners or external people, surely they must have land that they can make accessible for these mothers, for them to have proper, decent housing. I've been to Gulu and I've seen where those women live. I think if I came from that region, I would really be very, very, very sad and ashamed that the women live in those kinds of conditions and they even get kicked out because they can't pay the rent. So surely something can be done. Our cultural leaders should take responsibility for that. Well, let me stop there. But I want to thank you again for all the contributions. It's been amazingly wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And our very last intervention.
Okay, thank you. My name is Annette Mpabulu Njuakari. I work with the UNDP on the area of governance and peace. I'll just add one point because Madame Ranga, my elder, has said most of it. But I think the issue of youth inclusion to me was important. And the youth were very passionate yesterday when they talked. And they flagged some of the apathy and the lawlessness that is emerging because of failure of including them. And some of what they are asking, I think to me, takes, just practical steps of even engaging them and calling even some key meetings to disseminate the transitional justice policy, but also to see how they can connect with the opportunities that are available, for instance, under the PDM. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I thought then lastly I was going to come to you, Resident Coordinator, for final remark or observation.
I think the first one. 3 points. I think the first one is, while I fully subscribe and I mentioned how, you can have a lens, and you elaborated, Rachel, in terms of making sure that it's embedded in the National Development Plan, is that as we go forward to have a twin approach. What I saw in gender is once you mainstream things, if you're not careful, they disappear. So sort of marrying the idea of making sure that the spotlight on transitional justice as we also mainstream transitional justice. And maybe, Pius, what you mentioned about front loading, but finding some issues, there could be a few issues that are really on the spotlight as we. I just wanted to make that point to the two-pronged approach. So it doesn't disappear. There's some urgent things and people need to feel that action is being taken. I think the second bit is finding ways, again, to the development plan is area-based programming, which we really don't do. And I think that came when the colleague was talking on the Rwenzori problem, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the comments that he made was, okay, fine, there are individual reparations to be done, etc., but also more of a community nature. But that more of a community nature could actually be area-based programming. But that would require, because that's not something we do now, that would require significant amount of advocacy and follow-up, etc., to see where that, would yield fruit. That's something that we can do. And again, the resources would come from the development side of the house. And then third, I think there have been, I don't know, there are some projects that have been done. Annette, you were talking about, I think there was a PBF project that finished in 2021. I know I came at the tail end of it, and it was working in the Rwenzori region, if I'm not mistaken, and it was judged to be useful. I need to make it closer to me. It was useful, but it was a project. I think while we can look at some of these projects, because the PBF is still there, we can pitch for projects. There have been issues with money, but my understanding is mid next year or so, we can pitch for something. The magnitude of the money is unlikely to be large. It's going to be around the $3, $4, $5 million sort of thing, but it could be useful. So maybe as a community, we could at least start thinking about where are the areas that would be most useful in terms of the implementation of this policy and moving forward, that would pitch for something. Last but not least, in terms of the areas that I retained, I just wanted to mention them because we've mentioned bits and pieces of them, but when we have a group, they would have to guide around what the boundaries of those areas. One was some sort of policy review. One was legislation, which one support going forward. And it's institutional capacity building. I think that came across that we need some capacity building across board. We've already talked about public awareness and what that may mean. We've talked about victim participation. We've talked about reparations, but reparations may be looked at slightly broader, including community, a development program that deliberately targets a particular area. We talked about reconciliation. We didn't talk about M&E necessarily. And all these issues of the identity cards, in my head, the scholarships that are going to the wrong people, etc. In my head, I put that as M&E issues. If it's not clear what the plan is, it's not clear who is following up, it's not clear who is being held accountable when something doesn't get done, it's not clear at which point you have to account for whether you have done or not done, you have moved on, it's M&E. So maybe going forward, finding some way really of prioritizing monitoring and evaluation. And it doesn't have to be particularly complicated, but it just has to be something that we agree we will do. That's our Achilles heel generally as regards our intervention.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. In a sense, you took Dr. Katia's slot. That's why we came back to you with that perspective from the outside looking in. And so we come to the end of this panel that has emphasized the plan. Have a plan, have people who take it forward, be focused on victims, hence front load their needs, as well as doing the long term, do what is immediately needed. And thank you very much, Nera. Indeed, we're holding you to that commitment. And do reach out if you need help unlocking things at the ministerial level as well. So thank you very much for your participation. Our rule in these sessions is that if you don't have a chance to speak, please write it down. We have a rapporteur. Your views are important and they'll be taken on board as we move things forward. And I'm going to hand it right back to our coordinator of ceremonies. Thank you. And Thank you very much to the panel, and applause for them, and we'll hand the whole thing back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the chair of the session for the wonderful wrap-up he has done for us. And the same vein, we clap for the panelists for the job so well done. Thank you so much. I also take the opportunity to thank all of us for having persevered, deliberated, and our efforts won't be in vain. One small announcement before we go to the next stage. If you know your car key reads report child abuse, please get to me. You have the car, I have the key. So if you are not careful, I don't know who will own the car. This afternoon, we are graced to have the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, Honorable both. The whole state, the state is here and the government is here. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, here comes the turn for our final closure. We shall not have many people talking. Like the Bible says, I don't have the powers to invite the Minister of State who will give his remarks and invite the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs as the host to close this function. Permit me to invite the Senior Technical Advisor, Madam Rachel, to come and invite for us the Minister of State for Defense to give his word, and then he invites his senior to give us the final. Thereafter, we shall have the anthems in reverse order. We shall start with East African, then we end with Uganda. And then there will be some administrative announcements, and we shall call it an evening. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And please, when we invite you, come again and again. And wherever you go, continue talking about transitional justice. We need it like yesterday. We shall have it by tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please join me in appreciating our MC for the last 2 days, Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Baine. Thank you very much for guiding us and steering us through the program and allowing us to end in time. Once the Honorable Ministers have spoken, I will not be given an opportunity to say anything more. So I'm going to take this chance now to appreciate everybody who has been here for the last few days. I want to thank you all for the time and for the passion that you have shown for this particular issue. For some of us, we have lived this issue for many years, and we were beginning to get a little bit downhearted, but we want to really appreciate the Honorable Minister for bringing the issue back onto the table and allowing us to have this meeting and revive a lot of the action points. I want to specifically thank the resident coordinator of the UN who has been here throughout. Thank you very much for spending the time with us. I really appreciate that. And to all our partners, Refugee Law Project, ICTJ, Interreligious Council, thank you very much for the support. It's now my honor and my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, who also happens to be my member of parliament. So I'm welcoming him in those capacities. Honorable Minister, kindly join us on the podium to address the audience. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Rachel. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The ambassadors, the excellencies who are here, and YUN coordinator, the technical staff, ladies and gentlemen, when you come to an event like this late, you do not know who is here. And but at least I know it's stable. And Honorable Mao, you all know, is the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. I think very soon, the title of that ministry will be changed to the Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, and Transitional Matters. Where is the Minister of State for Internal Affairs had asked me to read his remarks, which I will make available. I'm not going to read because Honorable Mao is here. We need to give him enough time. Honorable Mao, we will not blame anybody if there will be no transition in Uganda. God has given him the opportunity to be the minister in charge of transition. So from today onwards, he should not be lamenting. We want solutions. Honorable Minister of Justice, Constitutional Matters, and Transitional Matters. Please come and speak and tell us. Come and tell us. We need you to tell us more how we can transit other than hearing you lamenting that it's not possible. Can you put your hands together for Honorable Bromatma? Oh, I transit and bring the mic there. Add him another round of applause. We had agreed and he was not accepting, but you all know that I'm a good student of protocol. Honorable Mao, how are we transiting?
The protocol has already been set down. I want to thank you most sincerely, the Honorable Jacob Oboth, Minister of State for Defense and Veterans Affairs. I thank you for inviting me. It was actually intentional that the Minister of State for Internal Affairs, who is a 4-star general, who is an MP, and who is a former commander of the UPDF should actually close this. This room has seen very, very important people since yesterday. I want to let you know that this matter is keeping many Ugandans awake. And even though people want to reduce it to politics, I saw the Monitor headline, which almost derailed our symposium. They reduced it to a political office of the president. That is only one aspect of the things that are keeping us awake. But, you know, newspapers sell by putting very shouting headlines. During lunch, I was chatting with my friends, and they told me that one time there was a headline in the 80s by one of the newspapers that Obote rapes Catherine. I think it was about Dr. Obote College, Boroboro, and St. Catherine. And because of an incident, they now made it appear as if it was the president. And people don't pay a lot of attention to headlines. When we had our firstborn in 1999, the Monitor headline was, MP Mao is dead. So people called me. The Monitor is saying you are dead.
Because in the mind of the people, dad reads a bit like dead. And then when the late Honorable Basoga Ansadu died, the Monitor broke the news to the world by saying, Basoga dead. So everybody rushed to buy the newspapers to see how an entire community can die. So I'm not surprised by people attempting to reduce transitional justice to the issue of presidential transition, which is important. I have never disowned my views because they are mine, and I can defend them during the day and during the night. And for those who have any doubts, I'm fond of being proved right, by the way. I have lived to see many of my rejected ideas being embraced. So my colleague in cabinet, this has been a very inclusive symposium. Even the youth had a panel all to themselves, and we got an earful. They read a very long charge sheet against those of us who are now in our 50s. I only wish to inform them that we were once young, and we realized that complaining doesn't achieve much. You need to jump into the arena and do something. I was elected to parliament at the age of 28. I never complained that why am I not being escorted to parliament? These things are not given, they are taken. But also they are not taken through noise. You must know how to go after them. And sometimes it is best to fight a war without declaring it. But more importantly, let me repeat my famous proverb, never launch a missile from a canoe, because the backfire will sink you. First, build a solid platform, because a missile is a projectile. And according to Newton's third law, every action and reaction are equal and opposite. So first make sure you build a base, then you launch your missile. Otherwise, you'll be a victim of your own weapon. Nevertheless, you have been heard. There are three things. Having a seat at the table. That is the first step. The second step is having a voice when you are at the table. Then the third step, having that voice heard. That is still tough, even for women. There are very many in parliament. They have a seat at the table. They have a voice. But as to whether that voice is being heard is another matter. So that is the three-phase step in opening up closed spaces. Having the seat, having the voice, and ensuring that those who are around the table actually hear what you have to say. There are millions of young people, and now with TikTok and Twitter, Facebook, which I hope will be opened up soon, the partners we have together with the officials at the Ministry of Justice has come up with the kind of Cartoon Network version of the transitional justice policy. Very nice pictures. which each one of you will go with. It has a preface signed by the minister who heads the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is the domicile of the transitional justice policy. But now we are co-pilots. As you can see, 2 signatures. And the other pilot, as you know, is in charge of security in the whole country. So there is a lot of need for me as a co-pilot to now take this agenda while he's busy chasing lawbreakers and so on, ensuring law and order. The Minister of Internal Affairs and I have very good chemistry. We don't agree on everything, but I respect his sincerity. So I believe that we shall be able to work together very closely. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was here yesterday. And therefore, we are doing this on behalf of the government of Uganda. We believe in what we call the whole of government approach. It is dangerous for every ministry or minister to keep flying his or her little flag and waving it. That is why you are not seeing ministry of anything. It just says the Republic of Uganda. It was very, very intentional about designing this. By the way, we have got a lot of these. We could have brought so many of the Ministry of Justice and crowded, but we are the government, or rather the administration. We represent the executive. Parliament was here and Parliament is still here. We had the chairman, vice chairman of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee who was here. We have had MPs. We have had justices from the International Crimes Division. We have had civil society in full force. We have had representatives of survivors and victims. I hope you have got a copy of Evelyn's book. Evelyn, where are you? Yes, that lady was my traveling companion a number of times. I don't have time to tell you how many stories, but if you know how to network, I hope you got a chance to talk to her about her special relationship with the leader of the LRA. It is in the book. You'll get to know more about it. Because some of these things may sound like they're from Hollywood or from a novel. But for those who lived those experiences, these are true stories. So today, we are simply saying the victims have not yet transited to peace. And we must keep on telling the nation. So we want to assure all the survivors and victims that you will never be ignored. After all, no question is settled until it is settled right. You may think you have settled the question temporarily, either on account of your power, you impose a solution, but unless it is settled right, it is not yet settled. It's as simple as that. And once you recognize that, then you will be more amenable to these kind of conversations. We hope to send these popular versions of the transitional justice policy to young people so that they know what it is like. I was born in 1967. The Constitution had already been overthrown. So all my life virtually has been in that kind of situation. My father was in the army. And when Idi Amin took over, he was looking for those who used to be in the army, particularly if you are from my part of Uganda. Many times as children, we would see a jeep parked in front of our home and our father would disappear. And we would know that things have changed when our mom would tell us, my mom was a Muganda, the one who brought me up from the age of 8 months, not my biological mom. She would tell us in Luganda, mulire dala. That means it is one meal for the day, meaning you're having a meal at about 3 or 4 p.m. and that is the only meal for the day. Then you realize that, you know, things have changed because the one who is supposed to provide for you is in jail and you don't know whether he would come back alive. Occasionally, schools would be closed and children are taken to watch a firing squad. Now, some of you, the youth, these sound like they are from novels. They would close the school and they take you to a stadium and they say, these are people who are bad, they are rebels, they are trying to overthrow the government, so they must be executed. Then a jeep would drive very fast with the people wearing masks and helmets. Then they take position and then the commander signals and says, fire. Then they shoot them. Then somebody goes and checks whether they are dead. Then off they go. As the 70s advanced and the war between the government of Uganda headed by Idi Amin and those who formed the UNLF supported by the Tanzanian army was progressing, we would hear elders whispering at the fireplace. They called it that they are going to skin an elephant. They would say young Oliech in our language. So young people would cross the border to Sudan, then they go by ship to Tanzania. And then we would hear our elders saying, you know, Tito Okello and Oito Jok are coming and they are going to chase away Idi Amin. We had no salt, not even tea leaves. We would burn sugar to color the water, to give you the illusion that you are taking tea. We had no soap. We were washing our clothes with purple leaves. To the extent that in solidarity with us who were so deprived, even those who could afford to buy soap and sugar and salt refused to go and buy. They called it Amin Bedimeri. That Amin, you stay with your things. We are not coming to buy. These are stories that have got to be told. So resistance did not start with the National Resistance Army. The British were resisted by Kabalega. They were resisted by Rotawich of the Lamogi Rebellion. Kabaka Mwanga resisted the British. There's an island facing Munyonyo. That is where Kabaka Mwanga launched his attack. Unfortunately, it was like attacking a quarter guard. You know, he came frontally. And then, of course, the National Resistance Army joined in the queue of historical resistance. And as long as Ugandans are not happy, resistance will continue. Unless you are not a student of history. So, we must find a formula of ensuring that the building blocks of Uganda hold together. Transition is not just about who sleeps in State House. We have really had so many people sleeping in State House. Even after the current president, there will be another person. But the issue is that citizens must feel a sense of ownership. That means that there must be some foundation. The first words of the American Declaration of Independence must have been really inspired by God. It says, we hold these truths to be self-evident. In other words, not requiring proof. That all men are created equal. In other words, we are all like legal tender. If you have a 1,000 shilling note, which is clean from the bank, and you have a 1,000 shilling note, which is torn, dirty, probably fastened by glue, do you think the new one can buy more things than the old and dirty one? The intrinsic value is the same. That's the meaning of equality. So, that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their creator, God, with certain inalienable rights. That means the right that cannot be taken away. Because any right that can be taken away is not inalienable. Inalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then come the mother of all passages. And to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So government is supposed to be a watchman. Okay, watchwoman. Government is supposed to be the guardian, the custodian, the guarantor to ensure that you enjoy your right to life, your right to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, one of the best things this government did was to involve citizens in making the 1995 Constitution. It is what was supposed to be our new consensus. Some people call it Pax Musevenica. As you know, he wasn't elected when he arrived in 1986. He imposed a new order. And through that order, he said, citizens, now discuss and agree on how you want to manage your own affairs. So, you cannot avoid talking about political questions while talking about transitional justice. It is important. The 1995 Constitution had more or less settled the political question. It wasn't a perfect constitution. Actually, everybody complained, including the president. Before he signed the constitution, he also expressed his grievances over land matters. And he has been proved right because the land provisions appeared to be to whom it may concern. We never even protected our road reserves. Now we are paying billions and billions to people who deliberately come and squat on road reserves. And as a lawyer, I think the road reserve belongs to the road. And you cannot say because land belongs to the people, now you must build on the road reserve. It must be 30 meters either side for the big highways. At least when I was chairman of Gulu, I rejected that rubbish. I told the villagers, we are going to build a road and you are not going to be paid because the road which was built in 1965 definitely owns the road reserve. And that's why that place has the best rural network. So we decided that we can live with that constitution because consensus is not equivalent to unanimity. It doesn't mean that you accept it 100%. But the question is, can you live with it? And we said, yes, we can live with it. There were some bad provisions. For instance, introducing something called a movement system as an alternative to multi-party democracy. And then saying when one is operating, one is in abeyance, and so on. Sort of like, you know, these cars which are hybrid. You can use the normal fuel, or you can use hydrogen or even air. But we said we can live with it. And then some organs of the Constitution started being taken out. The first one was term limits. I remember I wrote a minority report together with some other MPs saying, no, please. President Museveni, as a very powerful leader, once he succumbs to a 2-term limit, never will anybody raise his head to say he wants to remove term limits. Unfortunately, we lost. Because those who were on the other side were also very convincing. I still believe they were wrong, though they were very persuasive. Then the age limit, which was really, shouldn't have even been put there in the first place. But I think all those debates were because people wanted to say, it's not a big deal to change leaders. In some countries, you never even know that there is an election. I was in Netherlands recently. They actually don't have a real government because they are still forming the government. But life goes on. Civil servants are being paid. Schools are running normally. The trains are okay. There's actually no real government. Everybody is acting. Every minister is acting. Even the prime minister is temporary. In fact, they call themselves temporary. In Congo, Kabila, who was a military leader, is there pretending to be a farmer. He has grown a long beard that is a gentleman farmer. He has also been appointed life senator. And Tshisekedi has won his second and last term. In Burundi, the president died in office and people were scared. Somehow they staggered around a bit. You know, in my place in Gulu, they say a drunkard does not fall on the road. He can stagger, and when you meet him, you can think this one will not arrive home. But evidence shows that drunkards only fall when they have reached their compound. Then they make noise, and then the wife or the children pull them into the house. So I haven't lost hope. I believe we shall stagger until we reach that point of transition. Because the way people are seeing things now, they are seeing an opposition in disarray, which doesn't appear like a real alternative for lack of coherence. They also see other forces that are emerging. Then the ruling party, in my opinion, is not leading the agenda as a party should. So many citizens are in that twilight zone. It is our duty to clarify the matters by saying, first and foremost, we must say we shall not use violence again. Once we agree on that, you know, some of us have had very radical positions. I am the one who was the first proponent of the so-called Nile Republic, as you know. There was a time I believed very strongly that maybe the country should be split into two along the River Nile. That would mean myself and the Honorable both would be in our own republic. And then we have this other republic. I even said it publicly one time during a seminar, because a whole Makerere University professor listened to me complaining about the failure of the government to end the war in the north, and then said, we are tired of you northerners. This was a PhD, not just some loony lumpen. that we are tired of you Northerners, because that seems to be where people retreat when finally all the arguments are finished. Then they start saying, you are Cholis. Why don't you bring a better argument? Because that one, I can't change it. If there was a laboratory where I could change it so that you feel better about me, I would go and change it. But I can't. So then I told that professor, I said, we never filled an application form to be Ugandans. If that's the case, we should then form the Nile Republic. As usual, newspapers were there and they reported. So the president read it and called me the next morning. He told me, Mao, you are even worse than Kony. At least Kony is fighting to rule the whole of Uganda. But you now, you want to tear the country apart. So I told him, Mr. President, first hear my side before you judge me as being beneath Kony in my appreciation of the need for national unity. When he understood that, then he said, yeah, I think I understand the context in which you said it. And there are many Ugandans who are frustrated. Therefore, dear friends, we have the privilege to hold in our hands a sort of magnifying glass which can collect the scattered rays of all the national frustrations and focus like a laser beam on one question. How can we build a new national consensus which is superior to the one of Lancaster House, superior to the one of Moshi, superior to the one of Luwero, and even better than our staggering constitution? That is the reason why we are here. We must give hope. My late friend Jacob Olanya had a famous story, which he even told at the UN, of that little boy who lit candles, 4 of them: faith, love, hope. Don't remember the 4th one. So he baptized those candles. And after baptizing those candles, he went away. When he came back, each of the candles started going off. The first one to go was love. He said, people are hating each other so much, I don't see what I'm doing here. Then it died. Then faith also said, nobody seems to believe in anything anymore. Somebody believes in something today, tomorrow they believe in the opposite with equal zeal. He said, I'm also dying. And then the third one also went off. So the boy came and was crying. There was only one candle still burning, the one of hope. So the candle of hope reassured the boy and said, don't cry, don't cry. As long as I'm here, you can use me to light up all the others. So, faith, love. The other one was peace. I'd forgotten. Peace. And then hope. With the candle of peace off, the candle of faith off, the candle of love off, only the candle of hope was still burning. And the candle of hope consoled the little boy, saying, please don't cry. Use me to light the other 3. I think that's what we are doing here. Everybody who talks to me says, Mao, you are a voice in the wilderness. You are fighting for a lost cause. I don't mind. I have said before, either this work, I will accomplish this mission, or maybe die in the process. Either I will get the job done, or the job will get me done. It is as simple as that. So, you are all now disciples of hope. Whoever you talk to is going to tell you you are wasting your time. Everybody that you are going to talk to, that Uganda can have peaceful transition, they will say, forget it, it won't happen. Because, believe me, dear friends, it is safer to be a pessimist in this kind of world. It's like those who wake up and say, it is going to rain. So when it rains, they are proved right and they are happy. When it doesn't rain, they are pleasantly surprised. Either way, they are happy. So pessimism is a way of having your cake and eating it at the same time. Those of us who are optimists, we take a lot of risk and there's no insurance for us. We used to speak to the IDPs in Acholi. One time I went there with my energy of being a youth. One day the guns will be silent. Coin will come home. These camps will be closed. And one gentleman came to me with tears in his eyes. He says, my son, we are going to die here. Nothing like what you are saying will ever happen. But it has happened. So I believe that hope is the most powerful thing that we have to hold on to. So even if we have achieved nothing else, I hope that we have convinced you to remain hopeful. And let us not reduce this thing to one man. Because many people, including our international friends, because we have had a president who has been in office for so long, they no longer even judge Uganda fairly. They have their own issues. And they say, well, that one is a separate issue, and it is for Ugandans to sort it out. But you cannot mix up because the moment you start arguing with them over any issue, whether you're talking about corruption, whether you're talking about abuse of human rights, whether you are talking about regional stability, then they say, but don't you think your president had been in office for too long? I say, how is that even relevant to what we are discussing? So there's a bit of a mix-up of issues. That is why I said, I don't blame those who think transitional justice is about transition of power. You can actually have a transition and still have to do transitional justice. Let me close this way. In a hurting and fractured society such as ours, reconciliation is more important than ever. Reconciliation is about three things: understanding, not necessarily agreeing, forgiveness, and healing. This can be between individuals, groups, and even nations. Over the last 2 days, we have been seeking an answer to the question of how do we reconcile? Because we know what we have done to each other. I have often told you endlessly my story of the couple that returned home only to find that their housekeeper had cooked very good food, left it on the dining table, but packed up and left. The couple then asked one question: did she live in good faith, or has she left in bad faith and cooked this nice food and probably poisoned it so that we could all die? They had a cat, so they decided that they should feed the cat every little bit of the food. And after about an hour, if the cat is still alive, they would know the food is safe and they would eat it. So they fed the cat and they watched. An hour passed and they decided to eat. After eating, their neighbor ran into their house shouting, "Neighbors, Your cat is dead. So now husband and wife looked at each other, convinced that the cat had died due to poisoning. They knew they were going to die, so the moment of truth had arrived. Then they started speaking the truth. The husband went first. My darling wife, it's time for me to confess that our housekeeper who packed up and left was pregnant, and I was the one responsible for the pregnancy. Please forgive me. The wife said, dear husband, I forgive you. I also have a confession. Our firstborn son, Junior, who you love so much, is not yours. The father is your driver. Please forgive me. Hardly had they finished their confessions, then the neighbor ran in again saying, neighbors, a car ran over your cat. So they now knew that they were not going to die, but they had already spoken the truth to each other. It was now necessary to have a new basis for their marriage. The issues in Uganda require mutual and all-round truth-telling. We need to reach that position of that couple where we now look into each other's eyes and through each other's eyes into each other's souls for the hidden motives and ask ourselves, how do we continue to live as a nation after the Wero Triangle, Kasese, Buchoro, Namukora, Obalanga, Mukura, Baralonyo, and that infamous place in West Nile, where the returning UNLA, instead of heading home to Gulu or Lira, first branch to West Nile, holding little babies by their little legs and smashing them on trees. How can we Ugandans continue to live together, knowing fully well that we did those kind of things to each other? That is what transitional justice is about. That husband and wife must now make the transition from glossing over issues. My darling, I'm faithful, we love you, and so on. Now knowing that actually you have been paying school fees for somebody else's son. That is what this is about. It is a very difficult consultation, and it is not for everybody because some people are terrified by it. At the heart of reconciliation is the restoration of broken relationships to the former state of harmony. It demands that we make amends with those who have been hurt or wronged in some way. Reconciliation requires honest dialogue, forgiveness, and even self-sacrifice. It is not enough to punish. In my own understanding of the Bible, which is not approved by any theological college, I believe that God, having been angered by people in the days of Noah, decided to drown his own creation. And he thought they would change their ways. They didn't. He even told them in advance that if you misbehave, the fire next time. Then again, in Sodom and Gomorrah, the unrepentant humanity offended God, and God unleashed fire. Still, they never changed until God himself decided to come and die on the cross personally. And that has changed the world. So who is going to sacrifice? It is those who have the most to lose who must sacrifice. It had to be Nelson Mandela, who had spent 27 years jailed by the apartheid regime, who had the moral authority to say, I forgive? Because if you have only been whipped or maybe tear gassed, you can't compare to a life of 27 years. He had to sacrifice. It had to be the clerk who had all the privileges of power to give it all away. That is why our next steps are as follows. Number one, we are going to enlarge the National Transitional Justice Working Group and involve as many of you as possible. And I want to promise that I will be inviting you to the Ministry of Justice boardroom regularly to continue this conversation. Not only that, we shall come to where you are to talk to you so that we don't lose momentum. Without momentum, nothing moves. Secondly, there is a draft bill. We are going to circulate it. In that bill, we propose to add certain things like a victims' compensation fund for all parts of Uganda where victims need reparations. Number two, to create an institution for national dialogue and reconciliation. There are those who propose a National Transitional Justice Commission. There are those who propose a National Dialogue and Reconciliation Commission, but you get the idea. So that Ugandans can talk to each other. Not everybody who talks actually needs to be answered. There are people who simply want to be sure that they have been heard. As a Christian, I know so many incidents of reconciliation. You know, in Genesis 45:15, Joseph forgave, or rather reconciled with his brothers. And he said in the Bible, him who had been sold into slavery by his own brothers, the Bible reports as follows. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. Reconciliation must come from within. That's why it takes time. To ensure that we don't have any reversals, as the Ministry of Justice, we promise to continue working closely with our security forces so that they understand that no one is above the law. That's what matters most. You notice that because of the Ministry of Justice working very closely, particularly with the Ministry of Defense, and my brother, the Minister of Defense, you need to hear this. No matter what anybody says about Don Nabasa, during his time, the consultation between the Ministry of Justice and the military, particularly CMI, was very close and regular. And that is why you find that there are fewer cases against UPDF actually than against the police. The ones of the police are so many. And the ones against the UPDF, ironically, are fewer. Because the ministry lawyers would always tell them that, please, if you have picked up somebody on any suspicion, abide by the law. You can have a holding charge, but take them to court. You can't just disappear with people. Of course, there was a reversal around the time of elections, but we have had consultations and we are going to intensify our cooperation even with the police, so that they act within the law. When we were in the bush, Bishop Onono Nweng preached the shortest sermon to Joseph Kony. As you remember, Joseph Kony, first of all, threw us off balance by saying, I'm in the bush because you people sent me to fight for you. Then Bishop Onono Nweng, together with our traditional leaders, told him, yes, but if indeed we are the ones who sent you, then we are now the same people who have come to tell you, come back home. Now, how could you answer that back? Because if indeed you have sent me and you recall me, imagine if I'm your ambassador of Uganda and I announce that I've been sent by Uganda. So if Uganda says, come back home, then I must leave. I must come back. Bishop Onono referred to the meeting between Esau and Jacob. As you know, Esau had been cheated by Jacob of his inheritance. And one day, Jacob was woken up by his servants who told him, Esau is coming and he seems to have an army and he's approaching. And you know what happened. So Jacob quickly gathered a lot of cows, assembled even slaves to wait to try and bribe his way out of this predicament. But instead, his brother came and embraced him and told him these words which are in the Bible. First, I don't accept your cow, your flock, which you are giving me, because God has also blessed me like he blessed you. And I've come to show you how God has blessed me. Now, my brother, when I see your face, I see the face of God. Yesterday, most of the speakers talked about the word humanity, humanity and dignity. We cannot have transitional justice if we deny the humanity of some people. We must accept that everybody is human. Then we shall have true transitional justice. I believe very strongly that transitional justice needs time. I believe very strongly that transitional justice requires all of us. I hope my colleague in cabinet is now convinced that this was worthwhile. So on your behalf, I'm now going to close the symposium. In these matters, there is no protocol. Because in battle, it doesn't matter whether you're a general. When the bullets are flying, everybody takes cover. You cannot say generals will take cover last because of protocol. In fact, most of the time, they would be the first to take cover. I cannot end without thanking all those who made this possible. Those who did the technical work. I name three at the core. Dr. Pius Ojara, please stand up. I would like to name Margaret Ajok, who is our focal point person in transitional justice. I would like to name Rachel Odoi Musoke, the boss of the justice, law, and order sector. These three and many other people behind them did the donkey work. My job is really that of a music conductor. I don't play any instrument. But after the people have enjoyed the performance, I'm the one who comes and takes the bow. And everybody claps for me. But all I'm holding is just a little stick and I'm waving it around. And these are the people who made the music. I want to thank our partners. Many of them are not here now, but through Miss Susan Ngongi, who is the UN resident coordinator, I want to thank all our development partners. Please stand up so that people can see you. Her Excellency Susan Ngongi coordinates the UN family, which is a very large family. And they are friends of Uganda. And that includes every UN agency without exception, including the ICC. And of course, we have embassies. I think the representatives of the ICC are still here. Please at least wave to our people. We had very many representatives of diplomatic missions here. I want to assure you, Your Excellency, the UN resident coordinator, that we value your financial support, but we even value more the technical support. Many people only look at the development partners as an ATM when to ask for money. But on account of their experience around the world, sometimes maybe when they're in Uganda, they wonder what we are crying about because they have been to worse countries. And when they come to Uganda, and I occasionally hear people say that you Ugandans, do you want to have a taste of the real thing one of these days? You should visit our countries also. So some of these friends of ours also give us knowledge. So they are a money bank, but they are also a knowledge bank. Let me ask the people from the war zone to stand up. Those who have been from the greater north, who have been experiencing the latest war, and those from Kasese, so that you know that, yes. So these are the people who have lived to tell, and we must listen to what they have to say. We want to thank you most sincerely. From Kasese, of course, we have the former leader of the opposition, the Right Honorable Winnie Kiza, who is right there. Have I forgotten a particular area? Yes. This is about Uganda. But we wanted to prove to you that we have not left anybody out. I want to thank the media for uncovering bad things. Yeah, it is important that when bad things happen, at least people should get to know about them. That's why thieves steal at night, because they also know that it is wrong. If they knew that it was right, they would behave like a certain thief in my village who was called Odong Rocket. He was called Rocket on account of his speed. He used to steal chicken in broad daylight. He just swoops like a kite into your compound, grabs the chicken, and runs away. He was the most shameless thief. But the real thieves normally do it in the dark, and they don't want to get caught. So we thank the media. You have also paid a high price. And we remember people like Catherine Lamwaka. Was she called Catherine? Caroline, sorry. Caroline Lamwaka. Catherine Lamwaka is my MP from Omoro. Caroline Lamwaka, who unfortunately died. She wrote a whole book. You people should read it. Some of these journalists were also victims of atrocities. Muto Ono Palajo, who you all know, who was always writing about the situation. We also have to recognize people like the Honorable Betty Bigombe, who was the first to shake hands with the LRA. I was pleased when recently Makerere University awarded her a Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. I want to thank the other agencies that are normally not mentioned, like Interpeace. Who is representing Interpeace here? Yes, I think. Solomon, you can stand in the name of Interpeace. Thank you. And then there is Avocats Sans Frontières. Yes, somebody yesterday said she could not pronounce it because of the French avocat. But if you're low, you can say avocat. It doesn't really matter. After all these people from Europe mispronounce our words. So what's wrong with us also mispronouncing theirs? Those of you who watch the Mr. Bean films, you remember he's holiday. He got a ticket and he went to a French train station, which is known as Gare de Lyon in real French, but it is spelled Gare de Lion. So he told a French woman who he asked to show him direction, and she asked, "Where are you going?" And he said, "Gare de Lion." And the French woman couldn't understand until they said, "Oh, Gare de Lyon." Okay. So also Avocats Sans Frontières. May I also acknowledge ICTS? Where is ICTS? International Center for Transitional Justice. ICTJ. That is our long-term combatant in the field. Thank you very much for standing firm. And the grassroots organizations like GWEDG, the leader of GWEDG is there. That is Gulu Women something, something, something. And then the one of the victims and survivors, where are you? That's Stella Lanam. Stella Lanam is out, I believe. So I'm just doing this to show that we are not going to leave anybody behind. And I hope during the breaks, you talk to people with resources. You know, there are big NGOs. You know, the NGO world is like the highway. There are the 36-wheelers, double trailers. They make a lot of noise. They occupy a large space, yet sometimes they move very slowly. Then you have the SUVs, that's the V8s and so on. Then you have the taxis and small cars. Then you have the motorcycles. Then there are these pedestrians also, who they hoot and say, "Get off the road." So I think we need to recognize the entire hierarchy of civil society, from the pedestrians to the bicycle riders, to the motorcyclists, to the chikumi, and the taxi, up to the double trailers. And many times, the big organizations get the big money, then they stay in Kampala, hosting events in Serena, and then you people in the villages, you now do the real donkey work. Then they get your reports and compile it, then do PowerPoint, then they go to Geneva and New York and show your photographs, say we are on the ground. But are they there really? They say we are on the ground. So I want to mobilize Her Excellency Susan Ngongi to join me in ensuring that the UN also starts touching directly the small organizations so that they can also know what it is like to touch money. Because most of the time, even us, we are always accused that we only remember them when we want them for TV. That, you know, the Ministry of Justice calls you so that you can be seen on TV. They say the Ministry of Justice is on the ground. But for us, we are truly on the ground because our officers are there everywhere through our state attorneys and so on. With those words of appreciation, it's now my honor to declare this National Symposium on Transitional Justice officially closed for God and my country. Thank you very much.
It would be a disservice if I added any one word on top of that. Let's stand and have the anthems in reverse order, East Africa, and we call it a day. Anthems.
Start today. You can build whatever you're writing. When passion becomes your purpose and you're ready to build your dreams online, go down.
Thank you so much. We can have some administrative announcements. Otherwise, for God and my country, I remain Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Baine. But I think next time we have a symposium, we need the services of Uganda Prisons Band, because the machines don't seem to be on our side. Thank you. So can I have
Edwin or Solomi, can you come and announce the administrative announcement? Edwin Okello.
Good evening once again. Once again, I would like to thank you for coming. Special announcements for upcountry participants. I would like to kindly confirm your details. The rest of the participants, your facilitation will be deposited via mobile money. Thank you. But upcountry participants,